1. Georgia. My dearest Jameson, this is not our end. My heart will always remain with you, no matter where we are. Time and distance are only inconveniences to a love like ours. Whether it's days, months, or even years, I will be waiting. We will be waiting. You'll find me where the creek bends around the swaying aspen trees, just as we both dreamed, waiting with the one we love. It's killing me to leave you, but I'll do it for you. I'll keep us safe. I will wait for you every second, every hour, every day for the rest of my life. And if that's not enough, then eternity, which is exactly how long I'll love you, Jameson. Come back to me, my love. Scarlett. Georgia Ellsworth. I brushed my thumb over my credit card, wishing I could wipe hard enough to erase the letters. 6 years of marriage, and the only thing I'd walked away with was a name that wasn't even mine. In a few minutes, I wouldn't have that either. Number 98? Juliet Sinclair called out from behind the plexiglass window of her booth, like I wasn't the only person at the Poplar Grove DMV and hadn't been for the last hour. I'd flown into Denver this morning, driven into the afternoon, and hadn't even been to my home yet. That's how desperate I was to rid myself of the last pieces of Damien in my life. Hopefully, losing his name would make losing him and 6 years of my life hurt just a little less. Right here. I put my credit card away and walked up to her window. Where's your number? She asked, holding out her hand and wearing a satisfied smirk that hadn't changed much since high school. I'm the only one here, Juliet. Exhaustion beat at every nerve in my body. If I could just get through this, I could curl up in that big armchair in Gran's office and ignore the world for the rest of my life. Policy says, "Oh, stop it, Juliet." Sophie rolled her eyes as she walked into Juliet's booth. I've got George's paperwork anyway. Go take a break or something. Fine. Juliet pushed away from the counter, vacating her seat for Sophie, who had graduated the year before us. Nice to see you, Georgia. She flashed a saccharine, sweet smile in my direction. You too. I offered her the practiced smile that had served as my glue for the past few years, holding me together while everything else disintegrated. Sorry about that, Sophie cringed, crunching her nose and adjusting her glasses. She hasn't changed much. Anyway, everything appears to be in order. She handed back the papers my lawyer had given me yesterday afternoon with my new Social Security card, and I slid them inside the envelope. How ironic that while my life had fallen apart, the physical manifestation of that dissolution was held together by a perfect 45-degree staple. I didn't read the settlement or anything, she said softly. It was in Celebrity Weekly, Juliet sang from the back. Not all of us read that tabloid trash, Sophie retorted over her shoulder, then gave me a sympathetic smile. Everyone here was really proud of the way you held your head up through everything. Thanks, Sophie, I replied, swallowing the lump in my throat. The only thing worse than failing at the marriage everyone had warned me about was having my heartbreak and humiliation published by every website and magazine catering to the gossip lovers who devoured personal tragedy in the name of a guilty pleasure. Holding my head up and keeping my mouth shut when cameras were thrust in my face was exactly what had earned me the nickname, the Ice Queen, over the last 6 months. But if that was the cost of keeping whatever was left of my dignity, so be it. So, should I say welcome home, or are you just visiting? She handed me a little printed paper that would serve as my temporary driver's license until the new one came in the mail. I'm home for good. My answer may as well have been broadcast from the radio station. Juliet would make sure everyone in Poplar Grove knew before dinner. Well, then welcome home, she smiled brightly. Rumor has it your mom is in town, too. My stomach twisted. Really? I, haven't been over there yet. Rumor has it meant Mom had been spotted in either one of our 2 grocery stores or the local bar. The second possibility was much higher. Then again, maybe it was a good, don't finish that. Even thinking Mom might be here to help me would only end in crushing disappointment. She wanted something. I cleared my throat. How is your dad doing? He's good. They think they got it all this time. Her face fell. I really am sorry about what happened to you, Georgia. I can't even imagine if my husband... She shook her head. Anyway, you didn't deserve that. Thank you. I looked away, spotting her wedding ring. Say hi to Dan for me. Will do. I stepped into the afternoon light that painted Main Street with a comforting Rockwellian glow, and sighed in relief. I had my name back, and the town looked exactly how I remembered. Families strolled by, enjoying the summer weather, and friends chatted against the picturesque Rocky Mountain backdrop. Poplar Grove had a population smaller than the altitude, big enough to demand 6 stoplights, and was so tight-knit that privacy was a rare commodity. Oh, and we had an excellent bookstore. Gran had seen to that. I tossed my paperwork on the front seat of my rental car, then paused. Mom was probably at the house right now. I'd never demanded she give back her key after the funeral. Suddenly, I wasn't so eager to head home. The last few months had sucked out my compassion, strength, and even hope. I wasn't sure I could handle Mom when all I had left was anger. But I was home now, where I could recharge until I was whole again. Recharge. That was exactly what I needed before seeing Mom. I headed across the street to the side table, the very store Gran had helped start with one of her closest friends. According to the will she'd left, I was now the silent partner. I was everything. My chest tightened at the sight of the for sale sign on what used to be Mr. Navarro's pet store. It had been a year since Gran told me he'd passed on, and that was prime real estate on Main Street. Why hadn't another business moved in? Was Poplar Grove struggling? The possibility sat in my stomach like sour milk as I entered the bookstore. It smelled like parchment and tea, mixed with a little bit of dust, and home. I'd never been able to find anything close to its soothing scent in any chain store while I'd lived in New York, and grief pricked at my eyes with my first breath. Gran had been gone 6 months, and I missed her so much. My chest felt like it might collapse from the hole she'd left behind. Georgia? Mrs. Rivera's jaw dropped for a second before she smiled wide from behind the counter, balancing her phone between her ear and shoulder. Hold on 1 second, Peggy. Hey, Mrs. Rivera. I grinned and waved at her welcomingly familiar face. Don't hang up on my account. I'm just stopping in. Well, it's wonderful to see you. She glanced toward the phone. No, not you, Peggy. Georgia just walked in. Her warm brown eyes found mine again. Yes, that Georgia. I waved once more as they continued their conversation, then walked back to the romance section, where Gran had an entire stack of shelves dedicated to the books she'd written. I picked up the last novel she'd published and opened the dust jacket so I could see her face. We had the same blue eyes, but she'd given up dyeing her once black hair around her 75th birthday, the year after Mom had dumped me on her doorstep the first time. Gran's headshot was all pearls and a silk blouse, while the woman herself had been a pair of overalls, dusty from the garden, and a sun hat wide enough to shade the county. But her smile was the same. I grabbed another, earlier book, just to see a second version of that smile. The door jingled, and a moment later a man on a cell phone began to browse in the general fiction aisle just behind me. A modern-day Jane Austen, I whispered, reading the quote from the cover. It had never ceased to amaze me that Gran had been the most romantic soul I'd ever known, and yet she'd spent the overwhelming majority of her life alone, writing books about love when she'd only been allowed to experience it for a handful of years. even when she'd married Grandpa Brian. They'd only had a decade before cancer took him. Maybe the women in my family were cursed when it came to our love lives. "What the hell is this?" The man's voice rose. My eyebrows flew upward, and I glanced over my shoulder. He held a Noah Harrison book where, go figure, there were two people in the classic, nearly kissing position. "Because I wasn't exactly checking my email in the middle of the Andes, so yes, it's the first time I'm seeing the new one." The guy practically seethed as he picked up another Harrison book and held them up, side by side. Two different couples, same exact pose. I'd definitely stick with my selection or anything else in this section. "They look exactly the same. That's the problem. What was wrong with the old—" "Yes, I'm pissed off. I've been traveling for 18 hours, and in case you forgot, I cut my research trip short to be here. I'm telling you they look exactly the same. Hold on, I'll prove it. Miss—" "Yes?" I twisted slightly and glanced up to find two book covers in my face. Space much? "Do these look the same to you?" "Yep, they're pretty interchangeable." I slid one of Gran's books back onto the shelf and mentally whispered a little goodbye, just like I did every time I visited one of her books in a store. Was missing her ever going to get easier? "See? Because they're not supposed to look the same," the guy snapped, hopefully at the poor soul on the other end of the phone, because it wasn't going to go well if he was using that tone with me. Well, in his defense, all his books read the same too, I muttered. Shit. It slipped out before I could censor myself. Guess my filter was just as numbed out as my emotions. "Sorry." I turned to face him, lifting my gaze until I found two dark brows raised in astonishment over equally dark eyes. Whoa. My ruined heart jolted, just like every heroine in one of Gran's books. He was the most gorgeous man I'd ever seen, and as the now ex-wife of a movie director, I'd seen my fair share. "Oh no, no. You're immune to good-looking men," the logical side of my brain warned, but I was too busy staring to listen. "They do not read the—" He blinked. "I am going to have to call you back." He moved both books to one hand and hung up, pocketing his phone. He looked about my age, late 20s, maybe early 30s, stood at least 6 feet tall, and his black, just-out-of-bed hair fell carelessly over tanned olive skin before reaching those lifted black brows and impossibly deep brown eyes. His nose was straight, his lips carved in lush lines that only served to remind me exactly how long I'd gone without being kissed, and his chin was shaded in a light shadow beard. He was all angular, sculpted lines, and, given the flex of muscle in his forearms, I'd have bet the store that he was pretty well acquainted with the inside of a gym, and probably a bedroom. "Did you just say they all read the same?" he questioned slowly. I blinked. Right. The books. I mentally slapped myself for losing my train of thought over a pretty face. I'd had my name back for all of 20 minutes, and men were off the menu for the foreseeable future. Besides, he wasn't even from around here. 18 hours of travel or not, his tailored slacks blatantly screamed designer, and the sleeves of his white linen shirt were rolled in that casually messy style that was anything but casual. Men in Poplar Grove didn't bother with $1,000 pants or have New York accents. Pretty much. Boy meets girl, they fall in love, tragedy strikes, someone dies. I shrugged, proud that I didn't feel any heat creeping up my cheeks to give me away. Throw in some legal courtroom drama, a little unsatisfying but poetic sex, and maybe a beach scene, and you've pretty much got it. If that's your thing, you can't go wrong with either book. Unsatisfying. Those eyebrows drew tight as he glanced between the books, then back to me. Someone doesn't always die. Guess he'd read a Harrison book or two. Okay, 80% of the time. Go ahead and see for yourself, I suggested. That's the reason he's shelved on this side. I pointed to the general fiction sign, and not on this side. I swung my finger toward the romance marker. His jaw dropped for a millisecond. Or maybe there's more to his stories than sex and unrealistic expectations. His attractiveness slipped a peg or two as he tapped one of my pet peeves right on the nose. My hackles rose. Romance isn't about unrealistic expectations and sex. It's about love and overcoming adversity through what can be considered a universal experience. That was what Gran and reading thousands of romance novels had taught me in my 28 years. And apparently, satisfying sex. He arched a brow. I willed my skin not to flush at the way his lips seemed to caress that word. Hey, if you don't like sex or you're uncomfortable with a woman embracing her sexuality, then that really says more about you than the genre, don't you think? I tilted my head. Or is it the happily ever after you object to? I'm all for sex, and women embracing their sexuality, and happily ever afters. His voice went all growly. Then those definitely aren't the books for you, because the only thing they embrace is universal misery. But if that's what does it for you, enjoy. So much for leaving behind the Ice Queen. Here I was, arguing with a complete stranger in a bookstore. He shook his head. They're love stories. It says so right here. He held up one of the covers that happened to have a quote by Gran. The quote. The one her publisher had begged Gran for so often that she'd finally relented, and they'd made do with what she had to say. No one writes love stories like Noah Harrison, I read, a slight smile tweaking my lips. I'd say that Scarlett Stanton is a pretty well-respected romance writer, wouldn't you? A lethally sexy smirk played across his face. If she says it's a love story, then it's a love story. How could someone so devastatingly handsome annoy the shit out of me so thoroughly? I'd say that Scarlett Stanton was arguably the most respected romance writer of her generation. I shook my head, filed Gran's other book back where it belonged, and turned to walk away before I completely snapped at this guy, throwing Gran's name around like he knew the first thing about her. So it's safe to take her recommendation, right? If a guy wants to read a love story, or do you only approve of love stories written by women? He called after me. Seriously? I pivoted at the end of the aisle, my temper getting the best of me as I turned back to face him. What you don't see in that quote is the rest of it. What do you mean? 2 lines appeared between his eyebrows. That wasn't the original quote. I glanced up at the ceiling, trying to remember her exact words. What was it? No one writes painful, depressing fiction masquerading as love stories like Noah Harrison. The publisher edited it for the blurb. That was a step too far. I could almost hear Gran's voice in my head. What? It must have been the way he shifted under the fluorescent lights, but it looked like his skin paled. Look, it happens all the time, I sighed. I'm not sure you noticed, but here in Poplar Grove, we all knew Scarlett Stanton pretty well, and she was never one to keep her opinions to herself. Guess that's genetic. If I recall correctly, she did say that he wrote with a flair for description and was fond of alliteration. That was the nicest thing she'd said. It wasn't his writing she objected to, just his stories. A muscle in his jaw ticked. Well, I happen to like alliteration in my love stories. He walked by with both books, heading for the checkout. Thank you for the recommendation, Miss Ellsworth, I responded automatically, flinching slightly as it left my lips. Not anymore. Enjoy your books, Mr. Morelli. I nodded, then walked away, feeling his gaze follow me out the door as Mrs. Rivera rang up both books for him. So much for getting some peace. Worst part of that whole little spat? Maybe he was right, and the books Gran wrote really were unrealistic. The sole happily ever after I knew of was my best friend, Hazel, and since she was only on year 5 of her marriage, the verdict could hardly be determined. 5 minutes later, I drove onto our street, passing Grantham Cottage, the closest of the rental properties Gran owned. It looked vacant, which was the first time since ever. Only being a half hour or so out of Breckenridge meant rentals never stayed empty for long around here. Shit. You didn't make the arrangements with the property manager. That was probably one of the dozens of unheard voicemails, or perhaps one of my 1,000 unread emails. At least the voicemail box had stopped accepting new messages, but the emails continued to pile up. I needed to pull myself together. The rest of the world didn't care that Damien had broken my heart. I pulled into the driveway of the house I'd grown up in and parked. There was already a rental car at the apex of the semicircular drive. Mom must be here. That ever-present exhaustion swelled, sweeping over me. I left my suitcases for later, but grabbed my purse before heading toward the front door of the 70-year-old colonial. The flowers are missing. Perennials popped up here and there, all rather desiccated, but there were no bright splashes of color in the beds that usually lined the drive this time of the season. The last few years, when she'd been too fragile to spend that much time kneeling, I'd flown out to help Gran plant. It wasn't like Damien had missed me, though now I knew why. "Hello?" I called as I walked into the entry hall. My stomach churned at the stale scent of ash in the air. Had she been smoking in Gran's house? The hardwood looked like it hadn't been mopped since winter, and there was a thick layer of dust on the foyer table. Gran would have shit bricks to see her house like this. What had happened to Lydia? I'd asked Gran's accountant to keep her housekeeper on payroll. The doors to the sitting room pushed open, and Mom came through, dressed for company. Her megawatt smile slipped when she saw me, then widened. "Gigi!" She opened her arms and gave me the 2-second back pat hug that had pretty much defined our relationship. God, I hated that nickname. "Mom, what are you doing here?" I asked the question gently, not wanting to send her into a meltdown. She tensed, then pulled back, her smile faltering. "Well, I've actually been waiting for you, honey. I know losing Gran was a major blow, and now that you've lost your husband, I figured you might need a soft place to land." Her expression dripped with sympathy as she looked me up and down, grasping my shoulders lightly, ending her perusal with a slightly raised eyebrow. "You definitely look heartbroken. I know it's hard right now, but I swear the next time will be easier." "I didn't want there to be a next time," I admitted quietly. "We never do." Her eyes softened in a way they never had toward me. My shoulders fell, and the thick defenses I'd built over the years cracked. Maybe Mom was turning over a new leaf, starting a new chapter. It had been years since we'd spent any real time together, and maybe we'd finally reached a point where we could— "Georgia?" a man asked through the opening of the French doors. "Is he here?" My eyebrows hit the ceiling. "Christopher, if I could have a second? My daughter just arrived home." Mom flashed him the $1,000,000 smile that had snared her first 4 husbands, then took my hand and tugged me toward the kitchen before I could see into the sitting room. "Mom, what is going on? And don't bother lying to me. Please just be real." Her expression flickered, reminding me that her ability to change plans on the fly was second only to her emotional unavailability. She excelled at both. "I'm concluding a business deal," she said slowly, looking like she was considering her words. "Nothing to worry about, Gigi." "Don't call me that. You know I hate it." Gigi was a little girl who spent too much time looking out the window at taillights, and I'd grown up. "A business deal?" My gaze narrowed. "It all came together while I've been waiting for you to come home. Is that so hard to believe? Sue me for trying to be a good mother." She lifted her chin and blinked rapidly, her lips pursing slightly like I'd hurt her. I wasn't buying it. "How did he know my name?" Something wasn't right here. "Everyone knows your name. Thanks to Damien." Mom swallowed and patted her perfect ebony French twist. Her tell. She was lying. "I know you're hurt, but I really think there's a chance you could get him back if we play our cards right." She was trying to distract me. I swept past Mom and into the living room with a smile. 2 men jumped to their feet. Both were in suits, but the one who had peeked through the open door looked to be a good 20 years older than the other. "Sorry to be so rude. I'm Georgia L's—" damn it. I cleared my throat. Georgia Stanton.
Georgia?
The older one paled.
Christopher Charles,
he said slowly, his gaze darting toward the door, where my mother had made her entrance. Recognition flared at the name. Gran's publisher. He'd been the editorial director of her imprint when she'd written her last book, about 10 years ago at the age of 91.
Adam Feinhold. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Stanton,
the other, younger one said. Both looked positively ashen as they glanced between my mother and me. And now that everyone's been introduced, Gigi, aren't you thirsty? Let's get you a drink. Mom rushed toward me with an outstretched hand. I ignored her and took over the large wingback chair at the head of the seating arrangement, sinking into its familiar comfort. And what exactly would my great-grandmother's publisher be doing all the way in Poplar Grove, Colorado? They're here for a simple book deal, of course. Mom sat gingerly on the edge of the couch closest to me and arranged her dress. What book? I asked Christopher and Adam directly. Mom had a lot of talents, but writing wasn't one of them, and I'd seen enough book deals to know publishers didn't just hop on planes for fun. Christopher and Adam glanced at each other in confusion, so I repeated my question. What book?
I believe it's untitled,
Christopher answered slowly. Every muscle in my body locked. There was only one book Gran hadn't titled or sold that I was aware of. Mom wouldn't dare. Would she? He swallowed, then glanced toward my mother.
We're just finishing up some signatures and picking up the manuscript. You know, Scarlett wasn't fond of computers, and we didn't want to chance something as precious as the only existing original copy to the gods of shipping.
They shared an awkward laugh, and Mom joined in.
What book?
This time I asked Mom, my stomach pitching. Her first and last. The plea in her eyes was unmistakable, and I loathed the way it managed to slice into my heart. The one about Grandpa Jameson. I was going to puke, right there on the Persian rug Gran had loved. It isn't finished. Of course not, dear. But I've made sure they hired the best of the best to see it through to completion, Mom said with a syrupy tone that did nothing to settle my nausea. Don't you think Grandma Scarlett would want to have her final words published? Then she gave me the smile, the one that looked open and well-meaning to outsiders, but held pure threat of private retribution if I dared to publicly embarrass her. She'd taught me well enough that I gave her one of my own. Well, Mom, I think if Gran had wanted that book to be published, she would have finished writing it. How could she do this? Broker a deal for that book behind my back? I don't agree. Mom raised her eyebrows. She called that book her legacy, Gigi. She was never able to handle the emotions of finishing it, and I think it's only fitting that we do it for her. Don't you? No. And since I'm the only beneficiary of her will, the executor of her literary trust, what I think is all that matters. I laid out the truth as unemotionally as I could. She dropped the facade and stared at me in pure shock. Georgia! Surely you wouldn't deny—
So you're both named Georgia?
Adam asked, his voice pitching upward. I blinked as the pieces clicked into place, and then I laughed. This is rich. She wasn't just brokering a deal behind my back. She was posing as me. Gigi, Mom begged. She told you she was Georgia Stanton? I guessed, giving the suits all my attention.
Ellsworth, but yes.
Christopher nodded, his face reddening as he caught on. She's not. She's Ava Stanton Thomas Brown O'Malley. Or is it still Nelson? I can't remember if you changed it back. I lifted my brows in Mom's direction. Mom flew to her feet and glowered. Kitchen! Now! If you'll excuse us for 1 second. I flashed a quick smile at the duped publishers, then headed for the kitchen, because I wanted her explanation. "You will not blow this for me," she hissed as we reached the room where Gran had baked every Saturday. Dishes lay scattered on the counter, and the odor of spoiled food lingered in the air. "What happened to Lydia?" I asked, motioning to the mess. "I fired her. She was nosy." Mom shrugged. "How long have you been living here?" "Since the funeral. I was waiting for you." "Let it go. You fired Lydia because you knew she'd tell me you were hunting for the book." Pure anger raced through my veins, tightening my jaw. "How could you?" Her shoulders slackened. "Gigi, I've hated that nickname since I was 8 years old. Again, stop using it," I snapped. "Did you really think you'd get away with pretending to be me? They have lawyers, Mom. Eventually, you would have had to hand over identification." "Well, it was working until you walked in." "What about Helen?" I scoffed. "Tell me you didn't offer up the manuscript without Gran's agent." "I was going to bring her in as soon as they made an official offer. I promise. They're just here to get the book for a read-through." I shook my head at her sheer... I didn't even have a word for it. She sighed like I'd been the one to break her heart, and tears welled in her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Georgia. I was desperate. Please do this for me. The advance would help me get on my feet." "Really?" My eyes flashed toward hers. "This is about money?" "Really?" She slammed her hands on the granite. "My own grandmother cut me out of her will for you. You got everything, and I was left with nothing." Guilt pricked unprotected slivers of my heart, the tiny shards that lived in denial, never quite getting the message that not all mothers wanted to be moms, and mine was among them. Gran had cut her out, but it wasn't because of me. "There is nothing to give here, Mom. She never finished the book, and you know why. She said she only wrote it for family. She wrote it for my father, and I'm family. Please, Georgia?" She gestured around us. "You have all this. Give me just one thing, and I swear I'll even split it with you. It's not about the money." Even I hadn't read the book, and she wanted to hand it off? "Says the girl who has millions." I gripped the edge of the island's counter and took deep breaths, trying to steady my heart, to bring logic into a situation that had none. Was I financially stable? Yes. But Gran's millions were earmarked for charity, just as she'd wished. And Mom wasn't a charity case, but she was my last living family. Please, honey, just listen to the terms they're offering. That's all I ask. Can't you at least give me that?" Her voice wavered. "Tim left me. I'm broke." Her confession hit me straight in my freshly divorced soul. Our eyes met, identical shades of what Gran had called Stanton blue. She was all I had, and it didn't matter how many years or therapists had come and gone. I'd never managed to wipe out the urge to please her, to prove my worth. Money hadn't been the catalyst I'd envisioned, but that was a statement of her character, not mine. "I'll listen, but that's all." "That's all I'm asking." Mom nodded with a grateful smile. "I really did stay for you," she whispered. "I just happened to find the book. Let's go, before I start to believe you." The men had a slight tinge of desperation in their tone as they explained the terms they'd offered my mother. I could see it in their eyes, the knowledge that the gold mine that was the very last Scarlett Stanton book was slipping through their fingers because they'd never really had it. "I'll have to give Helen a call. I'm sure you remember Gran's agent," I said after they finished. "And the performance rights are off the table. You know how she felt about that." Gran hated movie adaptations. Christopher's face tightened. "And where is Anne Lowell? She'd been Gran's editor for more than 20 years. "She retired last year," Christopher answered. "Adam here is the best editor we have on staff, and he's brought in his best writer to finish up what we're told is going to be about a third of the book." He glanced at Mom. She nodded. "She'd read it?" The bitter taste of jealousy coated my tongue.
He's the best, Adam gushed, glancing at his watch. Millions of sales, phenomenal writing, critically acclaimed, and even better, a die-hard Scarlett Stanton fan. He's read everything she's written at least twice, and he's cleared the next 6 months for this project so we can push it out fast. He tried to give me a reassuring smile. He failed. My eyes narrowed. You hired a man to finish Gran's book? Adam swallowed. He really is the best, I swear, and your mom wanted to interview him to make sure he was the correct choice, so he's actually here. I blinked, surprised that Mom had been that thorough, and shocked that the writer— No? I can't even remember the last time he had to pitch himself, Christopher chuckled. My thoughts tripped, falling down a rabbit hole like a line of dominoes. Impossible. He's here right now? Mom asked, glancing toward the door and smoothing her skirt. He just pulled up. Adam motioned to his Apple Watch. Georgia, you sit. I'll show our guest in. Mom sprung out of her chair and rushed for the door, leaving the three of us in an awkward silence, broken only by the steady tick of the grandfather clock. So I met your husband at a gala last year, Christopher said with a tight smile. My ex-husband, I corrected him. Right, he winced. I thought his last movie was overrated. Just about every movie, besides Gran's, Damien had directed was overrated, but I wasn't going there. A deep, rumbling laugh sounded from the foyer, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. He's here, Mom announced joyfully, swinging open the glass doors. I stood as he walked in with my mother, and I somehow managed to keep my balance as he came into full view. His flirtatious smile fell, and he looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. My stomach hit the floor. Georgia Stanton, meet— Christopher started. Noah Harrison, I guessed. Noah, the stranger from the bookstore, nodded. I didn't care how sinfully gorgeous the man was. The only way he'd get his hands on Gran's book was over my dead body.
Chapter 2. Noah. Scarlett, my Scarlett. Hopefully you don't find this until you're halfway across the Atlantic, too far gone to change your stubborn, beautiful mind. I know we agreed, but the thought of not seeing you for months or years ruins me. The only thing holding me together is knowing that you'll be safe. Tonight, before I crept from our bed to write this, I tried to memorize everything about you. The scent of your hair and the feel of your skin, the light in your smile and the way your lips purse when you tease. Your eyes, those beautiful blue eyes, bring me to my knees every time, and I can't wait to see them against the Colorado sky. You are strong, my love, and braver than I ever could be. I could never undertake what you now face. I love you, Scarlett Stanton. I have loved you since our first dance, and I will love you the rest of my life. Hold on to that while we are an ocean apart. Kiss William for me. Keep him safe, hold him close, and before you even have time to miss me, I'll be home with you, where there are no more air raid sirens, no more bombings, no more missions, no more war. Only our love. I'll see you soon. Jameson. Stanton. The beautiful, infuriating woman from the bookstore was Georgia fucking Stanton. For the first time in years, I was speechless. I'd never had that moment I'd so often written about, the one where someone takes a look at a total stranger and simply knows. Then she'd turned around, holding a book by my favorite author, staring like it had the answers for the sadness in her eyes, and suddenly that moment was me. Until it blew apart as I realized what she was saying. No one writes painful, depressing fiction masquerading as love stories like Noah Harrison. Her earlier statement etched itself into my brain with all the blister and agony of a branding iron. Noah? Chris prompted, gesturing to the last empty seat in what looked like an intervention. Of course, I muttered, but moved toward Georgia. It's nice to officially meet you, Georgia. Her handshake was warm, unlike her crystal-sharp blue eyes. There was no kicking that feeling, that hit of instant attraction, even knowing who she really was. I couldn't help it. Her words had left me uncharacteristically stumbling over my tongue in the store, and here I was choking again. She was stunning. Exquisite, really. Her hair fell in waves so black there was an almost blue shine to it, and the contrast with her delicate ivory skin brought to mind about 1,000,000 different Snow White references. Not for you, Morelli. This one wants nothing to do with you. But I wanted her. I was supposed to know this woman. I felt it with every fiber of my being. "You seriously bought your own books?" she asked, arching a brow as I let go of her hand. My jaw ticked. Of course that's what she'd remember. Was I supposed to put them back and let you think your opinion had swayed me? "I commend you for the follow-through." A corner of her incredibly kissable mouth lifted. But it might have made this moment a tad less awkward. "I think that ship sailed the moment you said all my books read the same. And called the sex unsatisfying. All I needed was one night, and I'd show her exactly how satisfying it could be." "They do." Had to give it to her. She doubled down. Guess I wasn't the only stubborn one here. The other woman in the room gasped, and both Chris and Adam murmured, reminding me that this wasn't a social call. "Noah Harrison." I shook the older woman's hand, taking in her features and coloring. This had to be George's mother? "Ava Stanton," she replied with a blindingly white smile. "I'm George's mother." "Though they could easily pass for sisters," Chris added in with a little chuckle. I controlled the urge to roll my eyes. Georgia didn't, which made me bite back a smile. We all took our seats, and mine was directly across from Georgia. She leaned back in her chair and crossed her legs, somehow managing to look both relaxed and regal in a pair of jeans and a fitted black shirt. Wait. Recognition tingled in the back of my brain. I'd seen her somewhere, not just the bookstore. Images of her at a black tie event flashed through my brain. Had we ever crossed paths? "So, Noah, why don't you go ahead and tell Georgia, and Ava, of course, why they should trust you with Scarlett Stanton's unfinished masterpiece?" Chris urged. I blinked. "I'm sorry? I was here to take delivery of the manuscript, period. That had been the only condition of me nearly jumping out of my skin to say yes. I wanted to be the first to read it." Adam cleared his throat and sent me a pleading look. Was he serious? "Noah?" His gaze darted meaningfully toward the women. Guess so. I was caught somewhere between laughing my ass off and scoffing. "Because I promised not to lose it?" My voice pitched up at the end, turning my obvious statement into a question. "Comforting," Georgia remarked. My eyes narrowed. "Noah, let's step out into the foyer," Adam suggested. "I'll get everyone some drinks," Ava offered, rising quickly. Georgia looked away as I followed Adam through the French doors of the drawing room and into the vaulted entryway. The house was modest for what I knew of Stanton's estate, but the craftsmanship in the woodwork of the crown molding and the banister of the curved staircase spoke for both the quality of the build and taste of its previous owner. Just like her impeccable, captivating writing had been detailed without falling into frilly, the house felt feminine without stumbling into the floral print from hell category. It was understated and elegant, reminding me of Georgia minus the temper. "We have a problem." Adam ran his hands over his dark blonde hair and gave me a look I'd only seen once before, when they'd found a typo on one of my covers that had already gone to print. "I'm listening." I folded my arms across my chest. Adam was one of my closest friends, and as level-headed as they came in New York publishing, so if he thought we had a problem, we did. "The mother led us to believe that she was the daughter," he blurted. "In what way?" Sure, both women were beautiful, but Ava was easily a decade or two older. "In the who has the rights to this book way." My stomach threatened to heave up my lunch. Now it made sense. The mother wanted me on the book, not Georgia. Holy shit. "Are you telling me that the contract we've spent weeks negotiating is about to fall apart?" My jaw clenched. I hadn't just made time for this project. I'd canceled my entire life for it, came home from Peru for it. I wanted this damn book, and the thought of it slipping through my fingers was inconceivable. "If you can't convince Georgia Stanton that you're the perfect author to finish the book, then that's exactly what I'm telling you." Fuck. I lived for challenges, spent my free time pushing my mind and body to the limit through rock climbing and writing, and this book was my mental Everest, something to push me outside my comfort zone. Mastering another author's voice, especially one as beloved as Scarlett Stanton, wouldn't just be a professional feat either. There were personal stakes for me here, too. "Pretty much," Adam agreed. "I met her earlier today. She hates my books," which didn't bode well for me. I gathered that. Please tell me you weren't your usual asshole self. His eyes narrowed slightly. Asshole is a relative term. Awesome. His tone dripped sarcasm. I rubbed the skin between my eyebrows as my mind raced, thinking of some way to change the mind of a woman who'd obviously sealed her opinion of my writing long before we'd met. I couldn't remember the last time hard work or a little charm hadn't gotten me something I wanted this badly, and it wasn't in my nature to back down or concede defeat. How about I give you a minute or two to gather your thoughts, and then you come back in with a miracle? He slapped my shoulder and left me standing in the entry while Ava puttered in the kitchen. I slid my phone from my back pocket and dialed the only person I knew who would give me unbiased advice. "What do you want, Noah?" Adrian's voice came in over the cacophony of her kids in the background. "How do I convince someone who hates my books that I'm not a shit writer?" I asked quietly, turning toward the office doors. "Did you really just call so I could stoke your ego?" "I'm not kidding." "You've never cared what people thought before. What's going on?" Her voice softened. "It's ridiculously complicated, and I have about 2 minutes to figure out the answer." "Okay, well, first, you're not a shit writer, and you have the adoration of millions to prove it." The background noise quieted, as if she'd closed a door. "You have to say that. You're my sister." "And I've hated at least 11 of your books," she responded cheerfully. I huffed a laugh. "That's an oddly specific number." "Nothing odd about it. I can tell you exactly which ones." "Not helping, Adrian." I studied the small collection of photographs on the table, mixed in with a variety of glass vases. The one, shaped like an ocean wave, looked to be hand-blown, and it sat beside the picture of a young boy, probably taken in the late 40s. There was another shot that looked to be a debutante ball. Ava's, maybe? And another of a child who had to be Georgia in a garden. Even as a kid, she'd looked serious and a little sad, like the world had already let her down. I somehow don't think telling Georgia Stanton that my own sister doesn't like my books is going to get me far. "What I'm saying is that I hated your plots, not your Adrian paused. "Wait, did you say Georgia Stanton?" "Yes." "Holy shit," she muttered. "I'm probably down to 30 seconds over here." I felt every heartbeat like it was a countdown. How had this gone so wrong so quickly? "What the hell are you doing with Scarlett Stanton's great-granddaughter?" Remember the whole complicated part of this conversation? And how do you know who Georgia Stanton is? How do you not know? Ava waltzed through the entry, carrying a small tray with what looked to be glasses of lemonade on it. She shot me a smile, then slipped through the slightly open doors. Time was running out. "Look, Scarlett Stanton left an unfinished manuscript, and Georgia, who hates my books, is the one to decide if I get to finish it." My sister gasped. "Say something." Okay. She went quiet, and I could almost see the gears turning in her quick mind. "You tell Georgia that under no circumstances will Damien Ellsworth be allowed to direct, produce, or sniff around the story." My brow furrowed. "This has nothing to do with movie rights." The guy was a shitty director anyway. I'd already shot him down on more than one of my options. "Oh, come on. If this is a Scarlett Stanton finished by you, it's going to be huge." I didn't argue with that. Scarlett hadn't missed hitting the New York Times with a release in 40 years. What does Damien Ellsworth have to do with the Stantons? "Huh, I really do know something you don't. How odd," she mused. "Adrian," I growled. "Let me savor it for just a moment," she sang. "I'm going to lose this contract." "When you put it that way," I envisioned her rolling her eyes. "Ellsworth is, as of this week, Georgia's ex-husband. He was directing The Winter Bride." "The Stanton book? The one about the guy trapped in the loveless marriage?" "That's the one. Anyway, he got caught having an affair with Paige Parker. Ironic, right? The proof is due any day now. Don't you ever shop at a grocery store? Georgia's been on the front page of every tabloid for the last 6 months. They call her the Ice Queen because she didn't show a lot of emotion. And, the movie." "Are you serious?" It was a clever but cruel play on the haughty first wife in that book, who, if I remembered correctly, died before the hero and heroine found their happy ending. Talk about life imitating art. It's sad, really. Her voice drifted. She usually avoided the media to begin with, but now, well, it's everywhere. Ah, shit. I gritted my teeth. No woman deserved that. My father taught me a man was only as good as his word, and that's what vows were, the ultimate word. There was a reason I'd never married. I didn't make promises I couldn't keep, and I'd never been with a woman I was ready to forsake all others for. "Okay, thanks, Adrian." I crossed to the drawing room doors. Good luck. Wait, Noah? Yeah? I paused with my fingers on the brass handle. Agree with her. I'm sorry? This isn't about you. It's about her great-grandmother. Check your massive ego at the door. I don't have a... Yeah, you do. I scoffed. There was no shame in knowing you were the best at what you did, but romance wasn't what I usually wrote. Anything else? I asked sarcastically. Leave it to my sister to shine a light on every flaw. You should tell her about Mom. No. That wasn't happening. No, I'm telling you, girls are a sucker for a guy who loves his mom enough to read to her. It will win her over. Trust me. But don't try to flirt your way through either. I'm not flirting. She laughed. I know you way too well, and I love you, but I've seen pictures of Georgia Stanton, and she is way out of your league. I couldn't disagree with her there. Nice. Thanks, and I love you too. See you next weekend. Nothing extravagant. What I buy my niece for her birthday is between her and me. See you then. I hung up with my sister and walked into the living room. Every face but George's swung my way, each of them more hopeful than the last. I took my time as I made my way back to my seat, pausing to examine the photograph that had captured George's attention. It was Scarlett Stanton, sitting at a massive desk, her glasses perched on her nose as she typed on the same old-school typewriter she'd written all of her books on, and sitting with her back against the side of the desk, reading on the floor, was Georgia. She looked to be about 10. She had the rights to her great-grandmother's book, not her mother, who was Scarlett's granddaughter, which meant there were family dynamics here far beyond my understanding. Instead of sitting, I stood behind my assigned chair, gripping the sides lightly with my back to the fireplace as I studied Georgia like I would a cliff I was determined to climb, searching for the right route, the best path. Here's the thing, I said directly to Georgia, ignoring everyone else in the room. You don't like my books. She lifted an eyebrow, her head tilting slightly. That's okay, because I happen to love Scarlett Stanton's books. All of them, every single one. I'm not the romance hater you think I am. I've read them all twice, some of them more than that. She had a unique voice, incredible visceral writing, and a way of evoking emotion that blows me out of the water when it comes to romance. I shrugged. In that, we agree, Georgia said, but there was no bite in her tone. There is no one who compares to your great-grandmother in this genre, but I wouldn't trust anyone else with her book, and I know more than a few other writers. I am the one you need. I am the one who will do this book justice. Everyone else at the level this book demands will want to twist it their way or put their own mark on it. I don't, I promised. You don't? She shifted in her chair. If you let me finish this book, it will be her book. I will work tirelessly to make sure it reads as if she wrote the last half herself. You won't be able to tell where she stops writing and I start. Last third, Ava corrected. Whatever it needs. My eyes didn't stray from George's steadfast gaze. What the hell had Ellsworth been thinking? She was achingly, traffic-stopping beautiful, with curves for miles and a mind sharp enough to match her tongue. No man in his right mind would cheat on a woman like her. I know you have doubts, but I'll work until I win you over. Keep your mind on the business. Because you're that good, she said with a heavy note of sarcasm. I bit back a smile. Because I'm just that damn good. She studied me carefully as the grandfather clock ticked by the seconds beside us, then shook her head. No. No? My eyes flared and my jaw locked. No, this book is incredibly personal to this family. It's personal to me, too. Shit, I might actually lose this one. I let go of the chair and rubbed the back of my neck. Look, my mom was in a bad car accident when I was 16, and I spent that summer by her bedside reading your great-grandmother's books to her. I left out that it had been part of the penance my father had demanded, even the satisfying parts. My lips quirked upward with her eyebrows. It's personal. Her gaze shifted, softening for a moment before she lifted her chin. Would you be willing to take your name off the book? My stomach lurched. Damn, she went straight for the kill, didn't she? Check your ego. Adrian had always been the more rational of our duo, but heeding her advice in this instant was about as painless as raking my soul over a cheese grater. Was it the dream of a lifetime to have my name next to Scarlett Stanton's? Sure, but it was about way more than that. It wasn't a lie. The woman had been one of my idols and was, to this day, still my mother's favorite author, and that included me. If taking my name off this manuscript is what it takes to assure you I'm here for the book and not the credit, I'll do it, I answered slowly. If taking my name off this manuscript is what it takes to assure you I'm here for the book and not the credit, I'll do it, I answered slowly, making sure she knew I meant it. Her eyes flared with surprise, and her lips parted. You sure about that? Yes. My jaw flexed once, twice. This was no different than not documenting a climb, right? I would know I'd done it, even if no one else did. At least I'd be the first one to get my hands on the manuscript, even before Adam or Chris. But I would like permission to tell my family, since I already did. A sparkle of laughter lit up her face, but she quickly schooled her features. If, and that's if, I agree to let you finish it, I would demand to have final approval over the manuscript. My grip tightened, digging into the fabric of the chair. Adam sputtered. Chris mumbled a swear word. Ava's attention swung from her daughter's face to mine like we were a tennis match. Even with all that going on, it somehow felt like Georgia and I were the only people in the room. There was a charge between us, a connection. I'd felt it in the bookstore, and it was stronger now. Whether it was the challenge, the attraction, the possibility of the manuscript, or something else, I wasn't sure. But it was there, as tangible as an electrical current. We can definitely discuss editorial input, but Noah has had final manuscript approval in his contract for his last 20 books, Adam countered softly, knowing it was one of my hard limits. Once I knew where a story was going, I let the characters take me there, come hell or editorial high water. But this wasn't my story, was it? This was her great-grandmother's legacy. Fine. I'll agree to being second in command of the ship. It went against every bone in my body, but I'd do it. Both Chris and Adam gawked at me. This once, I added, glancing toward my publishing team. My agent would lose his shit if I set a precedent here. Slowly, very slowly, Georgia leaned back in her chair. I have to read it first, then talk to Helen, Grand's agent. I mentally cursed, but nodded. So much for being first. I'm staying at the Roaring Creek Bed and Breakfast, and I'll leave the address. I know where it is. Right. I'll stay through the end of the week. If we work out a contract before then, I'll take the manuscript and the letters back to New York with me and get started. Good thing I liked rock climbing, because there was plenty of that to do around here while she decided. As much as I hated to admit it, this deal was now out of my hands. Agreed, she nodded. And you can put your name on it. My heart leaped. Guess I'd passed her test. Chris, Adam, and Ava let out a collective sigh. Georgia's eyes flew wide, and her head snapped toward her mother. Wait. Every muscle in my body locked. What letters?
Chapter 3. July, 1940. Middle Wallop, England. Well, this was a problem she should have foreseen. Scarlett's gaze swept the platform, searching one last time just to be sure. Her sister beside her doing the same. The train station was rather empty for a Sunday afternoon, making it obvious that Mary had forgotten to pick them up as promised. Disappointing, yet predictable. Surely she'll be along in a minute, Constance suggested, flashing a forced smile. Her sister had always been the more optimistic of them. Let's check outside, Scarlett suggested, looping her arm through Constance's as they carried their small luggage cases off the platform. Their leave had only been for 2 days, but time always seemed to crawl for Scarlett when they were home. Leave was hard to come by, especially at their rank, in the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. But as usual, their father had pulled strings that neither of them had appreciated. Strings he liked to pull often, as if she and Constance were his personal puppets. In a way, they still were. When Baron and Lady Wright requested their presence, their daughters were expected to attend them, uniform or not. But those same strings were the ones he'd pulled to assure his daughters would be stationed together, and for that, Scarlett was immeasurably thankful. Besides, A weekend of listening to her mother attempt to plan her life out was well worth it when it meant Constance was able to see Edward. Her sister had fallen in love with the son of a family friend years ago. They'd all grown up together during their summers at Ashby, and she couldn't have been happier for her sister. At least one of them would get to be happy. Her hat shielded her eyes from the sun as they left the station, but there wasn't much to be done about the stifling late July heat, especially in uniform. "Honestly, I keep hoping she'll be a bit more punctual," Constance remarked quietly as people passed by on the pavement. Constance may have been noted as the more publicly reserved of the two of them, but she never withheld her opinion from Scarlett. Her mother, on the other hand, thought Constance simply didn't have opinions. There was a dance last night. She gave Constance a knowing look inside. "We'd better get walking if we want to sign in on time." There was nothing else to be done about it. "Right." They grasped the handles of their luggage and began a long walk toward their station. Thankfully, they'd both packed light, because they hadn't even made it to the corner, and Scarlett was already exhausted, weighed down by the news her mother had delivered. "I'm not going to marry him," she announced with a jerk of her chin as they made their way down the pavement. "Feel better now?" Constance asked, lifting her dark eyebrows. "You've been holding that in all day. I think that might have been the quietest train ride we've ever had." "I'm not going to marry him," she repeated, snapping every word. Just the thought of it made her stomach churn. An older woman passing by shot her a reproachful stare. "Of course not," Constance replied, but they both knew better. These were the only years either of them would belong to themselves, and only because they were in the middle of a war. Otherwise, she would have been married off to the highest bidder by now if her parents had their way. "He's horrendous," she shook her head. Of all the things her parents had asked of her in 20 years, this was the worst. "He is," Constance agreed. "I can't believe he stayed all weekend. Did you see how much he ate? His father was even worse. There are rations for a reason." His size wasn't as much of a concern to Scarlett as what he did with it. Marrying Henry Wadsworth would be the death of her, not because he was a widely known philanderer, or the embarrassment would do her in. That was to be expected. But even her scandal-managing mother couldn't hide Alice, their housekeeper's daughter, away fast enough to miss seeing the bruises on the young woman's body this morning. Not only had her father ignored the blatant abuse, but he then sat Scarlett right next to Henry at breakfast. No wonder she hadn't eaten a thing. "I don't care if the bloody title is sold out from under them. I'm not marrying him." Her grip tightened on her luggage. They couldn't make her, not legally, but they threw around the word duty, as if marrying that ogre would save the king himself from the grasp of the Nazis. Even then, her love of king and country was enough to risk her life for the greater good. But this wasn't about king or country. It was about money. "All he wants is the title," Scarlett fumed as they made their way out of the village and started down the road that led to RAF Middle Wallop. "He thinks he can buy his way in." "He's right," Constance's nose wrinkled, "but he hasn't asked you yet, so perhaps he'll find himself another title to buy while scrambling his pudgy arse up the social ladder." Scarlett laughed at the thought of him scrambling up anything without hoisting his pants back up to his belly. But the sound died as quickly as it came. "None of it seems to matter right now, does it? Planning for a time that may never arrive?" They'd have to live through this period first. Constance shook her head, the sunlight glimmering off the shiny raven locks. "It doesn't, but one day it will matter very much. Or maybe it won't," she mused. "Maybe it will all be different." Scarlett glanced at the uniform she'd worn for the last year. In that time, nearly everything about her life had changed. As hot and uncomfortable as she was, she wouldn't have traded the material for anything. "How?" Constance nudged her shoulder with a bright smile. "Come on, entertain me with one of your stories." "Now?" She rolled her eyes, already knowing she'd give in. There wasn't anything she'd deny Constance. "What better time?" Constance gestured to the open, dusty road ahead of them. "We've got at least 40 minutes on our hands." "You could tell me a story," Scarlett teased. "Yours are always so much better than mine." "That's not true." Before she could relent, a car slowed as it approached, giving Scarlett enough time to glance at the insignia before it pulled alongside them. 11 Group Fighter Command. One of ours. "Can I give you ladies a lift?" the driver asked. American. Her head snapped toward the man, her brows arched high in surprise. She'd known there were a few Americans with the 609, but she'd never encountered one. Oh my God. She tripped slightly, Constance catching her elbow before she could make an utter fool of herself. Get a grip. You'd think you'd never seen a good-looking man. In her defense, he was a step beyond that description, and it wasn't just his light brown hair, or that single strand that fell across his forehead, begging to be brushed back. It wasn't even that carved chin, or the slight bump on his nose from what had to have been a previous break. What had her off balance was the smile that curved his lips, and the spark in his moss-green eyes as he tilted his head, as if he knew what his very appearance was doing to her pulse. She sucked in a breath, but it was as if she'd swallowed lightning, the electricity turning her mouth dry, then somersaulting in her stomach as her heart thundered. "Oh, we're all right, thank you," she managed to answer, whipping her gaze forward. She wasn't putting her sister into a car with a strange man, no matter what the insignia said, right? The last thing she needed was to lose her wits over something as fleeting as attraction. She'd seen it in just about every woman she served with. Attraction, then affection, then grief. Even Mary had lost 2 sweethearts in the 609 over the past few months. "No, thank you." Constance elbowed her slightly but remained quiet. "Come on. It's another 3 miles to the station and what? Another half-mile to the women's barracks?" He leaned over the passenger seat, still keeping pace beside them. "You're melting out there." A bead of sweat raced down Constance's cheek, as if to make his point, and Scarlett wavered. "There's 2 of you and only 1 of me. Hell, you can both sit in the back seat if that would make you more comfortable." Even his voice was appealing, low and rough like the coarse sand at the beach. Constance elbowed her again. "Ow!" Scarlett scowled at her sister, then noted the circles beneath her eyes from her late night with Edward. She sighed, then offered what she hoped was a natural smile to the American. "Thank you. A ride to the women's barracks would be lovely." He grinned, and her stomach flipped again. Oh no, she was in trouble, at least for the next 3.5 miles. After that, he could put some other girl in trouble for all she cared. He pulled over properly, then stepped out of the car and came their way. He was tall, with broad shoulders that tapered nicely into the belted waist of an RAF uniform. God help her. Those silver wings and ranks said he was a pilot, and she knew more than enough about those boys to take a little heed. According to the other girls, they were reckless, passionate, transient, and often short-lived. He lifted their luggage into the trunk. Scarlett blatantly ignored Constance's sly smile as she glanced from the American back to Scarlett. "Don't even think about it," Scarlett whispered. "Why not? You are, and you should." Constance smirked as the American shut the trunk. "Ladies," he said, keeping his eyes on Scarlett as he opened the door. Constance slid into the back seat first. "Thank you, Lieutenant." Scarlett ducked her head and took the seat next to Constance.
"Stanton,"
he said, leaning in to extend his hand.
"I figure you should know my name. Jameson Stanton."
Blinking, Scarlett offered her own. His grip was firm but gentle. "Assistant Section Officer Scarlett Wright, and my sister, Constance, who is also an Assistant Section Officer."
"Excellent,"
he said with a smile.
"Nice to meet you both."
His gaze lifted to Constance, and he gave her a nod and a smile before releasing Scarlett's hand. She felt wildly off-center as he shut the door and took his place behind the wheel, his eyes meeting hers in the rearview mirror as he pulled out onto the road. He wasn't sure what to call that color of blue, but her eyes were stunning, and he was, well, stunned. They were the same shade as the water near some of the Florida beaches he'd seen on vacation, bluer than the skies of his beloved Colorado. They were going to get them into an accident if he didn't watch the road. He cleared his throat and focused on driving. "You didn't seem surprised to hear that we're sisters," Constance remarked.
"Is anyone ever surprised to hear you're sisters?"
he joked. Constance was maybe an inch shorter than Scarlett, and had the same piercing blue eyes, but hers lacked the fire that kept his gaze darting back in the rear view. "Our father, I suppose," Constance answered. Jameson laughed. "Guess which of us is older?" Constance suggested.
"Scarlett,"
he answered without pausing to think it over. "Why would you say that?" Scarlett challenged with a slight tilt to her head.
"You're protective of her."
Her eyes flared with surprise, and her lips tugged upward. "She's only 11 months older, but she acts as if it's 11 years, Constance teased. That earned a full smile from Scarlett, accompanied by a shake of her head. Damn, she was a knockout. Who the hell left a woman like that to walk down the street? His brow puckered.
"So what happened to your ride? I'm guessing you hadn't planned on walking all the way back to the station?"
"She probably lost track of time," Scarlett answered in a tone that made him exceptionally glad he wasn't the one who'd forgotten. Not a man, then. He filed that fact. "We appeared to have overestimated our friend's ability to remember appointments," Constance added. "Your accent is lovely. Where are you from?"
"Colorado,"
he answered as a pang of homesickness stabbed quick and deep.
"Haven't seen her in over a year, but she's still home."
He missed the mountains and the crisp lines they cut against the sky. He missed the way the air felt in his lungs, light and clear. He missed his parents and Sunday dinners. But none of that would exist for long if they didn't win this thing. "You're with the 609? Scarlett asked with the same accent her sister had, the one that screamed money and education.
"For a few months now."
He'd gotten to France only to be told that he was needed in England, and he wasn't the only one. There were a few of them in the 609, and the Brits had welcomed them with open arms once they'd shown their skills in the sky.
"What about you two?"
He fought the urge to drive slower, to make the trip last a little longer, just so he could see Scarlett smile again, even though he knew stopping had already put him in danger of being late to the flight line. His gut tightened as their eyes met in the mirror for another flash of a second before she looked away. "We're both clerks in sector operations." Constance lifted her eyebrows at Scarlett. "We've been in for about a year now," Scarlett added. Two sisters, both officers, same position, stationed together. Jameson was willing to bet that Daddy had money or influence. Most likely both. Wait, sector operations? He'd raised that bet to his whole month's pay that they were plotters.
"You move a lot of flags over there?"
Scarlett arched a brow, and his entire body tightened.
"You honestly think we pilots don't know?"
They were saving his ass, that was for sure. Plotters tracked all aircraft movement in the sky with the help of radio operators and RDF, range and direction finding, creating the very map he flew by when the raids came. They were also top secret. "I wouldn't presume to guess what you know," Scarlett responded with a faint smile. Not only was she gorgeous, but smart, too, and the fact that she didn't let on that he was right, when he now knew he was, earned his respect. He was intrigued. He was attracted. He was in a damnable mess because he only had a few more minutes with her. The minute they passed through the gate, a pit formed in his stomach, and the odometer ticked like a countdown. He'd been stationed here nearly a month, and he'd never seen her. What were the chances he'd ever see her again? Ask her out. The idea nagged at him as he pulled up in front of the women's barracks. The Brits called them huts. The entire station was still under construction, but at least these were done. The girls climbed out before he could open the door, which didn't surprise him. The English girls he'd met since landing in country had learned to do a lot for themselves in the last year the UK had been at war. He took their bags from the trunk but held on to Scarlett's as she reached for it. Their fingers brushed. His heart jolted. She startled but didn't pull back. "Can I take you to dinner?" he asked, before he lost the nerve, which wasn't something he'd particularly had to worry about lately. But something about Scarlett had him tongue-tied. Her eyes flared wide, and her cheeks flushed with heat. "Oh, well..." Her gaze darted toward her sister, who was doing a poor job of hiding a smile. Scarlett didn't let go of her luggage. Neither did he. "Is that a yes?" he asked with a grin that just about took her knees out of service. Trouble. For the first time in her life, she didn't want to avoid it. "Stanton!" another pilot called out as he walked over with Mary tucked beneath his arm and her lipstick smudging his face. At least that question was answered. Mary gasped, then cringed. "Oh, no! I'm so sorry. I knew I was forgetting something today." "Don't worry about it. Seems to have worked out for everyone involved," Constance responded with a cheeky little smile, her engagement ring winking in the sun. Scarlett narrowed her eyes at her sister before a tiny tug reminded her that she still stood on the pavement with her luggage suspended between herself and Jameson. What kind of name was Jameson, anyway? Did he prefer it to James? Jamie, perhaps? "I'm glad to see you, Stanton. Can I catch a ride with you to the flight line?" the other pilot asked as he disengaged from Mary. "Sure, as soon as she answers the question." Jameson looked her dead in the eye. A nagging little feeling told her that he'd always be this forthright. It also told her not to let go. "Scarlett," Constance urged. "I'm sorry. What was the question?" Had he asked another while she was distracted by staring? Her cheeks caught fire. "Will you please let me take you to dinner?" James asked again. "Not tonight, since I'll be flying, but some night this week." Her lips parted. She hadn't agreed to a date since the war began. "I'm quite sorry, but I don't see men like you socially," she managed to croak out. Constance let loose a sigh of frustration strong enough to change the weather. "Men like me?" Jameson questioned with a tease in his tone. "Americans?" "Of course not," she scoffed. "I mean, not that I've ever been asked by an American, naturally." "Naturally." And that grin was back, wobbling her knees again. He really was too handsome for his own good. "I mean, pilots." She nodded toward the wings on his uniform. "I don't see pilots." Out of every job in the Royal Air Force, pilots were the most nomadic in regard to where they slept, and geography wasn't the least of it. They also had a tendency to die with a frequency she couldn't stomach. "Shame." He clicked his tongue. She tugged on her luggage, and he released it. "It is most assuredly my loss," she professed, the words ringing true in her own ears. She shouldn't go. That didn't mean she didn't want to. Longing resonated through her like a church bell, hitting hard and loud, only to come again in softer echoes the longer she stood there looking up at him. Was every American as handsome as he was? Surely not.
No, I mean, it's a shame that I'll have to resign. I do love to fly.
The corner of Jameson's mouth quirked a little higher.
Wonder if they need more officers over at Sector Command?
The other pilot scoffed.
Stop flirting. We're going to be late.
Scarlett arched a singular eyebrow at Jameson. Let me take you to dinner, he asked again, this time softer.
Stanton, we really have to go. We're already late. Give me a second here, Donaldson.
Come on, Scarlett. Live a little. Those eyes of his stayed locked on hers, unraveling her defenses. You really are insistent, she accused, straightening her spine.
It's one of my finer qualities.
It hardly argues that I should acquaint myself with your lesser-than-finer ones, she muttered.
You'll like those too.
He winked. Oh, Lord. That single action nearly wiped out any and all reasoning she had left. She snapped her mouth shut to keep from sputtering, and prayed the flaming heat in her cheeks didn't give her away. You're honestly going to stand there until I agree to go to dinner with you? He seemed to ponder that for a second, and she fought the urge to lean closer to him.
Well, you're still standing here, too, so I figure you might actually want to have dinner with me.
She did, damn him. She wanted to see him smile again, but she might not survive that little wink twice.
Stanton!
Donaldson shouted. Jameson watched her like she was a play, and he couldn't wait to see what happened next. Well, if you're not, then fine. I'll go... Constance started, stepping forward and jutting Scarlett out of her staring contest. I'll go to dinner with you, Scarlett blurted, mentally cursing her sister's gleeful little smirk.
Are you going to make me turn in my wings first?
He smiled, and her stomach filled with another zing of electricity. Would you? She challenged. His head tilted to the side.
If it got me a dinner with you, I just might.
Stanton, get in the bloody car! You'd better go, she urged, stifling a grin. For now, he agreed, his eyes dancing as he backed away.
But I'll be seeing you, Scarlett.
He flashed her another smile and disappeared into the car. They pulled away a heartbeat later, vanishing down the road toward the airfield. Thank you for the help, dear sister. She rolled her eyes at Constance as they headed into the hut. You're quite welcome, Constance answered unabashedly. You're supposed to be the shy one, remember? Well, it had appeared that you had taken my role for the moment, so I assumed yours. It's rather fun to be the bold, outspoken one, she mused, smiling over her shoulder as she waltzed through the door. Scarlett scoffed, but followed her conniving little matchmaker of a sister. I'll be seeing you, Scarlett. Trouble indeed. If he survived tonight's patrol flights. Her chest tightened at the all-too-real possibility that he wouldn't. Cardiff had been bombed last week, and patrols were becoming increasingly dangerous with the Nazis' advance. This vice of worry was the precise reason she had a no-pilots rule, but there wasn't much she could do but head to work and wait to find out if she would ever see Jameson again. Chapter 4. July 1940. Middle Wallop, England. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves of the giant oak tree and flickered over Scarlett as she lay below on a thick plaid blanket, thoroughly enjoying her first day off in almost a week. Not that she minded keeping busy. There was a certain rush to being at work that she found utterly addictive, but there was something to be said for a miraculously cooler day, a stiff breeze, and a good book. I've just finished, Constance said, waving a folded piece of paper from her seat at the picnic table. Not interested, Scarlett responded, turning the page so she could sink further into the misadventures of Emma. Her choice in literature was yet another thing for her mother to pick apart, another example of failing to meet their impossible expectations. "You're not interested in what Mummy has to say?"
"Not if it has anything to do with Lord Ladder-climber."
"Do you want me to read it to you?" Constance leaned toward her sister, bracing her hand on the bench so she didn't tumble off.
"Not particularly."
Constance sighed heavily, then turned on the bench. "Okay, then." Scarlett could practically taste her sister's disappointment in the air. "Why don't you tell me about the other one instead, Poppet?" She glanced over the cover of her book to see Constance's eyes light up. "Edward says that he loved our time together, and that he's hopeful he can coordinate his leave with ours again soon." Scarlett propped herself up on her elbows. "You could always meet him at Ashby. I know you both love it up there." She loved the small estate, too, but her affection was nothing compared to how Constance felt about the place where she'd fallen in love with Edward. "We do," Constance sighed, running her fingers over the envelope. "But it's not worth the time to travel. It's easier to meet him in London." She looked off into the distance, as if she could see Edward's brigade group from there. Then her eyes popped wide, and her gaze darted back to Scarlett's. "You look beautiful," she blurted. "Try to relax." "I'm sorry?" Scarlett's brow furrowed, then deepened as her sister scrambled to collect what few things she'd brought out to the table. "Your hair, your dress, it's all perfect." Clutching her things to her chest, Constance swung her legs over the bench. "I'll be somewhere else." "You're what?"
"I think she's trying to give us a little privacy."
Scarlett's gaze whipped toward the deep voice she'd been dreaming about for the past week, and found Jameson Stanton approaching the edge of her blanket. Her heart sprung to a gallop. She'd checked the casualty list daily, but seeing him in person was a relief after Brighton had been bombed last night. He was dressed for flying, minus the gloves and yellow survival vest, and that crisp breeze she was so fond of played in his hair. She pushed herself to a sitting position and fought the urge to smooth the lines of her dress. It was a simple, blue-checked shirtwaist dress, belted around her middle, with a modest neckline and sleeves that nearly reached her elbow, but compared to the sturdy, serviceable uniform she'd had on when they met last, she felt all but naked. At least she was wearing shoes. "Lieutenant," she managed to say in greeting.
"Let me help you up."
He held out his hand.
"Or I can join you,"
he offered with a slow smile she felt in every line of her body. Just the thought sent heat streaking up her cheeks. It was one thing to declare that she was a modern woman to her mother, but quite another to act. "That won't be necessary." Her hand shook as she took his. He pulled her to her feet in one smooth motion, and she caught herself with a palm to his muscular chest. There was nothing soft or yielding under her fingertips. "Thank you," she said, quickly stepping back and breaking their connection. To what do I owe this honor? She felt exposed, overwhelmed. Everything about him was too much. His eyes were too green, his smile too charming, his gaze too forthright. She fetched her book, holding it to her chest like it might offer a shred of protection.
"I was hoping you might have that dinner with me."
He didn't take a step, but the air between them was charged with enough current that she felt as though they were both moving closer, and if she wasn't careful, they would collide. "Tonight?" she squeaked.
"Tonight,"
he said, doing his best to keep his eyes on her face and not the curves of her body. Scarlett in uniform was breathtaking, but finding her lounging under a tree in that dress, she blew him right out of the sky. Her hair was pinned but loose, just as shiny and dark as it had been last week, but without the service hat to cover it. Her eyes were wide, and even bluer than he'd remembered as she blinked up at him.
"Right now, actually."
He smiled. simply because he couldn't help it. She seemed to have that effect on him. He'd been smiling all week, planning this dinner, hoping that Mary, Donaldson's current girl, hadn't been wrong, and Scarlett would be free. Her soft lips parted in surprise. "You'd like to go to dinner right now?"
Right now,
he assured her with a grin, his focus dropping to the book she held in a death grip.
Emma can come along too, if you like.
Her gaze darted to the left, toward the women's housing. "She's free!" Constance yelled back from the porch. Scarlett's eyes narrowed, and Jameson pressed his lips between his teeth to keep from laughing. "She's about to be otherwise engaged in the act of murdering her sister!" Scarlett fired back.
"Do you need help burying the body?"
Jameson asked, smirking when Scarlett's gaze snapped toward him.
"If you're intent on murdering your sister, that is. I'd rather take you to dinner, of course, but if you insist, I'm quite capable of digging, if that's what it takes to spend time with you."
A slow, reluctant smile spread across Scarlett's face, and his stomach pitched like he was mid-dive. "You want to go to dinner dressed like that?" She motioned to his flight suit.
"It's all part of the plan."
Her head tilted in curiosity. "Okay. My evening is yours, Lieutenant." He barely kept from raising his arms in victory. Barely. "You're out of your mind," Scarlett said as Jameson buckled her into the front seat of the biplane. His hands moved quickly, tightening the harness that had her dress bunched awkwardly around her, though he'd put her blanket over her thighs and knees. As proficiently as he moved his hands about her waist, she had the feeling he'd been around more than a few girls without that barrier.
"You're the one who got in,"
he argued, strapping the helmet under her chin. "Because the idea was so preposterous that I was certain you were kidding." This had to be a joke. At any moment, he'd pull her from the cockpit and tease her about her reaction.
"I never joke about flying. Okay, I have the radio set to the training frequency, so I'll be able to hear you and likewise. Everything good?"
"You're actually serious about this, aren't you?" Her eyebrows lifted. He paused with his thumb on her chin and lost all pretense of humor.
"Last chance to back out. If you want to get down, I'll unbuckle you."
"And if I don't?" she challenged, arching an eyebrow.
"Then I'll take you flying."
His gaze dropped to her lips, and her cheeks heated. Her heart clamored at the possibility. "I thought you were taking me to dinner?"
"That requires flying."
His thumb grazed the skin just beneath her lip, sending a pleasant shiver down her spine. "And what happens if we get caught?" she asked, knowing that Royal Air Force didn't loan their planes so pilots could take their girls out, not that she was his girl. He shrugged with a devilish smirk that sent her heart skipping.
"Then I guess they'll send me back to the U.S.
She scoffed. "And that would be so bad, being sent home." His focus drifted for a breath of a second, and his expression slipped.
"It is when I'm not sure they'd let me back in."
"Why wouldn't they?" Her spirit of adventure flagged as her stomach sank.
"The whole treason thing?"
He motioned to the RAF patch on his shoulder, and yes,
being sent home would be a punishment. I'm here because I want to be, not because I have to be. Question is, are you?
His voice softened. "I am exactly where I want to be." She'd forgotten that the Yanks who flew with them risked their own citizenship. What a luxury it would be to choose war. Yet Jameson did.
"Then let's get going before someone sees."
He gave her a heart-stopping grin, then disappeared into the seat behind her. Moments later, the engine turned over. The propeller began to spin, and every bone in her body vibrated as they pulled out from their spot in the line of planes, headed for the runway. Thank God the engine was loud enough to block the sound of her pounding heart. Next to joining the WAAF against her parents' wishes, this was the most illicit thing she'd ever done. It might be the most illicit thing you'll ever do. She held the thought close to her chest, where her hands currently gripped the harness. They turned to the right.
"You ready?"
he asked through her radio. She nodded, pressing her lips into a nervous smile. She was really going to do this. Fly off into the unknown with an American pilot she'd met last week? If that wasn't the definition of reckless, she wasn't sure what was. The hum of the engine pitched higher as the plane hurtled down the bumpy runway, gaining speed just like her heart rate, and though she could see the fields rush by on either side of her, she couldn't determine where the pavement ended. This was exhilarating, terrifying madness. The wind pricked her eyes, and she blinked furiously, pulling the goggles down as the ground fell away. Everything but her stomach leaped into the sky. That, she was certain, had remained on the ground. It settled as they gained altitude, and she forced her breathing to steady and her muscles to ease, to relax long enough to take it all in. It consumed her senses. The roar of the engine was dulled, but not muted by her helmet, and the wind chilled her skin. But it was the view that took her breath away. The sun still clung to the sky, but she knew it would sink below the horizon soon. It was as if everything beneath them had become miniature, or they were giants. Either way, it was astonishing. She tried to carve every sensation into her memory so she could write it all down later, so she'd never be in danger of forgetting it. But just as she'd finished thinking of every word she would use to describe the landscape beneath, they were landing.
"Hold on for me,"
Jameson said through the radio, and her heart raced. He handled the airplane like it was a part of him, like flying through the air was as simple as raising his hand. The ground rushed up beneath them, and he landed, jostling her on the bumpy terrain. The field wasn't one she was familiar with, but it had seen its fair share of airplanes, if the tracks through the grass were any indication. The plane rumbled as the engine died. Jameson appeared on her left, wearing a flush of wind on his cheeks, and shoving his fingers through his hair.
"Can I help you out of that?"
he asked, motioning to her harness. "If I say no, will you feed me in the plane?" she teased, her lips curving upward.
"Yes."
The answer was instant. She swallowed, her throat suddenly dry at the intensity in his eyes. "Please do. Help me. That is." She tugged at her helmet first.
"Allow me."
His fingers brushed hers aside gently, and she tilted her chin to give him better access. He undid the helmet with a few quick motions, and she pulled it off as he started on the harness. "My hair is all over the place," she mused with a laugh, her hands rising to her abused curls. Her mother would have died of shock.
"You're gorgeous."
An ache unfurled in her chest, and their eyes locked as the last clasp of her harness came free. He meant it. That ache sharpened. Oh, God, what was this? Longing saturated the air, filling her lungs with every breath.
"Hungry?"
he asked, breaking the silence but not the tension. "Starved," she replied. His chest tightened at the look in her eyes, but he turned away and held out his hand, letting her adjust her harness-wrinkled dress with what privacy he could give her. He helped her out of the cockpit when she was ready, then jumped the last few feet off the back of the wing and offered his hands.
"I'll catch you,"
he promised. "You'd better," she smiled, as she made her way down the wing, keeping one hand on the fuselage. Then she walked right into his arms, bracing her hands on the tops of his shoulders. He gripped the curves of her hips as he slowly lowered her to the grass. He managed to keep his eyes on hers and not the dips and hollows of her frame, but his pulse kicked up at the feel of how perfect she felt under his hands, soft and warm, trim but not frail. This moment alone was worth the flight, the hours of preparation. "Thank you," she said as he released her, a slight catch in her breath. Her hair was windswept and had been bullied in places by her helmet, and those slight imperfections made her seem touchable, attainable. Gone was the polished officer who'd caught his eye, and here was a woman who very well might catch his heart. He blinked at that thought. He wasn't really a love-at-first-sight kind of guy, but he believed in attraction, chemistry, and even that little thing known as fate, and this felt like all three. "Where are we?" she asked as he led her along the beaten-down path.
"Just a little north of the village."
He led her to the small clearing they'd made with the truck yesterday. She gasped, covering her hands with her mouth, and he smiled. There was a small table with 3 chairs, set for an early dinner. He'd even managed to scrounge up a real tablecloth. The look on her face right now, the pure delight in her eyes, made it worth every single favor he now owed to a half-dozen guys in the 609. "How did you do this?" She wandered toward the table. "Magic." She tossed him a look over her shoulder, and he laughed.
"I might owe some of the guys a few favors. A lot of favors."
He tilted his head as she turned at the first chair.
"I might not have a night off for a while."
"And you did all this for me?" she asked as he pulled out her chair.
"Well, I had a couple other girls on the list just in case you turned me down," he joked.
"I'd certainly hate to see it go to waste," she deadpanned, pursing her lips. "Perhaps Mary would have obliged you." He paused with his hand on the chair, gauging her tone. He'd been flying with the Brits for months now, but he never could guess if they were joking or not. "Oh, your face is priceless," she laughed, and the sound was just as beautiful as she was. "Now tell me, are we expecting company?" She motioned toward the 3rd chair.
"I invited Glenn Miller,"
he answered, pulling back the chair to reveal his most prized possession. "You have a phonograph?" Her jaw dropped.
"I do."
He popped the lid and started the little portable up, filling the quiet with the Glenn Miller Orchestra. She studied him with a look on her face that he was hesitant to call wonder, but he sure liked it. So much for playing it smooth, because his heart took off like 1,000 horses as he sat in the chair across from her. He'd never been so nervous about a date in his life. He'd also never had to repeatedly ask for one.
"Now, don't get excited. It's a picnic dinner."
He reached for the basket at the center of the table. "Really? Couldn't you have put a little more effort into this evening?" Her lips pursed, but he was on to her tell, so he just grinned and served them both. It was all cold cuts, cheese, and one very expensive bottle of wine that he definitely hadn't had a ration card for. "This really is lovely," she whispered.
"You make it lovely. The rest is just a little preparation,"
he countered, as they began to eat. She'd been to parties, and even out on a few dates before the war, but nothing that came close to this. The sheer effort he'd gone to was incredible. It had given her a second's pause when he'd teased about having a lineup waiting, but she refused to dwell on it and spoil the night. There was no use looking for a parachute, since she'd already jumped. "So, how many favors do you owe for that phonograph?" she asked. Portables were hard to come by, not to mention ungodly expensive, and she knew what RAF officers made.
"I have to come back alive."
He said it so matter-of-factly that she almost missed it. "I'm sorry?"
"My mother gave it to me when I left last year."
His voice dropped slightly.
"She said she'd had a little tucked aside for when I got married, but then I announced rather suddenly, she was quite clear about that point, that I was off on what my father called a fool's errand."
Her heart plummeted at the shadow she saw flicker across his eyes. He didn't approve.
"He didn't approve when Uncle Vernon taught me how to fly. He absolutely loathed my decision to use those skills here. He thought I was looking for a fight."
He shrugged. "Were you?" The breeze rustled across the tops of the grass, pulling another strand of her hair free, and she quickly tucked it behind her ear.
"Partially,"
Jameson admitted with a conciliatory flash of a smile.
"But I figure This war is going to spread if we don't stop it, and I'll be damned if I was just going to sit there in Colorado and do nothing while it crept up onto our front porch."
His hand tensed on his fork, and she leaned across the small expanse of the table to rest her fingers over his. The contact sent a slight buzzing sensation down her body. "I, for one, am thankful you decided to come," she said. That singular choice told her more about the content of his character than 1,000 pretty words ever could have. "I'm just glad you decided to come tonight," he said softly. "Me too." Their gazes held, and his hand slipped away from hers with a caress.
"Tell me something about you. Anything."
Her forehead puckered, trying to think of something that would keep his interest now that she'd decided she wanted it. "I think one day I would like to be a novelist."
"Then you should be,"
he said simply, as if it were just that easy. Perhaps to an American it was. She envied him that. "One can hope." Her voice softened. "My family is in disagreement, and there's an ongoing argument about who should get to decide my future."
"What does that mean?"
"Simply put, my father has a title, and he doesn't want to let it go. He refuses to see that the world is changing."
"A title?"
2 lines formed between his eyebrows.
"Like a job title? Or one you inherit?"
"Inherit. I want nothing to do with it, but he has other plans. I'm hoping I can change them before the war is over." That didn't seem to work. He still looked worried. "It's not like there's much of anything left anyway. My parents have spent just about everything. It's minor, the title, and really doesn't matter, I promise. Can we change the subject?" "Sure." He set his silverware on the plate, then changed the record to Billie Holiday, and offered his hand as "The Very Thought of You" began to play.
"Dance with me, Scarlett."
All right. She couldn't resist. He was magnetic, sinfully gorgeous, and ridiculously charming. His arms surrounded her as they swayed to the beat in the dying sunlight, and she melted when he pulled her in close. Her head rested perfectly in the hollow of his shoulder, and the rough canvas of his coveralls only served to remind her that this was very real. How easy it would be to lose herself in this man for a while, to forget all that raged around them and would eventually come for them, to claim something, someone, for herself. "Do you have someone waiting at home?" she questioned, hating the way her voice pitched toward the end.
"No one at home. No one here. Just my little record player."
His chuckling voice rumbled against her ear.
"And I do love music, but it's hardly a monogamous relationship."
"So you don't fly every girl to sunset dinners?" She tilted her head back slightly. He lifted his hand, taking her chin between his thumb and forefinger.
"Never. I knew I was a lucky bastard if I even got one shot with you, so I figured it'd better be a good one."
Her gaze dropped to his lips. It is.
"Good."
He nodded slowly.
"Now I have everything set up for the next officer I find on the side of the road."
She scoffed, then pushed off his chest with a laugh, but he kept hold of her wrist and reeled her back in, bringing his mouth dangerously close to hers. Yes, she wanted to kiss him, to know how he tasted, to feel his lips moving with hers.
"Are you ready?"
His hand splayed on her lower back, pulling her closer. "Ready?" she asked, rising on her tiptoes.
"Well, you seem a little inexperienced,"
he whispered, dipping lower. "I am." It came out as breathless as she felt. She'd only been kissed once, so she could hardly call that experience.
"It's okay. We'll go slow,"
he promised, as his hand rose to cup her cheek.
"I don't want you to be frightened when I turn the controls over."
She ignored whatever Americanism that was and arched her neck, but the man stepped back. He backed. Away? She stood there like a fish with her mouth open as he grinned.
"Let's go, trainee. Let's make this little flight legitimate."
He held out his hand. She blinked, rapidly. Trainee? Was she getting her vernacular confused? He drew her against him, caressing her neck, and tunneling his hands through her hair as he lowered his lips to what had to be only centimeters above her own. "You have no idea how badly I want to kiss you right now, Scarlett." And there went her knees. Good, then they were on the same page.
"But if we don't leave right this second, we'll lose the horizon, and that will make it 3 times harder to keep the airplane level while you're flying it."
She gasped, and he brushed his lips over hers, taunting her with the promise of a kiss, before leaving her wanting. "Wait, flying it?" she exclaimed.
"Well, yeah. What do you think training flights are for?"
He took her hand and tugged her gently.
"Come on. You're going to love it. It's addictive."
"And deadly." He turned, then lifted her in his arms so he could place her on the wing, everywhere their bodies connected, hummed.
"I won't let anything happen to you,"
he promised.
"You just have to trust me."
She nodded slowly. "Okay, I can do that." Chapter 5. Georgia. Dear Constance, leaving you today was the hardest thing I've ever done. If it were only me, I never would have left. I would have stayed by your side and seen this war through, just as we promised. But we both know this was never about me. My heart screams for all that we've lost in the past few days, at the injustice of it all. I promised you once that I would never allow our father to get his hands on William, and I won't. I wish I could keep you safe as well. Our lives have turned out so very differently than we planned. I wish you were with me, that we had taken this journey together. You have been my compass all these years, and I'm not sure I'll be able to find my way without you. But as I promised this morning as we said our goodbyes, I will do my best. I carry you with me in my heart, always. I see you in William's blue eyes, our eyes, and his sweet smile. You were always meant for happiness, Constance, and I'm so sorry that my choices robbed you of so many chances to find it. There will always be a place for you with me. I love you with all my heart. Scarlett. And then it just ends, I said to Hazel, as we sat on her back patio, watching her toddlers splash around in the baby pool at our feet. And as a reader, it's the darkest moment, so you know there has to be a third act, right? But as her great-granddaughter, I shook my head. I understand why she could never write it. I'd finished the manuscript at 6 a.m., but waited until the clock chimed 7 before calling Hazel, and it was a respectable noon before I'd showed up at her place after a quick catnap. She'd been my best friend since kindergarten, the year Mom left me on Gran's doorstep for the second time, and our friendship had survived despite the vastly different paths our lives had taken. So the book is based on her own life? She leaned forward and wiggled her finger at her son in the blow-up pool in front of us. No, Colin, you can't take your sister's ball. Give it back. The mischievous little blonde who happened to look just like his mother reluctantly returned the beach ball to his younger sister. Yep, the manuscript stops right before she left for the States. At least, that's what the letters indicate. And the letters... I blew my breath out slowly, trying to exhale the ache in my chest. That love? It wasn't what I'd had with Damien, and it started to make sense why Gran had been so against my marrying him. They loved each other so much. Can you believe my mother found an entire box of Gran's correspondence from the war and never even told me? I stretched my legs out in front of me, resting one bare foot on the side of the pool. Well, Hazel grimaced. It's your mom. She quickly sipped out her iced tea. True. I felt my sigh in the depths of my bones. Hazel did her best not to go negative when it came to Mom, and truthfully, she was probably the only one I'd allow to, since she'd been around through the worst of it. That was the thing about Mom. I could criticize her, but no one else was allowed to. How is it, being home? She asked. Not that I'm not personally psyched that you're here, because I am. You're just happy to have someone else around you trust to babysit. I teased. Guilty. But seriously, how is it? Complicated? I watched her children splash in the mid-shin water and contemplated my answer. If I close my eyes, I can pretend the last 6 years never happened. I never fell for Damien. I never met Damien's fiancé. No, Hazel gasped, her mouth dropping open. He's engaged? He is, according to the 17 text messages I've gotten today. Thank God for Do Not Disturb. The future Mrs. Damien Ellsworth was now a 22-year-old blonde with much bigger breasts than the ones filling my healthy C-cup. I shrugged. I expected it. Seeing as she's due any minute now. Didn't make it hurt any less, but it wasn't like I could change anything that had happened. I'm sorry, Hazel said quietly. He never deserved you. You know that's not true. Not at first, anyway. I wiggled my ringless fingers at her 2-year-old, Danielle, who gave me a toothy smile in return. He wanted kids. I didn't give him kids. In the end, he found someone who could. Does it hurt like a bit? I cringed, but caught myself. Hazel would never let me live it down if her kids started swearing because of me. That he didn't exactly wait for our marriage to end before hooking up with his lead? Or that it was on one of Gran's movies? Sure. But we both know she wasn't the first girl in his trailer, and she won't be the last. I don't envy her that. I'd been the launch pad for his career. I just hadn't admitted it until the last few years. Besides, we both know the love was long gone. It had died little by little with Damien's affairs, that I'd pretended hadn't happened, hollowing me out until all I had left to hold on to was my pride. Fine. You can be all zen about it. I'll hate him enough for the both of us. She shook her head. If Owen ever did something like that... Her expression fell. He never would, I assured her. Your husband is wild about you. He might not be too wild about the 20 pounds I'm still hauling around from Danielle. She jiggled her belly and I rolled my eyes. But in my defense, he's working up to a dad bod, so we're even. A sexy dentist dad bod. She smirked. I laughed. Well, I think you look great. And the learning center turned out phenomenal. I passed it on the way into town. She grinned. That's been a labor of love made possible by a very generous donor. She sipped her tea and looked over her sunglasses at me. We need more Darcys in the world, I answered with a little shrug. Says the woman with a thing for Hemingway. I have a thing for the broody creatives. Speaking of broody creatives, you didn't tell me that Noah Harrison is drop your panties gorgeous. She swatted my shoulder with the back of her hand. I shouldn't have to web search him to know that. Details. He was exactly that gorgeous. My lips parted, remembering the intensity in those dark eyes. I'd probably spontaneously combust if he ever touched me. Not that touching was even a remote possibility. I'd heard more than enough from Damien over the years to know Noah was also a cocky jackass. I was a little busy absorbing the fact that my mother tried to sell the manuscript behind my back, I argued. And honestly, that man is an arrogant know-it-all who specializes in emotional sadism. Damien tried more than once to buy the rights to a few of his books. Though I should have probably started questioning anything Damien had told me at this point. Fine, she grumbled. Can we at least agree that he's a hot, emotional sadist? A corner of my mouth lifted. We can, because he is. So hot. He'd crept up my neck just thinking about how good-looking that man was. Add that to his career, and his ego is almost too big to fit through the door. You should have heard him in the bookstore. But yes, Ungodly, impossible levels of hotness. I wasn't even starting in on the intensity with which he looked at me. The guy had the smoldering gaze down to a fine art. Excellent. Are you going to give him the goods? She raised her eyebrows. Because I'd give him whatever he asked for. I rolled my eyes. If by goods you mean the manuscript and the letters, I haven't decided yet. I rubbed my forehead as a lump formed in my throat. I wish I could ask her what she wanted, but I feel like I already know. If she'd wanted the book finished, she would have done it herself. Why didn't she? She told me once that it was kinder to the characters to leave them with their possibilities. But she didn't talk about it much, and I never pushed her. Then why are you considering this? She asked softly. Because it's something Mom wants that I can give her? I smiled when Danielle dumped a cup of water over my toes. If that's not a loaded statement, Hazel muttered with a sigh. You're going to do it, aren't you? There was no judgment in her tone, merely curiosity. Yeah, I think I am. I get why. Gran would get it too. I miss her. My voice broke as my throat constricted. There have been so many times I've needed her over the last 6 months, and it's like she knew it, too. She set up all those little packages and flower deliveries for me. The first had come on my birthday, then Valentine's Day, and so on. But everything has fallen apart since she died. My marriage, the production company, my charity work. All of it. The production company had been hard, since Damien and I had started it together, but leaving it behind had been the only way to move forward. Losing the charity work, the foundation, now that made it blatantly obvious that I needed to find something to fill my days. A job, volunteering, something. There were only so many times I could clean the house, especially since Lydia had come back to help. Hey, Hazel snapped, forcing my gaze to meet hers before she softened. I get leaving the production company. You hated all the movie stuff, but the charity was more than his connections. The blood, the sweat, and the tears that went into it, those were all yours. And now your future is yours to do whatever you want with it. Go back to sculpting. Blow some glass. Be happy. The lawyers are drawing up papers so I can start putting that money to work. The only caveat in her will when it came to her fortune was that I give it away to what charities I saw fit. And it's been years since I did anything with glass art. My fingers curled in my lap. God, I missed the heat. The magic that came from taking something at its melted, most vulnerable state and reshaping it into something uniquely beautiful. But I'd given all that up to start the production company when I got married. I'm just saying that I know Gran didn't throw away your tweezers. They're called jacks. See, it hasn't been that long. Where's the girl who spent a summer in Murano, who got into her first-choice art school and put on her own show in New York? One show. I held up a finger. My favorite piece sold that night. It was right before the wedding, remember? The one that took me months? It was still in the lobby of an office building in Manhattan. Did I ever tell you that I used to visit it? Not often, just on days I felt like Damien's life had swallowed mine. I'd sit on the bench and just stare at it, trying to remember how all that passion felt. So go make another one. Make 100 of them. You're the only person who gets to put demands on your time now, though I wouldn't argue if you ever want to come volunteer at the center. I don't exactly have a furnace or a block or a studio. I paused, remembering that Mr. Navarro's shop had been up for sale, then shaking my head. I could definitely volunteer with the reading program, though. Just let me know when. Deal. You know Noah Harrison is going to turn that book into a pain fest, right? She asked, quirking an eyebrow. I'm counting on it. It couldn't end any other way. 3 days later, the doorbell rang, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was time. I'll get it, Mom called, already clicking her way to the door, which was fine with me, since dread had my butt anchored to Gran's office chair, debating my choice for the 1000th time since telling Helen to send the final contract. 3 days. That was all it had taken them to hammer out the details. Helen had assured me it was more than fair, and we didn't give up anything Gran wouldn't have, including the performance rights. Those she'd only ever sold to Damien, and he sure as hell wasn't getting any more. In fact, it was the best contract of Gran's career, which was one of the reasons my stomach churned. The other reason had just walked into the house. I heard his voice through the door, deep and sure, tinged with excitement. The more I'd thought about this deal, the more I'd realized that he really was the only one who could do it. His ego was earned in this department. He was a specialist in gut-wrenching endings, and this story surely had one. "She's in Gran's office," Mom said as she opened one of the massive cherry double doors that had closed Gran off from the world while she wrote. Noah Harrison filled the doorway, but it felt like he consumed the room. He had that kind of presence, the kind that other men paid thousands of dollars in acting classes to try to pull off for Damien's films, the kind those actors had to have because they were playing roles Gran had written in her books. "Ms. Stanton," he said quietly, sliding his hands into his pockets, his eyes seeing far more than I wanted them to. I looked away, tucked a piece of my hair behind my ear, and silenced the part of my brain that nearly corrected him. "You're not Mrs. Ellsworth anymore. Get used to it. I think if you're going to be writing Gran's story, you can call me Georgia." I brought my gaze to meet his and noted, to his credit, that he wasn't staring at the shelves of rare books or even the infamous typewriter that Gran had sworn by in the middle of the desk. His eyes were still on me. Me. As if I were something just as rare and valuable as the treasures that filled this room. "Georgia," he said slowly as if tasting my name. "Then you'll have to call me Noah." It's really Morelli, right? I already knew the answer, along with just about everything regarding his career up to this point. Whatever I hadn't known at the time of our unfortunate run-in at the bookstore, I'd been schooled on by Helen. Hazel had taken over when it came to the revolving door of women in his life. "It's Morelli. Harrison is a pen name," he admitted with a slight tilt of his lips. "Drop your panties, gorgeous." Hazel's description echoed through my brain as my cheeks flamed. How long had it been since I'd felt real, true attraction to a man? And why the hell did it have to be this man? "Well, have a seat, Noah Morelli. I'm just waiting for them to send the contract." I motioned to both of the leather winged-back chairs across from the one I sat in. "I signed my portion before driving over, so they're probably accepting it right now." He chose the one on the right. "Would either of you like a drink?" Mom offered from the doorway in her best hostess voice. God bless her. The woman had been on her best behavior since Monday. Attentive, caring. I almost didn't recognize her. She'd even promised to stay through Christmas, swearing that I was what brought her back to Poplar Grove in the first place. "Be careful. All she knows how to make are sodas and martinis," I whispered loudly. "I heard that, Georgia Constance Stanton," Mom lectured with a mock scowl. "I'm not sure about that. Last time she poured a mean lemonade." Noah laughed lightly, revealing straight, white, but not fake white, even teeth. Had to admit, I was looking for any imperfection at this point. Even his inability to see a romance through to a happily ever after was a mark in his favor at this point, which meant I was looking hard. "I can do it again," Mom said. 10 years ago, I would have said Mom's chipper, maternal attitude was everything I'd ever wanted. Now it only served to remind me how hard we both had to try to even act normal around the other. "That would be great, Ava," Noah answered, never looking away. "Me too, Mom. Thanks." I flashed a quick smile that left as soon as Mom shut the door. "I couldn't really care less about the lemonade, but you looked like you were about to grind your teeth into dust." He crossed his ankle over his knee and sank back into the chair, resting his chin between his thumb and forefinger as he leaned on his elbow. "You always this tense around your mom?
Or is it the deal?
He was observant, just like Gran had been. Maybe it was a writer thing. It's been a week. It had been a year, if I was honest. From Gran's diagnosis to her refusal of treatment, to the burial, to finding Damien with... So it's Morelli, I said, halting the ever-present downward spiral of my thoughts that threatened to pull me under. I like that better, I admitted. It suited him.
So do I, honestly.
He flashed that public smile, the one everyone in New York wore to functions they didn't actually want to attend, but needed to be seen at. Those pretty smiles were just one of the many reasons I left that city. They usually melted into ugly gossip the minute your back was turned. His expression softened, as if he'd noticed my defenses rising.
But my first agent thought Harrison sounded more
generically American. I tapped the touchpad on my laptop, willing the contract to appear in my email before either of us had the chance to get snarky like we had in the bookstore.
Sellable.
He shifted, leaning forward.
And I'm not going to lie. Anonymity can be a lifesaver sometimes.
I cringed. Or it can lead to arguments in a bookstore.
Is that an apology?
That was definitely a smirk. Hardly, I scoffed. I stand by every word I said. I just wouldn't have offered my opinion quite so freely had I known to whom I was speaking. Delight flickered in his eyes.
Honesty. Now that's refreshing.
I've always been honest. I hit refresh again. The only people who ever bothered to listen are dead, and everyone else hears what they want to, anyway. Oh, look, it's here. I sighed in relief and clicked open the email. I'd gotten pretty good at these since Gran had put all her rights into a literary trust and named me as executor about 5 years ago, so it only took a few minutes to scan through everything that wasn't boilerplate. There weren't any changes from the one Helen had sent over for approval earlier. When I reached the signature box beneath Noah's, I gripped the stylus, then paused. I wasn't just handing over one of her works. I was giving him her life. Did you know that she wrote 73 novels? I asked. Noah's eyebrows rose.
Yes, and all but one were on that typewriter,
he added, nodding toward the World War II-era hunk of metal consuming the left side of the desk. When I tilted my head, he continued.
It broke in 1973 while she was writing The Strength of Two, so she used the closest model she could find while that one was sent back to England for repair.
My mouth dropped.
I can nail all of your trivia, Georgia. I told you,
he said, resting his chin on the tips of his fingers with a half-smile more dangerously attractive than the flashier one had been.
I'm a fan.
Right. My heart thundered as I stared at the stylus. In this moment, the choice was still mine. But the second I signed on that line, her story became his. You still have final approval?
I know the worth of what you're giving me,
he said quietly, his voice low and serious. My gaze jumped to his.
I also know you don't like me. But don't worry. I've made it my personal mission in life to win you over.
A self-deprecating grin materialized for the length of a heartbeat before he wiped it away, rubbing his fingers over his lips as he looked down at the desk with open admiration. The energy in the room shifted, easing some of my tension from my shoulders as he slowly brought those dark eyes back to mine.
I will do this right,
he promised.
And if I don't, then you pull it. You have the final say.
Only the slight tick of his jaw gave away his nervousness. And you have an out in the contract, too, if you read it and decide you're just not up for the challenge. I'd have bet that he was a hell of a poker player, but I'd learned to spot a bluff a mile away when I was 8. Lucky for him, he was telling the truth. He honestly believed that he could finish the book.
I won't use it. When I commit, I commit.
Just this once, I allowed myself to be comforted by someone else's confidence. Arrogance. Whatever. I glanced at the lone photo Gran kept on her desk, right next to the paperweight I'd made her in Murano. It was of her and Grandpa Jameson, both in uniform, so lost in each other that my chest ached for what they'd had. And lost. I'd never loved Damien like that. I wasn't even sure Gran had loved Grandpa Brian like that either. That was the real stuff, right there. I signed my name on the contract and clicked enter, sending it off to the publisher as Mom walked in with the drinks, smiling from ear to ear. She handed us our lemonade, and I retrieved 2 coasters from the desk drawer. Not that there was much condensation to be had up here at 8,000 feet, but still, I wasn't risking this desk to anything. "Did you sign it?" Mom's tone was calm, but she was white-knuckling her own hands. I nodded. Her shoulders relaxed. "Oh, good. It's all done, then?" "Publisher has to sign it, but yes," I answered. "Thank you, Georgia." Her lower lip trembled slightly as she gripped my shoulder, caressing me with her thumb before letting go with 2 pats. "Of course, Mom." My throat tightened. "I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to wait a few more minutes," Noah said. "Charles told me they'd sign it immediately, and I'd much rather the deal be finalized before I take the manuscript off your hands." "Naturally," Mom answered as she moved toward the door. "I will say, Noah, you look good at Gran's desk. It's nice to have your kind of creative genius in here again." "Your kind of creative genius?" My stomach twisted. "Well, it's an honor to be in Scarlett Stanton's office," he said over his shoulder. "I'm sure you've both gotten a lot of inspiration from this place." Mom's brow puckered. "Funny you should mention it, but Georgia actually did go to some art school on the East Coast. Not that she uses her degree, but we're all very proud." Heat rushed up my neck, setting my cheeks on fire as my twisting stomach plummeted to the floor. "It wasn't just any art school, Mom. It was the Rhode Island School of Design. It's the Harvard of art schools," I reminded her. "And I might not have used my studio major, but my concentration in media and technology definitely helped get my production company off the ground." Holy shit, was I 5 years old again? Because it sure felt like it. "Oh, I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought you gave away money for a living." She gave me a reassuring smile. I pressed my lips together and nodded. This wasn't the time or place for this fight. "I ran a $20 million charity, for fuck's sake, but okay." She shut the door behind her, and Noah raised his eyebrows at me. "Do I want to know?" "Nope." I clicked refresh on my inbox a little harder than necessary and avoided his eyes at all costs. "Feel free to look around the room and get a feel for her," I offered, clicking again. "Thanks." He moved around Gran's office in silence for the next 10 minutes, while I hit the refresh button so often my mouse sounded like Morse code. "You're in a lot of these pictures," he noted, leaning in toward Gran's photo gallery. She raised me. That was the simplest explanation to both the question he'd asked and the one he hadn't. He studied me for an awkward moment, then moved on. "Oh, thank God," I muttered, opening the notification that the contract had been accepted. I took the thumb drive I'd spent the last few days preparing and walked it over to him. "It's here. Deal is done." "What's this?" His brow furrowed. "It's the manuscript, the letters, and a few pictures." I pressed it into his palm. "Now you have everything." His fingers wrapped around the drive, but his entire frame tensed. "I want the actual manuscript." "Good, because it's here." I gestured to his palm. "I scanned everything in, and before you argue, the chances of you walking out that door with my Gran's originals are 0 and 0. Even she used to make a copy before sending it to her editor." "But I'm not the editor. I'm now the writer who is finishing the original manuscript." His jaw ticked, and I got the feeling he wasn't used to losing. Ever. "Were you planning on typing it out on this thing, too?" I nodded toward Gran's typewriter. "Just to keep it authentic?" His eyes narrowed. "Just checking. Originals stay. Period. Or, hey, feel free to use that out." Originals never left the house, and he wasn't the exception just because he was pretty. Our eyes warred in a silent argument, but eventually he nodded.
I'll begin reading tonight, and will call you with my thoughts when I'm finished. Once we agree on the direction of the plot, I'll start writing.
I walked him to the door, unable to kick the nervousness tightening my chest. You said you know the worth of what I just handed to you.
I do.
Our gazes collided. The electricity, chemistry, attraction, whatever it was, coursing between us enough to raise goosebumps on my arm. Earn it. His dark eyes flared at the challenge.
I'll give them the happily ever after they deserve.
My hand tightened on the doorknob. Oh, no. That's the one thing you can't do. Chapter 6. August, 1940. Middle Wallop, England. Scarlett's heart clenched as she watched Jameson whirl Constance around the small dance floor of the local pub. He took so much care with Constance because he knew how precious she was to Scarlett, which only made her like him more. Too much, too soon, too fast. It was all of that and then some, but she couldn't bring herself to slow it down.
You're falling for him, aren't you?
One of his American friends, Howard Reed, if she remembered correctly, asked from across their table, his arm wrapped around Christine, another filter officer who bunked in the same hut as Scarlett. Christine glanced over the top of the newspaper she was reading. The headlines were more than enough to convince Scarlett to look away. I couldn't say, Scarlett answered, even as heat bloomed in her cheeks, giving her away. She was with Jameson every free moment they had, and between his flight hours and her schedule, there weren't a lot of moments to be had between them. She'd only known him for 3 weeks, and yet she couldn't remember what the world had felt like before. There were now 2 eras in her life, before Jameson, and now. She filed the after Jameson in the same category as after the war. Both were obscure enough concepts that she refused to waste her time examining either of them, especially now, since the Battle of Britain, as Churchill had called it, had begun a few weeks ago, and the Germans had begun bombing various airfields around Britain. Their time together had taken on the sharp, undeniable taste of desperation, an urgency to grasp on to what they could while they had it. Work had picked up, too. Their schedule was grueling, and she found herself placing flags for Jameson's own patrols on the map, marking his current location and holding her breath as the news came in minute by minute from the radio operators. She noticed every time a 609 flag moved, even if it wasn't on her section of the board.
Yeah, well, he's sweet on you, too,
Howard remarked with a grin. The song came to an end, but there was no band to clap for, just a record to be changed. Jameson escorted Constance through the sea of uniforms and back to the table.
"Dance with me, Scarlett,"
he said, offering his hand, and a smile that stripped away her defenses. Of course. She traded places with her sister, then slid into Jameson's arms as a slower tune started up.
"I'm glad I got to see you tonight,"
he said into her hair. I hate that it's only for a few hours. She rested her cheek on his chest and breathed him in. He always smelled like soap, aftershave lotion, and the tang of metal that seemed to cling to his skin even between patrols.
"I'll take a few hours with you on a Wednesday night whenever I get the chance,"
he promised softly. His heartbeat was strong and steady as they swayed. Here was the only place she felt safe, or certain about anything lately. There was nothing in this world that compared to the feel of his arms around her. I wish I could stay here, just like this, she said softly, her fingers making lazy circles on the shoulder of his uniform.
"We can."
His hand splayed on her lower back without venturing into more southern territory, unlike many of the other soldiers around them with their partners. Jameson was respectful to the level of complete and utter frustration. He hadn't so much as kissed her. Not really. though he'd often move just close enough to spike her heart rate before pressing his lips to her forehead. "For another 15 minutes, she muttered. "Then you have to leave for patrol."
"And you have to work, if I'm not mistaken."
She sighed, then looked away from the couple next to them as dancing became a fully involved kiss. "Why haven't you kissed me?" Scarlett asked him softly. His rhythm broke for a breath of a second, and he took her chin between his thumb and finger, tilting her face gently toward his.
"Yet."
Her brow furrowed.
"Why haven't I kissed you yet?"
he clarified. "Don't play with words."
"I'm not."
He caressed her lower lip with his thumb.
"I'm just making sure you know it's a yet."
She rolled her eyes. "Fine. Then why haven't you kissed me yet?" All around them, the world changed so fast. She barely knew what to expect in the next minute. Bombs fell and planes crashed, yet he acted like they had years, when she wasn't sure they even had days. He glanced toward the couple at their left. No wonder she was questioning his less-than-speedy timing.
"Because you're not just another girl in a pub,"
he said, as they began to sway again, his hand cupping her face gently.
"Because we've only been alone once, and kissing you for the first time isn't something I want to happen in front of an audience."
Not if he kissed her like he wanted to. "Oh." Her eyebrows shot up.
"Oh."
A slow smile spread across his face. If she knew half the thoughts that went through his head when it came to her, she would have put in for a transfer.
"I also know your world has a hell of a lot more rules than mine, so I'm trying my best not to break any of them."
"Not so many, really." She tugged her lower lip between her teeth, as though she needed to think it over.
"Sweetheart, you're an actual aristocrat under this uniform."
From what he'd been able to piece together between what little she told him about her family and the details Constance was more than willing to part with, the life Scarlett led as a WAAF officer was so different from her pre-war lifestyle that the two couldn't be compared. She blinked. "My parents are," he laughed.
"And the difference is?"
"Well, I don't have any brothers, so the title will go into abeyance once my father passes," she answered with a shrug. "Constance and I are seen as equal under the law, so unless one of us declines the title, neither of us will inherit it. We've both decided not to decline, which is rather brilliant when you think about it." A corner of her mouth lifted in a secretive smile, making him wish they were alone and far from in public.
"You've decided to fight for it?"
English peerage was so far beyond this area of expertise that he didn't pretend to understand. "No." Her hand slid up his shoulder and over the collar of his uniform until she cupped the back of his neck. He felt her touch in every nerve of his body. "We decided not to fight for it by simply not declining it. Neither of us wants it. Constance is engaged to Edward, who will inherit his own, so our parents are pleased, and I want nothing to do with it." She shook her head. "We made a vow when we were younger. See?" She lifted her hand, showing a faint line of a scar down her palm. "It was all very dramatic." His head tilted slightly as he absorbed her words.
"And what do you want, Scarlett?"
The record changed and the tempo picked up, but they stayed at the same gentle sway at the edge of the floor, carving out their own little ballad. "Right now, I want to dance with you," she answered, stroking her fingers down his neck.
"I can give you that."
Man, it was those eyes that just about knocked him on his ass every time. She could have asked for the moon, and he would have flown his Spitfire into the stratosphere just to get her to look at him like she was right now. When that song ended, they reluctantly left the floor, holding hands as they approached the table. 7:15, Constance noted with a small grimace. "It's about time we get going, isn't it?" She stood and handed Scarlett her hat. "It is," Scarlett agreed. especially since we'll need to drop by the airfield for Jameson and Howard. She turned to Christine, who was still consumed by the newspaper. Christine? She startled. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just reading about the bombing in Sussex. Well, that certainly sobered the mood. Jameson's fingers tightened slightly around Scarlett's.
Well, I guess I'll drive and you read,
he offered with a tight smile. Christine nodded, and they all made their way to the car. Tonight, neither he nor Howard had been able to secure their company's car, but Scarlett had.
You don't mind dropping us by the airfield?
He asked as he held the front passenger door open for her. Not at all, she promised, her hand skimming along his waist as she slid into the seat. It will give me another 10 minutes with you, and who knows when I'll get that again. He nodded, then shut the door once she was in, wishing she'd have preferred Constance, Christine, or even Howard drove instead of him, so he could have tucked her in tight against him in the back seat. Instead, he took the wheel and began the drive to the airfield. This was always when the mood shifted between them, when they both mentally prepared for what their nights had in store while they'd be apart. The sun was starting to set earlier now that they were in the middle of August, but he'd still have a healthy amount of light for takeoff in an hour. How about some music? Constance asked, breaking the silence. The radio in this one is broken, Scarlett said. Looks like one of us will have to sing. Jameson smiled, shaking his head. The girl had a dry sense of humor, and he couldn't get enough of it.
Here, I'll read. May I?
Howard asked, and Jameson heard the paper shifting hands.
I have $5 that says I can get everyone to sleep before we reach the airfield with this thing.
Howard's eyebrows shot up in the rear view.
Except you, Stanton. You'd better stay awake. On it,
Jameson responded as they pulled onto the station. Once they were through the gate, he took Scarlett's hand, shaking his head at the mundane tone Howard used to read an article about supply shortages. He really might put me to sleep, Scarlett whispered. Jameson squeezed her hand.
Coming to the aid of our troops is none other than the head of Wadsworth Shipping, George Wadsworth,
Howard continued. Scarlett stiffened at his side.
Who has more than one merger to celebrate with a confirmed source stating that his oldest son, Henry, is to be engaged to the oldest daughter of Baron and Lady Wright.
Scarlett gasped, covering her mouth with the hand he wasn't holding. Oh, God, Constance muttered. Jameson felt the earth beneath him shift, and his stomach bottomed out. It can't be. Howard's solemn gaze met his in the rear view, and he knew it was. Well, surely there's more than one Wright in the country, Christine muttered, yanking the paper back from Howard. Henry is to be engaged to the oldest daughter of Baron and Lady Wright. Scarlett... Christine fell quiet as she glanced toward Scarlett.
Please, read the rest,
Jameson snapped. What the hell? Had she played him for a fool? Or had he been a fool all along? Scarlett, she continued to read, who is currently serving in His Majesty's Women's Auxiliary Air Force. Both of Wright's daughters joined the fight last year and were commissioned as officers. The paper crinkled. The rest is about the munitions. She finished softly, just in time for him to park the car at the edge of the lot that faced the narrow end of all three hangars.
Looks like you lost that $5, Howard, because we're all wide awake.
Jameson killed the engine and threw open the door. She was already in a relationship and about to be engaged, while he'd been falling in love with her. She'd been using him for what? A little entertainment? He glanced to the runway at his left, ready to launch, to leave the ground behind for a few hours. Jameson slammed the door, and the sound jarred Scarlett from her shock. She flew out of the car, but he was halfway down the pavement to the hangar by the time she caught up with him. Jameson, wait! How could they do this? How could they inform the Daily that she and Henry were going to be engaged when she'd firmly told her mother she wouldn't do it? It was them behind this, not just George. This reeked of her parents' interference, and she'd be damned if it cost her Jameson.
Wait for what, Scarlett?
He snapped as he strode away, those warm, dark eyes of his going cold and taking her heart with them.
Wait for you to marry some rich society type? Was that why you wanted to know why I hadn't kissed you yet? Were you worried about running out of time to pull one over on me?"
He never broke stride, those long legs carrying him farther away from her with every step.
"That's not what's going on. I'm not engaged," she argued, racing to get ahead of him. "Listen to me."
She put her hands on his chest and stopped, forcing him to pause or run her over. He halted, but the look he gave crushed her all the same.
"Are you getting engaged?"
"No," she shook her head emphatically. "My parents want me to marry Henry, but I won't do it. They're trying to force my hand." She would never forgive them for this. Not ever.
"Force your hand?"
His jaw ticked, and her mind scrambled for a way to make him understand.
"Yes."
She didn't bother to check if they were being overheard or where the others from the car were. She didn't care who heard what she said as long as he did.
"It's not true. It's in the paper."
He stepped back from her and laced his fingers over his hat.
"Because they think publishing it as fact will force me to agree out of embarrassment or duty," she fired back. "Will it?" he challenged.
"No." Her chest tightened, facing the possibility that he might not believe her. He looked away, clearly torn, and she couldn't blame him. Her parents and the Wadsworths had dumped her in a damnable mess.
"Jameson, please. I swear I'm not marrying Henry Wadsworth."
Death was preferable.
"But your parents want you to," she nodded. "And this Wadsworth guy wants you to?"
"Henry's father believes the title and the seat in the House of Lords will fall to Henry if we marry, and if not Henry, then our firstborn son, which it won't because—"
"Your firstborn son?" His eyes narrowed. "Now you're having future kids with this guy?"
Apparently that was not the thing to say to get him to understand.
"Of course not. None of it matters because I'm not going to marry him."
A dull buzzing sounded in her head, as though her own mind were shutting down to spare her what felt like impending heartbreak.
"If you believe this stunt, you let them win. I will not." "It's easy to lose a fight you don't know you're in."
At least he was looking at her again, but the accusation in his eyes nearly brought tears to hers. He looked as though he'd been betrayed, and in a way, he had.
"I should have told you,"
she whispered.
"Yes, you should have," he agreed. "What kind of parents try to force their daughter into a marriage she doesn't want?"
His hand slid to the back of his neck, as if he needed to keep those hands busy. "The kind who have sold off nearly all the land and spent themselves into financial ruin." Her arms fell to her sides as Jameson's eyes widened. "Titles don't necessarily mean lavish bank accounts." The buzzing grew louder.
"Stanton, Reed, we have to go,"
someone shouted from behind them.
"Financial ruin." Jameson shook his head. "You mean to tell me that your parents are what? Selling you off?"
"Trying to, yes." There was the ugly truth of it, and his face showed it. She bristled. "Don't look at me like that. You Americans think you've escaped the system of inherited wealth, but instead of the king and the peerage, you have the Astors and the Rockefellers."
"We don't sell off our daughters."
His eyebrows shot high. "I could name at least 3 American heiresses who have married into the peerage in the last decade alone." Scarlett folded her arms across her chest.
"So now you're defending this?"
Jameson shot back as Howard ran by, turning to jog in reverse.
"Stanton, now!"
Howard shouted, waving his arm.
"No, that's not what I mean,"
Scarlett sputtered. The buzzing noise shifted, the tone deepening. Approaching aircraft. The patrol before Jameson's was returning, which meant she had precious seconds. "Jameson, I'm not marrying Henry. I swear it."
"Why not?"
he questioned, then snapped his gaze skyward, his eyes narrowing before she could even answer. "Among other reasons, because I want you, you daft Yank." God, she really lost it, arguing in public like this. But she couldn't bring herself to stop, and the man wasn't even listening anymore.
Are those ours?
Howard pointed in the same direction Jameson's attention was already focused. The squadron broke through the low-hanging clouds, and her stomach curdled. Those were not Spitfires. The air raid sirens wailed out the warning, but it was too late. The end of the runway blew apart with a deafening blast she felt throughout her body. Smoke and debris filled the air as the next one hit within a heartbeat, louder and closer. "Get down!" Jameson tugged her into the curve of his body, turning his back on the blasts and pulling her to the ground. Her knees collided with the pavement. The hangar 50 yards in front of them exploded.
Chapter 7. Noah. Dear Scarlett, I miss you, my love. The sound of your voice over the telephone doesn't compare to holding you in my arms. It's only been a few weeks, yet it feels like forever since I was reposted. Good news, I think I've been able to secure us a house close by. I know the moving has been hell on you, and if you decide you'd rather stay near Constance, then we can adjust our plans. You've given up so much for me already, and yet here I am, asking you to do it all over again. I promise when this war is over, I will make it up to you. I swear I'll never put you in the position to sacrifice for me again. God, I miss the feel of your skin against mine in the morning, and the sight of that beautiful smile when I walk through the door at night. Right now it's only Howard welcoming me, though he's not here much since meeting a local girl. Before you ask, no, there are no local girls for me. There's only a blue-eyed beauty who holds my heart and my future, and I'd hardly call her a local, since she's hours away. I can't wait to hold you in my arms again. Love, Jameson. The rhythm pounding through my earbuds matched the beat of my feet against the pathways through Central Park as I wove in and out of the meandering tourists. Friday of Labor Day weekend had them out in full force, fanny packs and all. It was humid today, the air sticky and thick, but at least it was full of sea-level oxygen. My mile time had sucked the entire week I'd been in Colorado. I'd mostly stayed around 7,000 feet while researching in Peru, minus the times I'd gone climbing, but Poplar Grove's elevation had been 2,500 feet higher. Had to admit, though, despite the brutal lack of oxygen, the Rocky Mountain air had felt lighter, easier to move in, too. Not that Colorado beat New York in any other department. Sure, the mountains were beautiful, but so was the Manhattan skyline. And besides, nothing could compare to living in the very heartbeat of the world. This was home. Only problem was, my head wasn't here, and hadn't been since I'd flown back more than 2 weeks ago. It was split down the middle between World War II Britain and modern-day Poplar Grove, Colorado, even sans oxygen. The manuscript ended at a crucial turning point in the plot, where the story could either descend into cataclysmic heartbreak or rally back from the depths of doubt to reach a love-conquers-all climax that would turn even the surliest bastard into a romantic. And while I was normally content to play the surly part, Georgia had stepped in and stolen my role, leaving me the uncharacteristic romantic. And damn, did this story demand it. The letters between Scarlett and Jameson did too. In the middle of a war, they'd found the real thing. They couldn't even bear to be separated for longer than a few weeks. I wasn't sure I'd ever been with a woman for more than a few weeks at a time. I liked my space. I hit mile 6 and was no closer to understanding Georgia's asinine demand than I was when I'd left her house 2 weeks ago, or understanding the woman herself. Usually I ran until my thoughts worked themselves out or a plot point came to me, but just like every other day for the past 2 weeks, I slowed to a walk and ripped out my earbuds in pure frustration. "Oh, thank God. I thought you—" Adam gasped. "We're going for a 7th, and I was going to have to drop out," he managed to say between heaving breaths as he caught up beside me. "She doesn't want it to have a happy ending," I growled, killing the music pumping through my phone. "So you've said," Adam noted, lifting his hands to the top of his head. "As a matter of fact, I think you've mentioned that almost every day since you got back." "I'm going to keep saying it until I can wrap my head around it." We reached a bench near a fork in the path and stopped to briefly stretch, as was our routine. "Great. I look forward to reading it once you do." He braced his hands on his knees and leaned over, drawing in gulps of air. "I told you we should run more often." He only joined me once a week. "And I told you that you're not my only writer. Now, when are you sending the Stanton portion of the manuscript? This thing is a tight turnaround." "As soon as I finish it." A corner of my mouth lifted. Don't worry, you'll have it by the deadline. Really? You're going to make me wait 3 months? Cruel. I'm wounded. He slapped a hand over his heart. I know I sound like a kid, but I want to see if you're able to tell where Scarlett's writing leaves off and mine begins. I haven't felt this excited about a book in the last 3 years, and I'd written 6 during that time. But this one, I had that feeling, and Georgia was tying one hand behind my back. She's wrong, you know. Georgia? She doesn't understand what her great-grandmother's branding was. Scarlett Stanton is a guaranteed happy ending. Her readers expect it. Georgia isn't a writer. She doesn't get it, and she's wrong. One thing I'd learned over the last 12 years was not to screw with readers' expectations. And you're so certain you're right because, what, you're infallible? There was more than a hint of sarcasm there. When it comes to plotting, yes, I'm comfortable saying I'm pretty fucking infallible, and don't start on me about my ego. I can back it up so it's more like confidence. I leaned into a stretch and smiled. Hate to check your confidence, but if that was the case, you wouldn't need your editor, would you? But you do need me, so you're not. I ignored the obvious truth in his argument. At least you read my book before suggesting changes. She won't even let me tell her my idea. Well, does she have one? I blinked. Did you ask her? He lifted his brows. I mean, I'd be happy to offer some suggestions, but since you haven't even shown me the existing portion yet, why would I ask her? I never ask for input before something is finished. It ruined the process, and my gut instincts hadn't failed me yet anyway. I cannot believe I actually signed a contract giving someone who's not even in the industry final approval, and yet I'd do it again just for the challenge. For having dated as much as you have, you really don't understand women, do you? He shook his head. I understand women just fine, trust me. And besides, you've had, what, 1 relationship in the past decade? Because I married her, jackass. He flashed his wedding ring. Screwing your way through New York isn't what I'm talking about. The milk in my fridge is older than the length of your average relationship, and it's not even close to the expiration date. It is harder to truly know and understand one woman than it is to charm your way through 1,000 nights of 1,000 different women. More rewarding, too. He checked his watch. I need to get back to the office. The thought made me shift uncomfortably. That's not true, the relationship part. Fine, the longest relationship I'd had was 6 months, involved a lot of personal space, and had dissolved the way it had begun, with mutual affection and an understanding that we weren't going the distance. I saw no reason to emotionally entangle myself with someone I couldn't see a future with. Okay, let's clarify. I don't think you understand Georgia Stanton. Adam smirked, leaning into a calf stretch. Have to admit, it's fun watching you struggle over a woman who doesn't automatically fall at your feet. Women don't fall at my feet. I was just lucky that the ones I was interested in usually felt the same way. And what's not to get? From where I stand, this is a case of publishing royalty becomes wife of a Hollywood elite, only to be thrown over for the younger, newer pregnant model, and goes home with her millions to sign another deal that makes more millions. Was she mouth-wateringly gorgeous? Absolutely, but it also felt like she was being difficult just for the fun of it. I was starting to see that dealing with Georgia might be more challenging than getting the book actually written. Wow, you're so far off the mark it's almost funny. He finished stretching and stood, waiting for me to do the same. You know much about her ex? He asked with a head tilt and poignant stare. Sure, Damien Ellsworth, the acclaimed director and resident of Soho, if I'm not mistaken. I stopped at a food cart and bought us 2 bottles of water. Always giving me a slimy, creepy vibe. I was confident, but that guy was a pompous prick. And what's he most known for? Adam questioned after he'd thanked me and twisted the top off his. Probably the wings of autumn, I guessed, as we continued our trek, freezing as it hit me. Adam looked over his shoulder, then paused. There it is. Come on. He motioned me forward, and I found my footing. Scarlett never sold her movie rights, I said slowly. Not until 6 years ago. Bingo, and then she only sold 10 books worth of rights for almost no money to a brand new, no-name production company that's owned by Damien Ellsworth. Fuck me. No thanks, you're not my type, but do you get it now? We reached the edge of the park and threw our empty bottles into the recycling before merging onto the crowded sidewalk. Ellsworth was more than a decade older than Georgia, but had only managed to get his foot through the Hollywood door. Shit. It had been right around the time they'd gotten married. He used his marriage to Georgia to get to Scarlett. Asshole. Seems like it, Adam nodded. Those rights rolled out the red carpet for him, and he still has 5 of those movies left to make. He's set, and once it was clear the trips to the fertility clinic weren't working out, he found someone else. My head snapped toward Adam as my stomach soured. They were struggling to have kids, and he knocked up someone else? According to Celebrity Weekly. Don't look at me like that. Carmen likes to read it, and I get bored when I'm soaking my legs in the bathtub. Legs you continually put through the wringer, I might add. Damn, that was a whole other layer of screwed up. She'd started the man's career, and he hadn't just cheated, he'd emotionally, publicly annihilated her. It's becoming clear why she isn't about the happy endings right now. And the worst part was that she was part owner of the production company, but she signed it all over in the divorce, Adam continued as we crossed the street. She gave everything to him. My brow furrowed. That was a shit ton of money. Everything? But he's at fault. How was that fair? Adam shrugged. They were married in Colorado. It's a no-fault state, and she gave it up willingly, or so I read. Who does that? Someone who wants out as quickly as possible, he noted. We crossed the final street, bringing us to the block my publisher's building was on, but Adam stopped in front of the one next door. And, since all but a sliver of Scarlett's estate goes into a literary trust earmarked for charity work, those millions you mentioned aren't exactly George's. I know you like your research trips, but you should Google more often. Holy shit. My stomach dropped at just how wrong my assumption had been. He clapped my back. Feel like an ass now, don't you? He asked with a grin. Maybe, I admitted. Wait until you realize that the book you're finishing isn't listed in the literary trust. My gaze whipped over to his. And she still asked accounting to wire that entire advance to her mother's account, he finished with a smirk. Okay, now I feel like a jackass. I ran my hands down my face. She wasn't even getting paid for this deal. Excellent. How about one more? Follow me. He walked us inside the office building. The foyer was vaulted to at least the 2nd floor, and escalators lined the edges before the elevator banks began, leaving the center open to display a massive vertical glass sculpture. It started deep blue on bottom, reaching out in wisps of waves that bubbled at the edges as though breaking on an unseen beach. Rising higher, the blue morphed into aqua before the edges lost their rough, foam-like texture. Then aqua became dozens of shades of green as the glass reached out with swirls, branches narrowing as the sculpture grew taller until it peaked at twice my height. What do you think? Adam asked with a shit-eating grin on his face. It's spectacular. The lighting is ingenious, too. Shows off the color and artistry. I glanced sideways at him, knowing this little detour had to mean something. Look at the placard. That grin was still going strong. I moved forward and read the tag, my eyes widening. Georgia Stanton. What the hell? Georgia did this? I looked up at it with fresh eyes, and even I could admit my jaw dropped a little. Just because she's not a writer doesn't mean she's not creative. Humbled? Just a little? Adam moved to stand at my side. Just a little, I said slowly. Maybe a lot. My attention dropped to the placard again, noting the date. 6 years ago. Coincidence or pattern? Good. My work here is done. She hadn't just gone to art school. She was an artist. She won't listen to me, Adam. She's hung up on me both times I've called. I'm trying to get this thing plotted out so I can dig into it, but the second I start in about the ending, it's dead on the other end. She doesn't want to collaborate. She just wants it her way. Sounds like someone else I know. How much listening have you done? He challenged. It's not just your book this time, buddy. It's hers, too. And for someone who loves primary sources, you're ignoring the one right in front of your face. She's your resident expert on all things Scarlett Stanton. Good point. Come on, Noah. I've never known you to shy away from a challenge. Hell, you seek them out. Pick up the phone and use that legendary charm to get your foot in the proverbial door. Then get to listening, buddy. Now I have to shower before a meeting. He headed toward the revolving door. I've already tried the charm, and it got me exactly nowhere, which was professionally annoying and personally, well, frustrating, especially considering the way I was still drawn to her from more than 1,000 miles away. Not if you've only called twice, you haven't. How did you even know this was here? I called across the foyer. Google! He gave me a 2-fingered salute and disappeared out of the building, leaving me with the proof that I hadn't been the only creative genius in Scarlett's office that day. Then I started my research, not on the Battle of Britain, but on Georgia Stanton. I glanced between my phone, which lay harmlessly in the middle of my desk, and the phone number I'd scrawled on the notepad beside it. I was a week closer to my deadline, and though I'd plotted out what I felt was the right path for the characters, I hadn't started writing. There was no point if Georgia was just going to demand that I change it all. Use that legendary charm. I dialed the number, then turned to stand at the massive windows lining my home office, looking down at Manhattan as the phone rang. Was she going to answer? That particular worry was a first for me when calling a woman, not because picking up was a given, but because I'd never really cared. Ask about her grandmother. Ask about her. Stop yelling in her general direction and start treating her like a partner. Just pretend she's one of your college friends and not someone from work or someone you're interested in. That had been Adrian's advice, followed by a sarcastic quip that I'd never had a partner in my life because I was a control freak. I hated when she was right. Noah, to what do I owe the honor? Georgia answered. I saw your sculpture. Way to ease into it. I'm sorry? The one of the tree rising out of the ocean? I saw it. It's stunning. My grip tightened on my phone. According to the internet, it was also the last one she'd done. Oh. There was a pause. Thank you. I didn't know you were a sculptor. Yeah, I was. A long time ago. Was being the operative word there. She forced a laugh. Now I spend my days in Grand's office, sorting through a mountain of paperwork. Subject closed. Noted. I resisted the urge to dig. For now. Paperwork. My favorite way to spend the evening, I joked. Well, you'd be in heaven because it's a hot mess. There's so much paperwork, she groaned. Ooh, I love it when you talk dirty to me. Fuck. I winced and mentally calculated how much I was about to pay in a sexual harassment lawsuit. What the hell was wrong with me? Shit, sorry, I don't know where that came from. So much for treating her like a friend from college. It's okay. She laughed, and the sound hit me like a freight train to the chest. Her laugh was beautiful and left me smiling for the first time in days. Well, now that I know what turns you on, she teased, and I heard a creak in the background that I recognized. She'd leaned back in the chair. Honestly, it's fine, I promise, she managed as her laughter simmered. But really, did you need something? Because the minute you say the words happy ending, I'm going back to my paperwork. I cringed, then swiped my glasses from my face and started to spin them by the handle. We can get to that later, I offered. I was just trying to add some personal details, and I was wondering if your gran had a favorite flower. My eyes shut tightly. You are the dorkiest of the dorks, Morelli. Oh. Her voice softened. Yeah, she loved roses. She has a massive garden out behind the house full of English tea roses. Well, I guess she had a garden. Sorry, still getting used to that. It takes a while. I stopped spinning the glasses and set them on the desk. Took me about a year when my dad died, and honestly, it creeps me out from time to time when I forget he's gone. Besides, the garden is still there, it's just yours now. I glanced at the photo of Dad and me standing beside the 1965 Jaguar we'd spent a year restoring. It would always be Dad's, even if it was now in my name. True. I didn't know your dad died. I'm sorry. Thanks. I cleared my throat and turned my attention back to the skyline. It was a few years ago, and I did my best to keep it from becoming a thing in the press. Everyone's always digging up my backstory to see if there's a reason all my stories have... Don't say it. Poignant endings. And is there a reason? She asked quietly. I'd been asked the question at least 100 times over the years, and I usually responded with something like, I think books should reflect real life, but this time I took a second. No tragedy, if that's what you're asking. A smile tugged at my lips. Typical middle-class family. Dad was a mechanic, Mom still is a teacher, grew up with barbecues, Mets games, and an annoying sister I've grown to appreciate. Disappointed? Most people were. They figured I had to have been orphaned or something else equally horrific. Not at all. Sounds pretty perfect, actually. Her voice dropped off. With the writing, I step into a story, and the first thing I see about a character is their flaw. The second thing I see is how that flaw will lead to redemption. Or destruction. I can't help it. The story plays out in my head, and that's what goes down on the page. I moved back and leaned against the edge of my desk. Tragic, heartwarming, poignant. It just is what it is. I could almost see her considering my statement with that little tilt of her head. Her eyes would narrow slightly, and then she'd nod as if she'd accepted my thought. Gran used to say she saw the characters as fully fleshed-out people with complicated pasts set on a collision course. She saw their flaws as something to overcome. I nodded, like she could see me. Right, she usually used whatever their flaw was to humble them while proving their devotion in the most unexpected way possible. God, she was the best at that. It was a skill I had yet to master, the successful grovel, the grand gesture. My stories always came just shy of it before the chance was yanked away by the bitch we called fate. She loved love. My eyebrows rose. Right, which is why this story needs to preserve that, I blurted, then grimaced. A breath passed. Then two. Georgia, are you still there? The click was coming any second now. It does, she said. There was no anger in her tone, but no flexibility either. The story is about love at the heart of it, but it's not a romance. That's the whole reason I gave it to you, Noah. You don't write romance, remember? I blinked, finally seeing how big the divide between us was. But I told you I would write this as a romance. No, you told me Gran was better than you at writing romance, she countered. You promised you would get it right. I knew it needed a poignant ending, so I agreed that you were the man for the job. I thought you'd come the closest to capturing what she really went through after the war. Holy shit. This wasn't Everest, this was the moon, and the whole situation was caused by crossed wires. Our goals had never been the same. Noah, don't you think if I wanted this book to be a romance, I would have told Christopher to find me one of his romance writers? Why didn't you tell me that in Colorado? I asked through gritted teeth. I did, she snapped defensively. In my foyer, I told you that the one thing you couldn't do was give them a happy ending, and you didn't listen. You tossed back a cocky, watch me comment, and walked out. Because I thought you were challenging me. Well, I wasn't. I know that now. I pinched the bridge of my nose, searching for a way forward when it looked like we were at an impasse. Do you honestly want your grand story to be sad and mournful? She wasn't sad, and this isn't a romance. It should be. We can give it the ending she deserves. With what, Noah? You want her to end her real-life story with some happy piece of fiction where they're running toward each other in an empty field with their arms outstretched? Not exactly. Here we go. This was my chance. Picture her walking a long, winding dirt road lined with pine trees, calling back to the way they met, and the second he sees her... I saw it all play out in my head. Holy mother of all that's cliché. Cliché? I nearly choked on the word. Even being thought of as an asshole was better than cliché. I know what I'm doing. Just let me do it. Do you know why I keep hanging up on you? Enlighten me. Because nothing I say matters to you, and it keeps us both from wasting our time. Click. Damn it, I snapped, carefully setting down my phone so I didn't throw it. It did matter what she said. I was just doing a piss-poor job of letting her go first, which, again, was a problem I only seemed to have with this particular woman. Writing was so much easier than dealing with actual people. Maybe people didn't finish my books, hung up on me in a literature sense, but I never knew if someone stopped reading before they got the point, because I'd already had the chance to make it. Even if they slammed it shut in disgust, it wasn't in person. I raked my hands over my face and let out a hiss of pure irritation. I'd finally met someone with bigger control issues than I had. Any advice, Jameson? I asked the pages of the manuscript and correspondence I'd printed out. Sure, you somehow managed to keep communicating through a war zone, but you sure as hell didn't have to knock down Scarlett's walls over the telephone, did you? I gave myself a moment to fall into the story, to really theorize what Georgia was asking of me, but picturing Scarlett learning to let go and move on, fictionally condemning her to what had to have been a half-life, felt too heavy even for me. 3 months. That was all I had to not only convince Georgia that Scarlett and Jameson needed to end this story blissfully together, but write the damned thing in another author's style and voice. Then I glanced at the calendar and realized it was actually less than 3 months, and cursed, loudly. I had to change tactics, or there was a very real possibility that I was going to blow a deadline for the first time in my career. Chapter 8. August 1940. Middle Wallop, England. Heat blasted Jameson's face as Hangar 2 went up in flames. The explosion tossed them backward like they were nothing more than paper, but he managed to keep his arms around Scarlett. His back took the brunt of the impact, forcing the air from his lungs as Scarlett landed on top of him. He rolled, trying to shelter her with his body as much as he could, as bomb after bomb fell in the span of a few thunderous heartbeats. He'd seen at least 24 pilots go down in the last few months, their deaths nothing more than another photo pinned on the wall. Not Scarlett, not Scarlett! He cursed. The war had finally done the very thing he'd traveled all the way to Europe to stop. It had come for someone he cared about. He'd never wanted to shoot down an enemy aircraft more in his entire life. His ears rang as he propped himself up on his elbows and searched the crystal blue eyes beneath him as what he hoped was the last of the bombs fell in the not-so-far-off distance. "Are you okay?" There was a good chance they'd try another pass, especially since both hangars 1 and 3 still stood. She blinked and nodded. "You have to go." Now he was the one nodding. "Then go," she urged. He could do far more to protect her in the air than acting as her shield on the ground, so he scrambled to his feet, then pulled her to hers. A shape moved off to the left, and relief flooded his system as Howard rose to his knees, then stood. The man still had his hat on. "Get to Hangar 1!" Jameson shouted. Howard nodded and took off at a run. Jameson cradled Scarlett's face in his hands. There was so much to say and no time to say it. "Be careful, Jameson," Scarlett demanded, the plea echoing in her eyes. He pressed his lips to her forehead in a fierce kiss, squeezing his eyes shut. Then he glanced over her head to make sure the car hadn't been hit, and breathed another ounce easier as he saw Constance behind the wheel, Christine at her side. "You be careful," he ordered Scarlett, looking into her eyes one last time before tearing himself away, and running for Hangar 1 before he could question her safety. Scarlett's knees trembled as she watched Jameson sprint past the fire that used to be Hangar 2. Her fear for his safety outweighed the concern for her own, but rivaled that for her sister. Oh, God, Constance. Scarlett turned and sprinted for the car, nearly losing her footing once or twice on the scattered debris. Constance beckoned her forward, motioning wildly with her hands while glancing toward the sky. She was alive. Jameson was alive. That was all she could rely on for right now. Scarlett yanked the door open and threw herself into the back seat, shutting the door quickly behind her. Constance didn't need any instructions. She already had the car in reverse. "Tell me you're okay," she shouted over her shoulder as she whipped the car around, then threw it into drive. "I'm fine. You too?" Scarlett asked as her hands began to shake. She gripped her knees, then hissed. Her palms came away bloody. "We're steady as can be," Christine answered with a trembling smile. "Good," Scarlett answered. Seeing that the bottom of her skirt already bore bloodstains, Scarlett muttered a curse and wiped her hands clean on the fabric of her uniform. "Drive faster, Constance. Jameson's going to be on the board." Scarlett wasn't tired after one watch, so she took a second, replacing another filter officer who hadn't come in. Constance refused to leave her side, but her exhaustion was palpable, so Scarlett set her up on a cot in the break room so she could rest. In 4 hours, they'd both be on again. Then she headed back to the board. Their board was covered in markers tracking the raids currently assaulting RAF airfields all over Britain, including the one that had taken place at their own. The hectic, quick movements of the plotters happened in silence, while the control officers overhead in the galley made movement decisions, relayed orders, and talked to pilots directly. For hours she listened to the voice in her headset, plotting the markers. Code number, estimated size of raid, height, coordinates, arrow. Every 5 minutes, the locations were updated and a new arrow marked the direction of the raid, changing with the color designation on the clock. Red, blue, yellow. Red, blue, yellow. Red, blue, yellow. She kept her mind on task, knowing if she let herself wander, she couldn't fulfill her duty. Without her and the women around her, the control officers couldn't relay coordinates to the pilots in the air. Without her, Jameson was flying blind. She'd tried to watch for the 609 yellow flags on top of the raid markers signaling which raids they'd engaged, but there was no time for any section of the board but her own. On hour 4, she should have taken a break, but her replacement hadn't arrived. She tried to not think of possible reasons why. On hour 8, that break would have been over. 4 hours on, 4 hours off, that was the rule. On hour 9, Constance took over the section to her right. At hour 10, Constance pushed a marker into Scarlett's section, as she'd done countless times before as flights moved across the map. But this time she took the scant seconds to make eye contact with her sister. The marker had a 609 flag. Jameson. Scarlett's heart lurched. She hadn't spoken to him since the hangar. She'd hoped like hell that he'd flown and returned and might have been resting, but the pit in her stomach told her he was with his squadron, engaged against an estimated 30 German aircraft. Every 5 minutes she returned to that marker, moving it across the coastline and swapping out the arrow for the next color. Every 5 minutes she allowed herself one fervent prayer that he would make it through the night. Even if he chose not to believe her about Henry, even if she never saw him again, she needed to know that he was all right. Thank God she hadn't been assigned with a control officer, where she could hear the voices of the pilots come through the radio. It would have driven her mad to hear the losses reported. By hour 12, her arms trembled with exhaustion. The 609 flag had disappeared from her section as the board slowed. No doubt it would fill again by nightfall. The raids came in waves, each one taking a little more than they could afford to lose. 2 more radio direction finding stations had been lost. She'd lost count of how many RAF bases they'd bombed. How many more hits could the airfields sustain? How many more fighters could they lose? How many more pilots— "You ready?" Constance asked as they passed through the doorway of the operations room. "Yes," she answered, her voice thick with lack of use. "Your poor knees." Constance's brows knit. Scarlett glanced down at the clean skirt her section officer had insisted she change into, since hers had been ruined by rips and blood, and glimpsed her scabbed-over knees. "It's nothing. Let's get you into a bath." Constance offered her a shaky smile and linked their elbows. "Christine, would you mind driving?" "Not at all. Assistant Section Officer Wright?" A high, feminine voice called across the small lobby. Both women turned to see their section officer stride forward. "Scarlett," she clarified, beckoning her with a hand. Scarlett gave her sister a pat on the shoulder, then met Section Officer Gibson in the middle of the small lobby. "Ma'am, I wanted to commend you for keeping your wits about you tonight. There aren't many girls who would perform for 12 straight hours, and even fewer who could do so after experiencing a raid." Her lips were tight, but the older woman's eyes were soft. "Just doing my job, ma'am," Scarlett answered. There were men doing far more than she was, in far worse circumstances. Doing her best was the least she owed them. "Indeed." She dismissed her with a nod, but there was a hint of a smile before she turned to walk away. She joined Constance at the door, and the pair walked into the morning sunlight. Scarlett blinked, the light stinging her eyes despite her hat. 8 in the morning had never felt quite so brutal. Her breath caught, and she gasped at the tall figure standing in the middle of the pavement in service uniform. "Jameson," she whispered, her knees nearly giving out in relief. He covered the distance between them, eating her alive with his eyes. She was okay. He'd flown 2 missions last night, breaking only to refuel and eat before launching again, and he'd worried about her the entire time. "The thing about you working special duties is there's no one who will confirm that you made it to work." His voice came out sandpaper rough, and he didn't care. Right, they wouldn't. Her gaze raked over him as if she needed the same reassurance he did. They were both alive. Her sister glanced between them. "I'll wait for you in the car." "I'll take her home," Jameson offered, unable to look away from Scarlett. "That is, if you'd like me to." Scarlett nodded, and Constance slipped away. Only feet separated them, and he knew his next words would either narrow or widen that gap, so he chose them carefully. He took her hand and led her from the sidewalk, through the short grass, until they were hidden from view and shaded by the heavy limbs of a giant oak tree. There was worry in those blue eyes as she looked up at him. Worry and relief, and the same longing he felt every time he looked at her. Maybe the right words weren't words. He cradled her head in his hands and kissed her. Finally. She felt as though she'd been waiting a lifetime for this man, this kiss, this moment, and it was finally here. There was no hesitation on her part, no gasp of surprise as he stroked his lips across hers, kissing her softly. She slid her hands up his chest, resting them just above his heart. Then she kissed him back, rising on her toes to press her mouth to his. It was as though he'd set a match to a pile of tinder. She went up in flames. He deepened the kiss, gliding his tongue across her lower lip before drawing it between his. Yes, she wanted more of that. When she opened to him, his tongue swept inside, stroking hers as he learned the curves of her mouth. He was good at this. Heat licked its way down her spine, igniting her skin and singeing her common sense into a hasty retreat. Her hands fisted in his uniform, and she threw herself into the kiss, yanking him closer even as she felt them moving backward. Her back hit the tree, and she barely blinked. He tasted like apples, and something deeper, darker. More. She wanted more. She wanted to kiss Jameson every day for the rest of her life. She felt his groan throughout her body when she explored his mouth the way he had hers, finally drawing his lower lip between her teeth lightly. Scarlett. He swore against her lips, then took her mouth over and over, moving his hand to her waist to pull her closer. Nothing was close enough. She wanted to feel his every breath, every heartbeat, wanted to live inside that kiss where there were no bombs, no raids, nothing that would pry him from her arms. She lifted her hands to his neck and arched against him as his lips slid to the curve of her jaw. Pure, insistent need unfurled in her belly, and her fingernails bit into his skin as she gasped at the sensation. He worked his lips down her neck in hot, open-mouthed kisses, and she tilted to give him better access. He reached the collar of her uniform, and with a groan brought his mouth back to hers. The kiss spiraled, taking her with it. She'd never felt so consumed by another person in her life, never willingly given this much of herself. In the midst of letting go, she stumbled onto the truth she'd been too hesitant, too cautious to admit until now. Jameson was the only one she would ever want like this. He gripped her hips with strong hands, then slowed the kiss until it was nothing more than soft brushes of his lips against hers. "Jameson," she whispered as he rested his forehead on hers. "When I saw those explosions coming for us, I didn't know how to protect you." His grip tightened. "You can't," she said softly. "There's nothing either of us can do to keep the other alive." Her fingers caressed the nape of his neck. "I know, and it's killing me." Her stomach tightened. "I'm not marrying him. I need you to know that. I spent all night watching the waves of the raids, and the thought of losing you, of you up there thinking God knows what." She shook her head. "I'm not marrying him." "I know." He kissed her again, light and soft. "I should have let you explain. The shock just about ripped me apart." "There will be more," she warned him. "If my parents went this far, they'll go further. There will be more rumors, more articles, more pressure. As long as you know the truth of it, I can handle them." He nodded and swallowed, a pained look crossing his face before he brought his gaze back to hers. The intensity she found there stole her breath. "I'm in love with you, Scarlett Wright. I've done everything I can to fight it, to take it slower, to give you what time and space you need. But this war isn't going to give us that time, and after last night, I'm not hiding it anymore. I'm in love with you." A sweet ache began to throb in her chest. "I'm in love with you, too." What was the point of avoiding it, of not giving in, when neither of them knew if they'd be alive tomorrow? The smile that lit his face was echoed on hers, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she allowed herself to feel that happiness radiate, to sink into every fiber of her being. But now that they'd admitted it, what were they going to do with it? "There's talk of the Americans getting their own squadron," she whispered. Another squadron meant a transfer. "I've heard." A muscle ticked in his jaw. "What are we going to do?" Her voice broke on the last word. "We're going to face it all head-on. Your parents, the war, the whole Royal Air Force," he said with a flash of a smile. "We'll do it together. You are mine, Scarlett Wright, and I am yours, and from this second on, we don't keep secrets." She nodded, then kissed him sweetly. "Okay, Now take me home before we do something that gets us both court-martialed." He grinned. "Yes, ma'am." She knew what was coming for them might very well crush this new, fierce feeling that filled her chest. But for this moment, they were safe, they were together, and they were in love.
Chapter 9. Georgia. Dearest Jameson, here we are again, writing letters. I would give anything to reach through this paper, to stretch across the long miles between us, just to touch you, to feel your heartbeat. How many more times can this war separate us before we're simply allowed to be happy? I know we're lucky that we've been stationed together longer than most, but I am greedy when it comes to you, and there is no replacement for feeling your arms around me. But don't worry. My arms only hold the other Mr. Stanton, and he makes every day we're apart just a little brighter. I glared down at my phone for what felt like the billionth time that week. Just when I thought Noah might understand, that he might actually grasp the simple fact that I wasn't backing down, he'd call again and suggest some cheesy conclusion to Gran's story. And each was worse than the last. Like right now. I'm sorry, did you just say he pops out of a Christmas present? I pulled the phone away from my ear and glanced at the screen, making sure that was actually Noah on the other end. Yep, that was his number. His low, and I could admit begrudgingly, sexy voice, spinning an absolute ludicrous tale. Exactly. Just picture it. You have lost your mind, and you might just be driving me to lose mine in the process. That was it. My eyes narrowed. That isn't your real ending, is it? None of these are. I have no idea what you're talking about. That is a joyful celebration of love and hope. He was good. He even sounded offended. Uh-huh. You're giving me blatantly bad, corny endings to wear me down so I won't dismiss your actual idea, aren't you? I finished pouring my sweet tea and headed for Gran's office. My office. Actually, I had a more poignant idea, too. There was a sound like a soft crash, like he'd thrown himself onto his couch. Or bed. Not that I was thinking about his bed, because I wasn't. Okay. Please, do tell. I set the tea on the coaster and fired up my computer. I'd put off everything possible during the divorce, which meant I had 6 months of estate work for Gran to dig out of, but I was almost through it. So, there they are on a passenger ship, halfway across the Atlantic, thinking they've made it out, and bam! A U-boat sinks them. My mouth dropped open. Well, that's dark. But at least he was giving my stance some real thought, right? Just wait. So as the ship goes down, he gets them to a lifeboat. But there's just not enough room, and Scarlett is torn between taking that remaining seat for William's safety and fighting the panicked crowd for another boat. My brow furrowed. Wait a second. Throw in some action to keep the reader on the edge of their seat, but in the end, it's just them in the water. Jameson pushing Scarlett up onto what's left of the wreckage. Oh my God! I know you are not giving me the ending to Titanic! My voice pitched high enough that I winced. Hey, you wanted sad. Unbelievable. Are you always this hard to work with? I wouldn't know, because I don't work with anyone but Adam, who can't even start editing this novel until I get it done. His tone sharpened. So are you ready to discuss actual options here? Like what? He flies in and lands on the street in front of their house? Or wait, I know. He chases her through the port in a mad dash to catch her before she boards a boat in a reimagined rom-com from hell scene with a 40s twist? I hammered the keys of my laptop with my password. None of that is happening. I was actually thinking more of a puppy with a little key on its collar. He'd slipped into sarcasm. Ugh! I hung up. Mom popped through the door with a smile. Everything okay? Yep, just dealing with... My phone rang again. Noah! I said in sheer exasperation as his name appeared on my screen. What? I snapped into the phone.
Do you have any idea how childish it is to keep hanging up on someone you agreed to partner with?" he asked with a voice so smooth and unbothered it only irked me more. The satisfaction it brings me is more than worth what could be seen as a lack of maturity. Or maybe I was simply reveling in the fact that I could hang up, that I wasn't at anyone's beck and call for the first time in 6 years. On that note, how about we end in a beautiful orchard, where they're picnicking? "Noah," I warned, only to have Jameson stung by a bee. No, dozens of bees, and he's allergic. "It isn't my girl." Mom's eyebrows hit the ceiling. "You're right. So let's talk about how to really give them a happy ending readers can root for." "Goodbye, Noah." I hung up. "Georgia!" Mom gasped. "What?" I shrugged. "I said goodbye. Don't worry, he'll call back tomorrow and we'll start all over again." We'd been going round and round for weeks now. "Is everything okay with the book?" Mom asked, sitting in the same chair Noah had. Things between us were still awkward, but I figured they always would be. And I had to admit, it was more than nice having her here. Knowing she planned to stay through Christmas had eased the tension and even given me a little hope that we might find some real footing. After all, we only really had each other now that Gran was gone. I rubbed the skin between my eyes. He's still fighting me on the ending. And that's what's holding everything up? Opening my eyes, I found her staring at a framed picture of Gran and Grandpa William when he was in his 20s. I'd never known him. He'd died when Mom was 16. I'd been born less than a year later. Well, it's certainly holding him up, since he refuses to actually start it until we agree what should happen in the end. I'd never been so grateful for a contract clause in my life. If he had his way, it would be all hearts and rainbows. Mom's forehead puckered as she looked back to me. Like the rest of her books. Pretty much. A quick glance at my watch told me I had 20 minutes before my scheduled call with the lawyers. "And you think that's a bad thing?" I swiveled in the wheeled armchair and grabbed the 2-inch thick binder my legal team had overnighted last week. "I think it's wrong for this story." "But isn't he—" Mom pressed her lips in a tight line. "Say it." I flipped the binder open. "Well, he's the expert, Gigi. You're not." I paused mid-page flip at the use of that name. He very well might be the expert at crafting his own story, but if it's between Noah Harrison and myself, when it comes to Gran, then I'd say I'm the expert. Page flipped. "I just think it's a little ridiculous to hold up the entire contract because you're having creative differences, don't you?" She crossed her legs as her forehead puckered in concern. "Isn't it best to just get this all over with so you can really dig into your life here?" "Mom, the contract is done. It has been for about a month now. It was all over the news, too. So much for keeping it quiet. Helen was fielding dozens of calls about sub-rights. I'd never been so glad to be out of New York City in my life. At least here, I could forward emails or refuse calls from people I knew only wanted access to the manuscript. In New York, it had been impossible to go to the bathroom at a cocktail party without someone in the industry approaching me about Gran. Then again, I'd always been with Damien, so maybe I'd simply been attending the wrong parties. "So this little quarrel you're having with Noah Harrison isn't holding it up?" She leaned forward. "Nope, it's a done deal." "Then why hasn't the advance been delivered?" My gaze snapped to hers. "What?" She fidgeted, her face lining with worry. "I thought the publisher was supposed to pay the advance once you signed." "Right, but it's not all deliverable at once. It takes time on their end." My stomach churned, but I ignored it. Mom was doing her best, and I had to give her a chance. Jumping to the wrong conclusion would only serve to set our relationship back. "What do you mean, it's not deliverable all at once?" Alarm bells chimed in my head, but there was nothing in her gaze except pure curiosity. Maybe she was finally taking an interest? "It's split in thirds. Signing, delivering, publishing." "Thirds?" Mom's eyebrows shot up. "Interesting. Is it always like that?" "Just depends on the contract," I shrugged. "The first part should be in your account any day now, so be sure to watch for it. If it doesn't show up, let me know and I'll ask Helen to check up on it."
I'll watch for it, she promised, rising to her feet. You look like you're about ready to work, so I'll get out of your hair and see what Lydia left us for dinner. I shifted in my chair uneasily. Mom? She turned at the doorway. I'm glad you're here, I swallowed, hoping to dislodge the lump in my throat. Of course, she winced. Georgia, you know it helped to be around family after my first divorce. Her smile faltered. That one took something precious from me, and it was your Gran who put me back on my emotional feet and reminded me who I am, a Stanton. That was the last time I didn't hyphenate, I'll tell you. Her knuckles whitened on the door handle. Don't ever give away your name again, Georgia. There's power in being a Stanton. My phone lit up with an incoming call. The legal team. Your name? I guessed. That's what the first one took? Say me. Say it cost you me. No, I was the naive one who gave that away, but I was 20. He took my hope. She motioned to my phone. You'd better get that. A little wave of her fingers, and she was gone. Right. I swiped to answer the call and lifted it to my ear. Georgia Stanton. 2 days later, Hazel and I walked out of the Poplar pub after grabbing some lunch that I'd mostly picked at. Nothing tasted good anymore. It was all just sustenance anyway. So, how many times does that make it? Hazel asked as we headed down the sidewalk along Main Street. With the tourist season in its full lull and the kids back to school, there was peaceful quietness that wouldn't be found again until the ski season melted away for those few weeks before summer vacation. I'm not exactly keeping count. Noah called. Noah argued. I hung up. It was just that simple. You barely touched your lunch, she noted, looking over her sunglasses at me and tucking a curl behind her ear. I wasn't very hungry. Her eyes narrowed. So I was thinking of heading to Margot's for a pedicure, since you helped me get all the new workbooks organized at the center in record time, and Owen's mom has the kids for the afternoon. What do you say? You absolutely should. You deserve a little pampering. I moved to the right so Mrs. Taylor and her husband could pass, offering them a smile. I'd missed that. The simple act of recognizing someone on the street. New York was always bustling, pedestrian traffic moving in a steady, purposeful current of strangers. So do you. Oh. We passed my favorite creamery and the Grove Goods bakery, which smelled like heaven. Thursday cinnamon rolls. My car was only another block down. Georgia, she sighed, gripping my elbow as we stopped in front of the bookstore. You're off a little more than normal today. There was no use hiding anything from Hazel. I'm fine. When I'm busy, and I have been until now. Moving, cleaning, everything with the book, digging through the estate paperwork kept me focused on what's right in front of me. But now? I sighed and glanced around the town I adored. Everything about this place is the same. It looks the same, smells the same. Is that a good thing? Hazel pushed her sunglasses to the top of her head. It's a great thing. It's just that I'm not the same anymore, so I need to figure out where I fit. It's hard to explain. It's like I'm itchy, restless. You know what would help? Mischief lit her smile. So help me God, if you say a pedicure, you should jump Noah Harrison. I snorted. Yeah, okay. My temperature rose just thinking about it. Stop it. I'm serious. Fly to New York for the weekend, hash out the book details, and get laid. She smiled when Peggy Richardson dropped her jaw, clearly having heard us as she walked by. It's basically multitasking. Nice to see you, Peggy. Hazel even waved. Peggy adjusted the strap of her purse and continued down the street. You're unbelievable. I rolled my eyes. Oh, come on. If you won't do it for you, do it for me. Did you see that shot of him at the beach I sent you yesterday? You can do laundry on that man's stomach. She hooked her arm through my elbow and we started back down the street at a thoroughly indulgent, slow pace. I've seen all 36 of the pictures you've sent me. The man had abs for days, and the skin that stretched across the muscles of his torso and back was deliciously inked, too. According to the article she'd sent, he had one for every book he'd written. And you still don't want to jump him? Because if not, I'm totally adding him to my hall pass list. I'll even bump Scott Eastwood for that man. I never said I didn't want to. I grimaced, slamming my eyes shut. Look, even if Noah wanted to, I've never been a fling kind of girl, and I'm not going to rebound with the guy finishing Grand's book. Period. Her eyes sparkled. But you want to. And of course he would. You're hot. You're divorced. And don't forget, I'm well aware that Damien wasn't doing it for you. Hazel, I hissed, my eyes darting over my shoulder, but no one was there. It's true. And I'm just looking out for you here. I know you have a thing for the broody, creative types. Did you see those tattoos? Classic bad boy vibe. And how many bad boy authors do you know? There are plenty of bad boy authors in the world. Like whom? I blinked. Hemingway? Bad choice. He's dead. Fitzgerald, too. Shame. She rolled her eyes. I'll get a pedicure right now if you drop it. Fine, she grinned. For now. But I still think you should jump him. I shook my head at her ridiculously bad idea and saw Dan Allen through the glass windows of Mr. Navarro's shop. Is Dan still a real estate agent? He must have it listed. Yep, he helped us find our house last year, Hazel answered, then waved as Dan caught us staring. Do you mind if we take a few minutes before Petty's? I looked again at the bay display windows that flanked the door, imagining how the light would hit them in a few hours with the afternoon sun. No problem. I opened the heavy glass door and stepped into the shop. There were no more giant aquariums or bales of hamster bedding. Even the shelves were gone. The space was empty except for Dan, who greeted us with a charismatic smile that hadn't changed since high school. Georgia! It's been forever! Sophie mentioned she saw you when you got into town. He stepped forward and shook my hand, then did the same with Hazel. Hey, Dan. I looked around his lanky frame to the space at the back of the store. Sorry to bust in. I was just curious about the shop. Oh, are you in the market for some commercial space? He asked. Just curious. Was I in the market? Was it even practical? She's curious, Hazel grinned. He launched into real estate mode, telling us all about the ample square footage while he let us pass the only fixture that remained, the glass display counter where I'd paid for my first goldfish. So why hasn't it sold? I asked, as he opened the back door that led to what had to be storage. Mr. Navarro's been gone for what, a year? It's been on the market for about 6 months, but the storage room, well, here, I'll show you. He flipped on a light, and we followed him into the massive, unfinished space. Whoa. There were 2 large garage doors, a cement floor, and walls, and a few rows of fluorescent lights hanging from the high ceilings. There's more storage than shop, which Mr. Navarro had liked, since it kept his classic car hobby out of Mrs. Navarro's driveway. There. That was the perfect spot for the furnace. Maybe just a day furnace, though. And a reheating one, of course. The alcove was perfect for an annealing oven, too. I studied the ceiling next. High, but some good-sized vents wouldn't hurt. I know that look, Hazel said from behind me. There's no look, I replied, already picturing the best place for a bench and block. How much do they want for it? Hazel asked. The price made my eyes pop. Add the startup costs, and I'd wipe out just about everything I had in savings. It was naive to even think about it. Yet here I was, doing exactly that. After asking Dan to call me if he got an offer, we headed out for pedicures. Hazel fired off a text at her mom to join us, and I did the same with mine, but she didn't answer. Then again, she'd been napping a lot lately. My toenails were summer coral pink as I parked in the garage, the logical side of my brain already at war with the creative, listing every reason I shouldn't even dream of buying the shop. It had been years since I'd been in a studio. It was risky to start a business. What if I failed at that as spectacularly as I had my marriage? At least no one would put it in the tabloids. My keys jingled as I tossed them onto the kitchen counter. Is that you, Gigi? Mom called from the entry. I rolled my eyes at the nickname and headed in her direction. It's me. I have the wildest idea. Oh, and I texted earlier about a pedicure. Mom smiled. Her hair and makeup perfectly done, her suitcases at her side in the entry, lined up like little ducks in a row. Her designer purse was slung over her shoulder. "Oh, good. I was hoping I'd get to see you before I had to go." "Go where?" I folded my arms across my chest and rubbed the skin of my arms to ward off the chills as goosebumps rose on my skin. There wasn't a cure for the instant hit of nausea. "Well," Ian called, "and it turns out he got himself into a little snag. So I'm just going to pop up to Seattle and help him out." She fished her phone from her pocket. Ian. Husband number 4, the one who liked to gamble. Pieces clicked into a puzzle that I'd willingly kept myself from seeing. The advance came in. Didn't it? I sounded small. I felt small, too. "I'm glad you asked, because it did," Mom beamed. "Now, I didn't want you to worry about a thing, so I told Lydia to make sure the house was stocked with groceries." Groceries. Right. "When will you be back?" Ridiculous question, but I had to ask. She yanked her gaze from her phone, meeting mine in a flash of guilt. "You're not." It was a statement, not a question. Hurt flashed in Mom's eyes. "Well, that was mean." "Are you?" "Well, not right away. Ian is going to need a little looking after, and this could really be our chance to rekindle things. There's always been that zing between us. It's never faded." She fumbled with her phone. "I called an Uber. They take forever around here. It's a small town." I glanced around the entry, from the French doors that led to the living room to the framed pictures on the walls. Anything to keep from looking right at her. Bile rose in my throat, and my heart screamed as the fragile stitches I'd thoughtlessly sewn there popped one at a time. "Don't I know it?" She shook her head. "What happened to Christmas?" "Plans change, honey. But you have your feet under you now, and as soon as you feel like you're ready to face the rest of the world, you get to go back to New York City, Gigi. You'll go stagnant here. Everyone does." She scrolled through her apps. "Oh, good. 7 minutes." "Don't call me that." Her face snapped to mine. "What?" "I told you. I hate that nickname. Stop using it." "Well, pardon me. I'm just your mother." Her eyes widened in sarcasm. "You know he's just going to drain your account and dump you again, right?" That's exactly what he'd done the first time, which was when Gran had cut her out of the will. Mom's eyes reduced to slits. "You don't know that. You don't know him. But you should." My jaw ticked, and I embraced the anger that filled my chest, wrapping it like Kevlar around my hemorrhaging heart. I'd believed her like a naive 5-year-old, believed that she'd stick around for me this time, even if it was just for the next few months. "I don't know why you're being so nasty." She shook her head like I was the one delivering the blows here. "I stayed for you, took care of you, and now I deserve to be happy, just like you." "Just like me?" I ran my hands down my face. "I'm nothing like you." Her expression softened. "Oh, my little heart. You took off for college, and what did you find? A lonely older man to take care of you. You may have graduated, but don't lie to yourself. You weren't there for an education. You were husband hunting, just like I was at that age." "I wasn't," I fired back. "I met Damien on campus while he was researching filming locations." Pity. God, that was pity in her eyes. "Oh, honey. And you don't think the fact that your last name was Stanton had anything to do with it?" I lifted my chin in the air. "He didn't know. Not when we met." "You keep believing that." She checked her phone again. "It's true." It had to be. The last 8 years of my life were a lie, if it wasn't. Mom sucked in a deep breath and rolled her eyes heavenward, like she was praying for patience. "Dear, dear Georgia. The sooner you come to grips with the truth, the happier you'll be." Color flashed through the window beside the door. Her ride was here. "And what truth is that, Mom?" She was leaving again. How many times was this? I'd stopped keeping count when I was 13. "When you have someone like your Gran in the family, it's nearly impossible to get out from under that kind of shadow." She tilted her head. "He knew. They all know. You have to learn to use it to your advantage." Her soft tone was at odds with her harsh words. "I'm not you," I repeated. "Maybe not yet," she admitted, grabbing the first suitcase. "But you will be." "Leave your key." Never again. This was the last time she'd blow into my life and leave once she got what she wanted. She gasped. "Leave my key? To my grandmother's house? My father's house?" "You are a lot of things, Georgia, but cruel isn't one of them. I'm not kidding." "Do you know how that makes me feel?" Her hand flew to her chest. "Leave your key." She blinked back tears as she pried the key from the ring, then dropped it into the crystal vase on the entry table. "Happy now?" "No," I said softly, shaking my head. I wasn't sure I'd ever be happy again. I stood there frozen in the same entry hall she'd left me in so many times before, and watched her struggle with her suitcases without offering to help. "I love you," she said, waiting in the doorway for my reply. "Have a safe flight, Mom." She bristled and closed the door. Then the house was quiet. I didn't know how long I stood there, watching a door I knew from experience would only open again when it was convenient for her. Knowing I was never what she'd wanted and cursing myself for letting my guard down and believing otherwise. The grandfather clock ticked steadily from the living room, somehow steadying my heartbeat. It was 100-year-old pacemaker. Every other time she'd walked out, I'd had Gran's arms around me. Alone wasn't a harsh enough word for whatever this was. I pulled myself together and turned back to head for the kitchen, only to be stopped by a knock at the door. I may have been naive, but I wasn't green. Mom had forgotten something, and it wasn't me. She hadn't abandoned her plans, hadn't a change of heart, but still, that damnable kernel of hope flickered in my chest as I opened the door. A set of darker-than-sin eyes stared down at me under a cocked brow as his mouth slowly curved into a wry smile. Noah Harrison was on my porch.
"Try to hang up on me now, Georgia."
I slammed the door in his gorgeous, smug, romance-minded little face.
Chapter 10. September 1940. Middle Wallop, England. Jameson had been born to fly the Spitfire. It was agile, responsive, and moved like it was an extension of his body, which was just about the only advantage he had in combat. Was Great Britain cranking out planes at an unprecedented rate? Yes, but what they needed were pilots with more than 12 hours in the cockpit heading into a dogfight. The German pilots were more experienced, with more hours, more aces, and more confirmed kills in general. Thank God the Nazi long-range capabilities were shit, or the RAF would have lost the Battle of Britain more than a month ago. But they were still in it. Today had been the hardest yet. He'd barely rested between launches, and that had been at airfields that weren't his own. London was under attack. Hell, the whole island was. It had been for the last week, but today the skies were heavy with smoke and aircraft. The Nazi assault seemed endless. They were pummeled by wave after wave of bombers and their fighter escorts. Adrenaline sang through his body as he zeroed in on an enemy aircraft somewhere to the southeast of London, coming up on the fighter's tail nice and close. Closer made it easier to hit his target. It also made it easier to go down with them. The enemy began a steep climb, taking them nearly vertical as Jameson chased him through a heavy layer of clouds. His stomach pitched. He had a few seconds, no more. Already his engine sputtered, losing power. If he went fully inverted, he'd lose the whole thing. Unlike the Messerschmitt, he didn't have fuel injection under his hood. The carburetor of his little Spitfire had a very real chance of being his doom. "Stanton!" Howard shouted through the radio. Come on, Jameson growled as his thumb hovered over the trigger. The instant the fighter appeared in his crosshairs, Jameson fired. "Yes, got him!" he shouted as smoke streamed from the Messerschmitt, his own engine gasping its final warning. He banked hard left, narrowly missing the plummeting fuselage of the enemy fighter. Gasping, he leveled out, then descended through the clouds, letting the engine and his heartbeat steady itself. One more second, and he would have flooded the engine and joined the Messerschmitt as a crater in the English countryside. 2 confirmed kills. 3 more and he'd be an ace. An aircraft pulled alongside him, and he glanced left to see Howard shaking his head. "I'm telling Scarlett you did that," he warned over the radio. "Don't you dare," Jameson snapped, glancing at the photograph he'd wedged in the framework of the altimeter. It was Scarlett, mid-laugh, captured just after the sisters had joined the WAAF. Constance had given it to him after Scarlett refused, saying he knew exactly what she looked like without carrying her picture into battle. Of course he knew what she looked like. That was why he liked looking at her so much. "Then don't pull that again," Howard warned. Jameson scoffed, knowing they'd have words about it at beer call. Scarlett had enough on her shoulders to worry about without throwing his flying habits into the mix. As long as he came home to her, how he did it was a moot point as far as he was concerned. Especially since he was due to leave RAF Church Fenton in a few days and had yet to think of a way to bring her with him. The Eagle Squadron, composed of other American pilots serving in the RAF, was actually happening. He was being transferred. "Sorbo leader," the call came over the radio. "This is Fighter Command. We have 45 plus on approach at Kinley at Angels 13, vector 270. "Received," their wing commander answered. They were headed back into the thick of battle. 2 days. That's how long it had been since Scarlett had word of Jameson. She knew the squadron had refueled elsewhere during what had been the longest 2 days of her life. The air raids from the 15th had worn her to the bone, both in the operations room and in her heart. She knew of at least 24 fighters who'd carried their pilots to their graves. The blitz of bombings yesterday saw much of her day in the air raid shelter when she was not on watch. All she'd thought about was Jameson. Where was he? Was he safe? Had he been injured? Or worse? Today she was waiting for him, and she wasn't alone. There were perhaps a dozen women in their little group, all sweethearts of the pilots, all gathered on the stretch of pavement between the parked cars and the 2 remaining hangars on the airfield. It was approximately the same spot where she and Jameson had been when the now-demolished hangar had been done in a month ago. The hum of engines filled the air, and her heartbeat skyrocketed. They were here. She squared her shoulders as the Spitfires landed, wishing she'd worn her uniform instead of her blue-checkered dress. A woman in uniform was required to keep herself together, and at this moment she felt anything but. Her nerves were simply shot. It was easily another 20 minutes before the first pilots made their way down the pavement, still wearing their flight suits. A few she recognized, especially the 3 other Americans who would be leaving with Jameson in 2 short days. She should have been prepared for his transfer orders. God knew the RAF was the most mobile force in Britain, but it had still hit her like a blow. Her stomach clenched as more and more pilots appeared. Then she saw him. She ran, cutting through the grass to bypass the foot traffic. He spotted her and stepped clear of the crowd just before she reached him, catching her easily as she threw herself into his arms. "Scarlett, my Scarlett," he said into her neck, his arms wrapped around her waist, holding her as her feet dangled far above the ground. "I love you." Her arms shook slightly as she held tight, the full measure of her relief coursing through her in a shock wave of emotion. "God, I love you." With one arm locked tight around her back, he cupped her face with the other, pulling back enough to lock their gazes. "I was terrified for you." The truth spilled from her lips so easily, even after she'd withheld those very words from her sister over the last 2 days. That was no reason to be. He smiled and pressed a kiss to her lips. She melted against him, kissing him back despite the very public audience. Today, she couldn't bring herself to care if the king himself were watching. He held her carefully, but kissed her passionately for a long, hard moment. Then eventually he brushed his mouth over hers and drew back. Much to her delight, he didn't put her down. He was the only person who managed to make her feel delicate without making her feel small. "Marry me," he said, his eyes dancing with happiness. She startled. "I'm sorry?" "Marry me." His eyebrows lifted with the corners of his mouth. "I've spent the entirety of the last week trying to think of how to keep us together, and that's how. Marry me, Scarlett." Wait, had he just proposed? No matter how much she loved him, it was too soon, too reckless, and entirely too much like a business deal. Her mouth opened and shut a few times, but she couldn't quite make the words come out for a few embarrassing seconds. "Put me down." There they were. He held her tighter. "I can't live without you." "You've only lived with me for 2 months." Her mouth tightened as she lectured her foolish heart to keep quiet. "I wish I'd lived with you for 2 months," he whispered, his voice dropping to that low, growly tone that turned her insides to mush. "Oh, you know what I mean." She laced her fingers behind his neck, more than aware that he had yet to do as she'd asked and lower her. "We could live together for the rest of our lives," he said softly. "One home, one dining room table, one bed." "You can't seriously be suggesting that we rush into marriage because you'd like to get me into bed." She arched an eyebrow. Not that she hadn't thought about Jameson that way. She had. Frequently. Too frequently, according to her morals, and not frequently enough, according to the lady she lived with. His eyes flared with humor. "Well, no, but I love which piece of furniture you focused on. If I just wanted to get you into bed, you'd know it by now." His gaze dropped to her lips. "I want to marry you because it's a foregone conclusion. It doesn't matter if we date another year, Scarlett. We're going to end up married eventually." "Jameson." Her cheeks flushed, even though she resented how good it felt to hear those words. "If we do it now, we won't be separated." "It's not that simple." Her heart warred with her head. There was something utterly romantic about running off to marry a man you were head over heels in love with and had only known 2 months. There was also something naive about it. "It is," he assured her. "Says the man who won't lose his job." There were about a dozen reasons flitting through her mind about why this was a horrid suggestion, but that one shouted the loudest. He blinked in sheer confusion, then slowly lowered her to the ground. "What do you mean?" She took his hand, and they started toward the car. "There's no place for me at RAF Church Fenton. Believe me, I've inquired, and if I marry you—" A small smile lifted her lips. "I can't guarantee I'd be reposted. We'd still be apart unless I left the WAIF for family reasons." His face fell. "The only part I liked about what you just said was, 'if I marry you.'" "I know." She had to admit she liked that too. Their situation was damnable. Even if she thought she could do something so reckless, she could never abandon Constance. They'd agreed to see out this war together, but if Constance was willing to seek a transfer— "You love your job, don't you?" he asked, as though admitting defeat. "I do. It's meaningful." "It is," he agreed. "So what do we do?" he asked, lifting her hand and pressing a kiss to the back of it. "In 2 days, I'm going to be on the other side of England." "Then I guess we enjoy what time we have." Her chest ached, both with how much she loved him and the agony of what was coming. "I'm not letting you go." He turned and lifted her into his arms. "I might not be here physically, but that doesn't mean we're not together. Understand?" She nodded. "Then I hope we're both very good at writing letters." Of all the places she would have loved to go on leave, such as Church Fenton, spending the weekend at her parents' London house was last on the list. To be honest, it didn't even make the list. The only reason she'd agreed to come at all was because they'd promised to stop feeding nonsense stories to the press, and it was her mother's birthday. The more she came home, the more she realized she wasn't the same girl who'd left it. Perhaps the dutiful, biddable daughter she'd been at the start of this war had been simply another casualty in the battle for Britain. They'd won, and the Germans had halted their all-out assault after those horrifying mid-September days, though bombing raids were still terrifyingly common. Jameson had been gone more than a month, and though he wrote twice a week, she missed him with a ferocity that escaped words. Every part of her ached when she thought about him. Logically, she'd made the right choice, but life was so uncertain, and there were parts of herself that cursed logic and demanded she get on a train. "Meet me at London next month. We'll get separate rooms. I don't care where we sleep, as long as I get to see you. I'm dying here, Scarlett." The words from his latest letter echoed through her head. "You miss him," Constance noted as they descended the staircase. "Unbearably," she admitted. "You should have said yes. You should have run off and married him. In fact, you could go right now. Right now." Constance lifted her eyebrows. "And leave you?" Scarlett questioned, linking elbows with her sister. "Never." "I would marry Edward if I could, but after Dunkirk, well, he still wants to wait until the war is over, and besides, I'd rather see you happy." "I will be very happy next month, when I will use my 48 hours to meet him here in London," she whispered. The excitement was nearly too much to keep in. "Well, not here. I don't think our parents would approve." "What?" Constance's eyes widened with her smile. "That's brilliant. And what about you? Wasn't that another letter from Edward I saw?" Scarlett raised her eyebrows and bumped her sister's hip. "It was. Girls, do sit down," their mother prompted as they entered the dining room, which was dimly lit. All their windows were covered tightly to block out any light that might shine through at night, as the blackout dictated, but it also served to make the daytimes equally dreary. "Yes, Mother," they answered in time, each taking their place at the obscenely long table. Her father walked in, dressed in an immaculately pressed suit, and smiled at each of his daughters, then his wife, before taking his seat at the head. It was quiet, as always, the discussion kept to pleasantries. "Are you girls enjoying your leave?" their father asked as they finished the main course. The chicken had been an unexpected treat, given the state of rationing. "Absolutely," Constance answered with a grin. "Definitely," Scarlett chimed in as the girls shared a secretive smile. Her parents didn't know about Jameson. She'd need to tell them eventually, but not on her mother's birthday. "I wish you were home more," her mother noted, her smile failing to hide the sadness in her tone. "But at least we'll see you again next month." "Actually, we might not be able to visit quite so often," Scarlett admitted. From now on, she'd spend every bit of leave she was given to see Jameson. Her mother's gaze snapped to hers. "Oh, but you must. We have so many arrangements to make before the summer." Scarlett's stomach turned over, but she managed to lift her water and sip. "Don't jump to conclusions." "Arrangements?" she questioned. Her mother drew back slightly, as though surprised. "Weddings take arranging, Scarlett. They don't just happen. It took Lady Vincent a year to plan her daughter's wedding." Scarlett's eyes flickered toward Constance. Had she told them about Jameson's proposal? Constance subtly shook her head, already shrinking back in her chair. Good God, were her parents still intending to push the match with Henry? "And who is getting married?" Scarlett asked, straightening her spine. Her parents shared a telling look, and Scarlett's heart plummeted. Her father cleared his throat. "Look, we've let you have your fun. You fulfilled your duty to king and country, and even though you know my thoughts on this war, I respected your choice." "Appeasement was not the solution to the German hostility," Scarlett snapped. "Had they just negotiated an acceptable—" Her father shook his head, then took a deep breath, his jaw ticking. "It's time to do your duty to your family, Scarlett." His voice left no room for misinterpretation or argument. Icy rage seeped into her veins. "Just to be clear, Father, you associate my duty to this family with marriage." Their whole way of thinking was ancient. "Naturally, what else could I possibly mean?" Her father lifted his silver eyebrows at her. Constance swallowed and put her hands in her lap. "It's for the best, dear," her mother urged. "You'll want for nothing once the Wadsworths—" "No." "I would want for love." Scarlett took her napkin from her lap and placed it on the table. "I thought I made it clear back in August when I asked you to stop feeding the paper lies." "It may have been premature, but it certainly wasn't a lie." Her mother drew back as if insulted. "Allow me to clarify. I will not marry that monster. I refuse." "You what?" Her mother's jaw dropped. "You are getting married this summer." "Well, it won't be to Henry Wadsworth." Even the name tasted vile in her mouth. "You have someone else in mind?" her father quipped sarcastically. "I do." She lifted her chin. Birthday be damned, this couldn't wait. They could not continue to plan her life. "I'm in love with a pilot, an American, and if I choose to marry, it will be him. You will have to find your income infusion elsewhere." "A Yank?" "Yes." "Absolutely not." Dishes clanged as her father slammed his hands on the table, but Scarlett didn't flinch. Constance did. "I will do as I please. I am a full-grown woman." Scarlett stood, "and an officer in the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. I am no longer a child for you to order about." "You would do this, ruin us." Her mother's voice broke. "Generations of sacrifices have been made, but you will not." She knew exactly where to hit her daughters hardest, but Scarlett pushed the guilt aside. Marrying Henry would only delay the inevitable. The way of life her parents clung to was disintegrating. There was nothing she could do to stop that. "If there's ruining to be done, I'm quite comfortable saying that I am not the cause." She took a deep breath, hoping there was something she could salvage here, a way to make them see.
I love Jameson. He is a good man, an honorable man.
I'll be damned if I see this title, this family's legacy given to the spawn of a bloody Yank, her father shouted, coming to his feet. Scarlett kept her head high and her shoulders square, thankful that she'd spent the last year working in the most stressful environment imaginable, perfecting the art of remaining calm during a tempest.
You make the mistake of assuming I want anything to do with your title. I do not aspire to wealth or politics. You cling to something I have no interest in.
Her voice was soft, yet steel. Her father's face pinkened, then deepened to a purely red hue as his eyes bulged. So help me, Scarlett, if you marry without my permission, I will no longer acknowledge you as my daughter.
No,
her mother gasped. I mean it. You won't inherit a thing. He jabbed his finger toward her. Not Ashby, not this house, nothing. Her heart didn't break. That would have been too simple. It ripped, straining, then tearing at the fibers of her soul. She truly meant that little to him.
Then we agree, she said softly. I am free to do as I wish, as long as I willingly accept your consequence, which includes not inheriting the very things I do not want.
Scarlett! Her mother called out, but Scarlett didn't lower her gaze or give an inch as her father attempted to stare her down.
And if I have a son, she continued, he too will be free of this anchor of obligation you treasure more than your daughter's happiness.
Her father's eyebrows shot up. The only thing he'd ever wanted was a son. She'd never give him hers. Scarlett, do not do this. You have to marry the Wadsworth boy, he demanded. Any sons that come from that union will be the next Baron Wright. He seemed to have forgotten that if Constance too had sons, it would not be so cut and dried.
That sounds like an order.
Scarlett pushed in her chair and gripped the back. It is. It has to be.
I only take orders from my superior officers, and as I recall, you have elected not to serve in a war you have never approved of.
The ice in her veins permeated her tone. This visit is over, he spoke through gritted teeth.
I agree.
She kissed her mother's cheek on the way out of the dining room.
Happy birthday, Mother. I'm so sorry I cannot give you what you want.
Then she removed herself to her room, where she quickly changed into her uniform and packed her dress into her suitcase. As she came down the stairs, she found Constance waiting for her at the threshold, dressed identically, suitcase in hand.
Do not do this to us,
her mother begged, coming out of the drawing room.
I will not marry Henry, Scarlett repeated. How can you ask me to? You would see me marry a man I loathe, a known abuser of women, all to keep what? Scarlett asked, softening her voice. It's what your father wants, what the family needs.
Her mother lifted her chin.
We've cut the staff. We've sold most of the land at Ashby. We've economized the last few years. We all make sacrifices. But in this case, you'd like to sacrifice me, and I'll not have it. Goodbye, Mother.
She walked out of the townhouse and sucked in a shaky breath. Constance followed her, shutting the door behind her.
So I guess we'll need to purchase new train tickets, seeing as ours were for tomorrow.
She did not deserve her sister, but she hugged her anyway.
How do you feel about applying for a transfer?
Chapter 11. Noah. Scarlett, my Scarlett. Tonight I miss you more than my words can possibly convey. I wish I could fly to you, even if just for a few hours. The only thought that keeps me going here is knowing you'll be with me soon. On nights like tonight, I escape by picturing us in the Rockies, at home and at peace. I'll teach William how to camp and fish. You'll be able to write, to do whatever you want, and we'll be happy. So happy. We're due a little tranquility, don't you think? Not that I regret volunteering for this war. After all, it brought me to you. She slammed the door in my face. She actually slammed the door in my face. I sucked in a deep breath, noting the particular burn in my lungs that always accompanied the high altitude. Of all the outcomes I pictured during the flight, this hadn't been one of them. The solution had come to me while I'd been rereading Scarlett's and Jameson's letters. He'd been able to break down Scarlett's walls because he'd been there, holding on to that suitcase in Middle Wallop, so I'd packed mine and gotten on a plane. I steadied my temper, lifted my hand, and knocked again. To my surprise, she answered. As I was saying, hang up on me. My words froze in my throat. There was something very wrong here. Georgia looked off, as though she had just been delivered the kind of news you had to sit down to hear. Not that she wasn't as beautiful as always, but her skin was bloodless, her face slack, and her eyes, those exquisite blue eyes, were empty. "Is everything okay?" I asked softly, my chest tightening. She looked right through me for a second. "What do you want, Noah?" Something was definitely wrong. "Can I come in? I promise not to talk about the book." My chest tightened with an immediate, overwhelming urge to fix whatever had gone wrong. Georgia's brow knit, but she nodded and opened the door for me. "Come on, let's get you something to drink." Did this have to do with Damien? She nodded again, then led us down the hall and into an expansive kitchen. It was all I could do to keep my hand off the small of her back or offer her a hug. A hug? I'd never been this far inside the house before, but the kitchen fit what I had already seen. It was a Tuscan theme, with tawny-colored cabinetry and darker granite countertops. The woodwork was ornate, but not overdone. The appliances were professional grade. The only thing that seemed out of place were slightly discolored pieces of artwork pinned to a bulletin board on the wall. "Why don't you sit down?" I suggested, gesturing to the stools that lined the kitchen island. "Isn't that supposed to be my line?" she asked, averting her gaze. "Let's just pretend our roles are fluid for the moment." I moved to the stove, noting the tea kettle on the back corner burner. To my relief, Georgia sat down, resting her forearms on the granite. I dropped the keys to my rental car into my right pocket, filled the tea kettle with water, and set it back on the stove, igniting the gas burner. Then I began my hunt. I opened 3 cabinets before I found the one I was looking for. "Do you have a favorite?" Georgia looked past me to the carefully organized tea supply. "Earl Grey," she responded. There was a squeezable honey bear next to the tea, and on instinct I brought that to the countertop too. "You're not having any?" Georgia glanced toward the singular packet of tea. "I'm more of a hot chocolate kind of guy," I admitted. "But you're making tea. You look like you need it." 2 lines appeared between her eyes. "But why would you—" She shook her head. "Why would I what?" I braced my palms on the island across from where she sat. "Never mind." "Why would I what?" I asked again. "Why would I take care of you?" I guessed. Her gaze flickered my way. "Because, contrary to popular belief, I'm not that big of an asshole, and you look like your dog just died." I tilted my head. "And both my mother and sister would kick my ass if I didn't." I shrugged. Surprise flared in her eyes. "But they'd never know." "I try to live most of my life like my mother will always find out what I've done." Corner of my mouth tugged upward. "In reality, she usually does anyway, and the lectures last for hours. Hours. And as for the other parts, well, she never needs to know." My brow puckered as the overwhelming silence of the house hit me. "Where is your mother? Usually she's the one making sure you're hydrated." She scoffed. "She was making sure you were hydrated. She's well aware that I can fend for myself." She laced her fingers in front of her, and her knuckles turned white. "Besides, she's probably halfway to the airport by now." My stomach sank. Given the tone with which she'd said that, my bets were on Ava being the reason Georgia looked shell-shocked. Was it a planned trip? Georgia laughed, but there was nothing happy about the sound. "Yeah, I'd say it was planned well in advance." Before I could question her, the tea kettle whistled. I removed it from the burner, only to realize I hadn't looked for a cup. "Cabinet to the left, second shelf," Georgia said. "Thanks." I grabbed a mug, then set the tea to steep. "I should be the one thanking you." I arched a brow. "Fluid roles, remember?" She offered me a smile. It was barely there, lasting only a flash of a second, but it was genuine. "Do you take it with milk, too?" I asked as I slid the mug and honey across the island to her. "God, no." She tilted the honey bear on its head and squeezed a dollop of the amber liquid into her tea. "Gran would tell you that's sacrilege." "Would she?" I asked, hoping she would elaborate. Georgia nodded and slid off her stool, coming around the island to open the drawer directly behind me. "She would." She took the spoon from the drawer and returned to her seat before stirring her tea. "She actually preferred sugar, though. The honey was always just for me. It didn't matter how long I'd been away. She always kept it for me, kept a place for me." A wistful look crossed her face. "You must miss her." "Every day. Do you miss your dad?" "Absolutely. It's gotten better with time, but I'd give anything to have him back." Come to think of it, I'd only ever heard about the Stanton women. What about your dad?
I don't have one.
She said it so matter-of-factly that I blinked. I have one, or had one, of course. I'm not the product of immaculate conception or anything, she said as she took her spoon to the dishwasher and put it in.
I've just never met him. He and my mom were both in high school when I was born, and she never gave up his name.
Another piece of the puzzle that was Georgia Stanton clicked into place. She never knew her father. Scarlett raised her. So what did that make Ava?
Are you sure you don't want anything to drink? She asked. It feels a little weird not getting you something when you made tea for me.
She looked at me expectantly. Not everything is quid pro quo, I said softly. Her spine straightened, and she turned her back on me, heading for the refrigerator.
In my experience, it's always quid pro quo.
She took a bottle of water from the refrigerator, then shut the door.
In fact, there are very few people who don't want something from me.
She set the bottle of water down on the counter in front of me and returned to her seat.
So please, drink up. After all, you didn't fly all the way to Colorado because your spidey senses told you I needed a cup of tea. You want something too?
Her eyes said it even if her mouth didn't, and damn it, she was right. My stomach fell into what felt like a bottomless pit. I nodded once, and then we both drank.
Why are you here? Not that I'm not thankful for the tea or the distraction, because I am. I just wasn't expecting you.
She leaned forward, warming her hands on the mug. I promised I wouldn't talk about the book. Book or not, I was glad to be here, glad to see her in a way that had zero to do with anything professional. The woman had been on my mind in one way or another for the past month.
You always keep your promises?
Her eyes narrowed in speculation. I do, otherwise I wouldn't make the promise. It had been an expensive lesson.
Even to the women in your life?
She tilted her head.
I've seen quite a few pictures.
Checking up on me? Please say yes. God knew my browser history was full of Georgia Stanton.
My best friend keeps sending me pictures and articles. She thinks I should jump you.
She shrugged. She what? I squeezed my water bottle so hard I crushed it. Really? My voice dropped, pushing every single image that sentence brought to mind far out of my head, or at least trying to.
Funny, right? Especially given the parade of women you keep your promises to.
She gave me a sugar-sweet smile and batted her lashes. I laughed, then shook my head. Georgia, the only promises I make to women are what time I'll pick them up and what they can expect while they're with me. Days, nights, weeks. I find it saves a lot of misunderstandings and a lot of drama if everyone knows what they're getting up front, and despite your thoughts on my writing, I've never had an unsatisfied complaint. I twisted the top back onto my empty water bottle, keeping my thoughts far away from the things I wanted to promise her.
So romantic.
She rolled her eyes, but color flushed her cheeks. I never claimed to be, remember? I smirked, leaning back against the counter.
Ah, yes, the bookstore. Noted. So you've never broken a promise?
Her voice pitched in disbelief. My face fell. Not since I was 16, and I forgot to take my little sister Adrian for ice cream after I said I would. I winced, remembering the sound of the beeping hospital monitors. My mom took her and got into the accident I told you about. Georgia's eyes widened. Adrian, my sister, was fine, but Mom? Well, there were a lot of surgeries. After that, I made it a point to never commit myself unless I was sure I could follow through. I'd also drafted my very first book the following summer.
You've never missed a deadline?
Nope. Though that might change if she didn't start communicating with me about this particular book. Curiosity sparkled in those crystal blue eyes. I could have written an entire novel dedicated to them. In a way, I guess I already was, given that she and Scarlett had the same ones.
Never blown a New Year's resolution?
I grinned. I never make them, I admitted like it was a dirty little secret. She tugged her bottom lip between her teeth. Shit, I wanted to suck it free. The bottle crinkled in my hand.
Never stood a woman up for a date?
I always say that I'll do my best to make it, and I do. I never promise a woman I'll meet her unless I'm already there. Anyone who went out with me knew that if I was sucked into a story, chances were they were getting a cancellation text. Granted, I'd send it hours in advance, but the story came first, always. I'm not exactly the guy you depend on during a deadline, unless you're my publisher.
So you're more about the semantics, she argued, sipping her tea.
I barely managed to keep from sputtering. No, I'm more about defining expectations and either meeting or exceeding them. We locked eyes, and that tangible hit of electricity struck me again.
Uh-huh.
She clicked her tongue.
Do you still have dinner with your mother?
Once a week, unless I'm on book tour, a research trip, vacation, that kind of thing. I gave it some thought. Sometimes she makes me cut it to every other week. My lips tugged at the corners.
She makes you cut it?
She does, I nodded. She would prefer I spend less time at her house and more time finding a wife. Georgia, startled, nearly spit out her tea.
A wife?
She set the mug on the counter.
And how is that going?
I'll let you know, I managed with a straight face.
Please do. I'd hate not to be in the know when it comes to your love life.
I laughed and shook my head again. She was something else.
Gran would have liked you, she mused quietly. She wasn't a fan of your books, that's true, but you she would have liked. You have just the right mix of arrogance and talent that she would have appreciated. Plus, it doesn't hurt that you're pretty. She liked pretty men.
Georgia rubbed at the back of her neck. It was long and graceful, just like the rest of her. You think I'm pretty? I grinned, raising my eyebrows. She rolled her eyes.
Out of all that, you dwell on pretty.
Well, if you'd said sexy, handsome, well-endowed, or body like a god, I would have dwelled on those, but you didn't, so I'm just making do with what content I have. I tossed my water bottle in the recycling bin at the end of the island. Her cheeks turned a deeper shade of pink. Mission accomplished. She'd been so pale there for a while that I was starting to wonder if I'd get to see that fire again.
I can hardly testify to those last two.
She took her mug to the dishwasher. Guess your friend didn't show you every article, I teased. I liked that she was neat. Not that I had any business liking anything about her, to include the way her shorts clung to her very nice ass. But there I was, doing it anyway. How had that ass escaped my attention last time I was here? Or those mile-long legs? You had other more important things on your mind. So the first two are in? My eyes trailed down the nape of her neck as she returned to her seat.
Depends on how much you're pissing me off at the moment.
She lifted a shoulder. And right now? Her gaze swept over me from head to toe and back up again, taking in my cargo shorts and NYU shirt. I would have worn the Armani had I known there'd be a test.
I'd say you're a solid 7.
Again, she pulled it off straight-faced. Nice. I lifted a single brow. And when I'm pissing you off?
You slide right off the scale into the negatives.
I laughed. Damn, how long it had been since a woman had made me laugh so many times in just a few minutes. She folded her hands on the island, and her energy shifted.
Tell me why you're really here, Noah.
I promised.
So what? You're just going to stand in my kitchen and make me tea?
Her chin lifted.
I know you're here about the book.
I studied her carefully, taking in the rise of color in her cheeks and the spark in her eyes. She was mostly back to what I'd consider normal, but in all honesty, I didn't have a baseline when it came to Georgia Stanton. I was flying blind. You want to get out of here? I asked.
What do you have in mind?
She looked more than skeptical. How's your life insurance?
No,
she said a half hour later as she stared up at the rock face that stretched 100 feet above us. It's fun, I argued, gesturing to a couple of guys who were all grins as they packed up their equipment. See, they think it's fun.
You have lost your mind if you think I'm climbing that.
She lifted her sunglasses to the top of her head so I could see just how serious she was. I didn't say you had to climb the whole thing, I argued. There's a less challenging path right over there. That one was only 30 or so feet, and my niece could easily do it. Not that I was about to say that to Georgia.
Are you trying to kill me?
She whispered as the other climbers walked past on the trail. We have equipment. I gave the shoulder strap of my backpack a pat. I brought an extra harness. I eyed her footwear. Your shoes aren't exactly what I'd recommend, but they'll do until we can get you some good ones. Her eyes narrowed.
When you said, throw on some activewear and let's go for a hike, I assumed, shockingly, that we were hiking.
She gestured to her Lululemon-covered body. We did hike, I argued. It was half a mile to get up here from the trailhead.
Semantics again,
she snapped, putting her hands on her very nice hips. Stop looking at her fucking hips. What are you afraid of? I turned my Mets cap backward and shoved my glasses to the top of my head.
Falling off the mountain,
she pointed to the rock face.
It's a pretty realistic fear when you think about climbing it.
Think of it as vertical hiking. I shrugged. Unreal. She jabbed her finger in my direction. I was only kidding about the life insurance comment. I won't let you fall. Ever. She'd already been let down too many times. She scoffed. Okay, right. And how exactly are you going to prevent it? She lifted her eyebrows. I'll be your belay partner and control the rope in case you fall. See, we put the harness on. Why the hell do you even have an extra harness? Do you just fly around the United States hoping to pick up women climbers? She folded her arms across her chest. No. Though I couldn't help but wonder if that thought was spurring her on or not. Sure, it made me an ass, but the thought of Georgia getting all worked up out of jealousy was pretty fucking hot. It's my extra harness in case mine breaks. I like to climb, therefore I bring my equipment when I'm going somewhere with mountains. You know, like Colorado. How did you even know about this place anyway? She asked, still downright hostile. I found it the last time I was here. She tilted her head. During the days I was waiting for you to decide if I was good enough to, you promised! And the finger was back again. I pressed my lips in a tight line and breathed in through my nose for a count of 3. Georgia, I'm not going to force you up that rock face, as if you could, but I am promising that if you choose to climb, I will not let you fall off the mountain. I lowered my face to hers, making sure she knew I was serious. My best friend thinks I should jump you. My brain was pretty much a broken record after hearing that. Because you control gravity, she blinked. I had never met a more frustrating woman in my life. Because I'm going to... She lifted that brow again. I sighed. If you wanted to climb, I would go first and hook the rope up. I scouted it the first time I was here. Her brows lowered. And what would keep you from falling off? I swung the backpack from my shoulders and shook it lightly. I'd clip in. We're not talking about Yosemite here. It's pretty well traveled. Then as you climbed, I'd have you on belay, so if you did slip off, you'd just hang there dangling until you found your footing. Her jaw dropped. You what? I lifted the backpack slightly. You would be attached to one end of the rope, and I would have the other. She drew back. You'd be safe, I promised. She shook her head, her mouth tightening. A thought dawned on me. Georgia, if you don't want to climb because you're scared of heights, or you don't want to scrape up your hands, or you just flat don't want to, that's fine. I know that. Her eyes said she hadn't known that. What, like I was going to shove her up the mountain while she begged me not to? Right. My chest ached. But if you don't want to climb because you think I'll drop you, then that's a whole other matter. I promise you that I will not drop you. I kept my voice even and low, hoping she'd hear the truth in my words. I'm really good at this. She swallowed, then glanced at the bag. I barely know you. See? More articles your best friend missed out on. You can run a Google search on my climbing history if we've got service up here. It's pretty well documented that I'm an avid climber, and I don't just mean the easy stuff. Her forehead puckered. I never said you weren't. My stomach lurched. So it's not my skill level you're worried about, I said slowly. She averted her gaze and shifted her weight. You could be a serial killer, she suggested, sarcasm dripping from her tone as she lifted her hands. Deflecting. She uses humor to deflect. I'm not. You kill off a lot of people in your books. Just saying. She looked up the rock face, tilting her head back. Not through homicide, and now who's talking about books? A smile tugged at her lips. Besides, there are 3 other climbers right there. I pointed to a group midway up the face. Pretty sure they'd rat me out if I murdered you in broad daylight. She stared at the other climbers silently. You're not going to climb, are you? I asked quietly. She shook her head, her lips pursing as she watched the other climbers. Her refusal stung. It shouldn't have, and I knew it, but it still did. Want to hike up the rest of the trail? Her head snapped my way in surprise. You can climb. I'm happy to watch. I didn't come up here for me. I'd brought her in hopes that the fresh air would help clear out whatever had taken her down earlier. She winced. I'd still hate to make you miss out. Go ahead. I'm fine. She nodded, plastering on a smile so fake it was almost comical. I'd rather hike with you. Come on. I nodded back toward the trail and slipped my pack over my shoulders. You're sure? She narrowed her eyes. Absolutely. It's not you. She sucked in a breath, then glanced back up at the rock wall. The last man who promised to keep me safe screwed his lead and dropped me on my ass, she said softly. But I'm sure you already know that.
Everyone knows that. If I'd been the serial killer she'd joked about, Damien Ellsworth would have been my first victim. And after today? She shook her head, the edges of her mouth trembling. Today just isn't a good day for the whole trust fall thing, so let's get going. She forced another smile, then took off up the trail. She doesn't trust you. I swore under my breath as I realized that was the same reason she wouldn't let me finish the book how I wanted. It all came down to trust. I steadied myself before striding after her, cursing at the irony. I'd spent the majority of my life making sure I lived by my word, and now it was being questioned by a woman so jaded even I couldn't dig out of the hole someone else had dug. Guess it was good that I was an expert climber. So how long are you here for? She asked as we continued the hike. Until I finish the book. My lungs burned as we pushed up the trail, and since my deadline is in 2.5 months, I guess I'll be here about that long. What? Really? Really. 2 little lines appeared between her brows. So where are you staying? I rented a little place down the road, I replied, a smug smile quirking at my lips. Oh? Yep, it's called Grantham Cottage. She stopped in the middle of the trail, so I turned around and kept walking backward, savoring the surprise and horror on her face. Like I said, hang up on me now, neighbor. The look on her face made the hassle of tracking down a rental entirely worth it. Chapter 12, November 1940. Kirton and Lindsay. It was different being surrounded by other Americans now that Jameson was in the 71st Eagle Squadron. Almost like being back home, except they weren't anywhere near it. They were all so young, Howard muttered as they watched the new recruits at their first beer call. It was an English tradition he'd been all too glad to keep, seeing as it wasn't just about the camaraderie. This was where they had it out when disputes needed to be settled. Most of them are the same age we are, Andy countered, leaning back against the walls of their newly acquired restroom. They'd been lucky enough to fall in on a collection of armchairs to mix in with the harsh wicker ones that sat scattered around the space, but the 3 of them stood apart in more than the physical sense. Not really, Jameson said. Not in the way that matters. The 3 of them had seen combat. War was no longer something romantic, something to glorify. These new kids were just that, kids. They'd all been freshly delivered via Canada, having smuggled themselves out of the States in hopes of joining the Eagles. Overnight, those, like Jameson, who had considered themselves rookies throughout the Battle of Britain, were now the veterans. The new Americans were all pilots, but most of them were commercial. They'd flown supplies, or even people. They'd dusted crops. They'd showboated in front of crowds. They'd never shot another man out of the sky. There were a few who had, and they'd already lost one back to 64 Squadron. Not that Jameson blamed him. They'd been plucked from daily missions and tossed into training now for 6 weeks, and the frustration over their uselessness was mounting. They were needed in this sky. This was bullshit. Maybe Art was right to leave, Howard grumbled before draining half his beer. You read my mind? Jameson looked down at his full glass. It wasn't as satisfying as it had been when they'd done this after a mission. It felt fake, like they were playing at being fighter pilots. At least the unit had been moved to Kirton and Lindsay last week. That was one step closer to being operational. Unfortunately, they'd transferred the Buffaloes with them. The American aircraft didn't perform well at high altitude, and that was the least of its problems. The engine overheated regularly, the cockpit controls weren't dependable, and it lacked the armament they'd come to depend on. Sure, the new men liked the open, airy cockpit, but they'd never flown a Spitfire. Jameson missed his Spitfire almost as much as he missed Scarlett. God, he missed Scarlett. It had been nearly 2 months since he'd seen her, and he was slowly going out of his mind. If not for the unit move, he would have made the trip to Middlewallop already. He was that desperate to look into those blue eyes. She'd spent her October leave with her parents, which was understandable, but according to her letter, it hadn't gone well. He hated the pressure that loving him put her under. It wasn't fair that she was forced to choose between her family and Jameson, but he'd be lying if he didn't admit his happiness at being the one chosen. Without flying combat missions, he had more downtime, which meant she was never far from his mind. His letters increased from twice a week to 3 times, and sometimes even 4. He wrote the letters as though he were talking to her, as though she were there with him, hearing how much he missed her, how much he longed for her. He told her stories from his childhood and did his best to paint a picture of life in his tiny hometown.
Even now he smiled, just thinking about taking her to Poplar Grove. His mother would love her. Scarlett always said exactly what she meant. She never minced words or played games. She wasn't coy or flirtatious either. She guarded her emotions the same way she protected her sister. Someone was only given access once they'd proven their worth. Sometimes he felt like he was still proving his. "Hey, Stanton," one of the men called over with a distinctly Boston accent. "Is it true you've got an English sweetie?" "It is." Jameson's grip tightened on his glass. "Well, where do you find one?" He lifted his eyebrows, and some of the new guys laughed. "Don't let him get to you," Howard said under his breath. "I picked her up on the side of the road," Jameson answered in a deadpan. "She have any friends?" the rookie prodded. "We could all use a little friendly company if you get my meaning." "Okay, now you can let it get to you." Howard whacked Jameson's shoulder. "How is Christine anyway?" Jameson asked, with a slight tilt to his lips. "Far away, very far away." "She does have friends," Jameson said loudly so this jerk could hear him. "None of them would be interested in meeting you, but she does have them." "Oh!" the men howled. The man flushed. "Well, her standards couldn't be too high if she's with you, Stanton." Right, these guys are still in the whip-it-out-and-measure stage. Andy rolled his eyes, and Howard finished off his beer. "She is definitely out of my league, boys," Jameson noted thoughtfully. "But she'd chew you up and spit you out before you even got close, Boston." Howard lurched, spraying beer through his lips onto the floor in front of them. Every head turned toward him as he wiped the remains of his drink from his chin and pointed toward the door on the far end of the room. "She's also here." Jameson's head whipped toward the entry, and his heart stopped. Scarlett stood in the doorway, her jacket folded over an arm. She looked like heaven. Her glossy black hair was pinned back, barely brushing the collar of her uniform. Her cheeks were pink, her lips curved in a barely contained smile, and damn, he could see the blue of her eyes from here. She was here, at his base, in his restroom. She was here. He was halfway across the room before he'd even thought to move, abandoning his beer on the nearest table as he went. A few short strides and he was home, sucking in his breath at the warmth of her skin as one of his hands cupped the back of her neck and the other palmed her waist. "You're here," he whispered, awestruck as she smiled up at him. This wasn't a dream. She was real. "I'm here," she answered just as softly. His gaze dropped to her mouth, and his grip tightened at the hunger that threatened to consume him. He needed to kiss her more than he needed his next breath, but he wasn't about to do it here, not in front of the jackass who'd implied he needed company. "For how long?" he asked, his stomach pitching at the knowledge that it was most likely only a few hours. He would have met her halfway if she'd told him. He wanted as much time as he could get with her. "About that." Her grin turned playful. "Do you have a minute?" "I have a lifetime," which he'd offered her, and she'd refused, but he was trying incredibly hard not to think about that part. "Brilliant." She smiled and stepped out of his arms, taking his hand in hers. Then she looked back across the room. "Boston, is it?" she asked. Yeah," he stood, rubbing the back of his neck as he flushed red. "Ah, well, let's all hope that the WAAF isn't ever integrated into His Majesty's forces. It would be a shame for me to officially outrank you, pilot officer." She offered him a polite smile, which Jameson knew well enough to recognize as her go-to-hell face, and he failed to stifle his laugh. Her smile shifted to a genuine one when she spotted Howard. "Lovely to see you, Howie." "You too, Scarlett." Jameson led her down the hall, then opened the door to the empty briefing room. He tugged her inside, shut and locked the door, then tossed her coat on the nearest desk and proceeded to kiss her senseless. Scarlett didn't melt. She came alive under his touch. She wound her arms around his neck and arched, seeking as much contact as she could get as his tongue twined with hers. He groaned into her mouth and kissed her deeper, wiping out the agonizing weeks of separation with every stroke of his tongue and scrape of his teeth. Only with Jameson did Scarlett allow herself to simply feel. The need, the longing, the pain, the overwhelming ache of love in her heart, she surrendered to it all. Every other part of her life was managed and controlled. Jameson shredded the rules she'd been raised under and brought her into a world of emotion just as vibrant and colorful as he was. Urgent need beat at her. More, closer, deeper. As if he sensed the hunger within her or felt it himself, he grasped her backside and lifted her against him so they were eye level. Her fingers speared into his hair as he walked to the briefing table and sat her at the edge of it, all without breaking the kiss. She'd never been more thankful for wearing a skirt, which made it easy for him to fit himself between her thighs, bringing them flush. She gasped at the contact, and he tilted her head, taking her mouth as though he needed to lay claim again, as though she might disappear at any moment. "I missed you," he said against her mouth.
"I missed you too."
Her voice came out breathless as her heart pounded. Even if they'd only shared this moment, everything she'd done to get here would have been worth it. His lips trailed down her neck, lightly sucking just above her collar. She inhaled sharply when he flicked his tongue against her. Mercy, that felt good. Shivers of pleasure darted down her spine, pooling low in her belly as she caught fire. He burned away the November chill that had clung to her skin since she'd arrived this morning. She could never be cold in Jameson's arms. He flicked open the buttons of her uniform and slid his hands inside to caress her waist over the soft white shirt. His thumbs stroked her ribs, teasing the inches just below her breasts, and she rocked against him, urging him on. He kissed her again and pulled her closer. She gasped, feeling the hardness of him through the layers of fabric that covered their bodies. He wanted her. Instead of shying away, she blatantly rolled her hips against his. Anything could have happened to him in the last 7 weeks, or to her. She had him now, and she was done denying herself, done fighting the reckless speed or the intensity of their connection. She'd take him in whatever ways he wanted to give himself. "How long do I have you for?" he asked, his breath tantalizing the shell of her ear just before his lips did.
"How long would you like me?"
Her grip tightened on his neck. "Forever." His hands flexed on her waist as he skimmed his teeth along the delicate flesh of her earlobe. Lord, he made it hard to think when he did that.
"Good, because I've been reposted here," she managed.
Jameson froze, then slowly drew back, his eyes wide with disbelief.
"Are you displeased?"
she asked, her chest clenching at the possibility. Had she been a fool? What if the letters hadn't meant anything to him? What if he'd already moved on but hadn't had the heart to tell her? Every girl back at WWII had made it clear they'd be happy to take her place, and she knew it had to be the same here. "You're here? As in here? His eyes searched hers.
"Yes,"
she nodded.
"Constance and I asked to be reposted, and it was granted just a few days ago. I didn't want to get your hopes up in case it was denied, and when it wasn't, I figured I'd be here before a letter would even reach you. Are you disappointed?"
She repeated the question, her voice hitching at the end. "God, no." He smiled, and the tension in her chest evaporated. "I'm surprised, but it's a great surprise." He kissed her soundly. "I love you, Scarlett."
"And I love you, thank goodness, because I couldn't just go and ask to be reposted back to WWII."
She tried to keep a straight face, but she simply couldn't. Had she ever been this happy in her life? She didn't think so. "I don't know how long the 71st will be here," he admitted, stroking his thumbs over her cheeks. "Squadrons move all the time, and there's already talk that we'll be reposted elsewhere." Just the thought of it made his stomach curdle. Her reposting here was a temporary bandage on a hemorrhaging wound, but he was so damned grateful for whatever time they'd have.
"I know."
She turned into his hand and kissed his palm.
"I'm prepared for that."
"I'm not. These months have been unbearable without you." He leaned his forehead against hers. "I didn't know how much I loved you until I had to wake up day after day, knowing there was no chance I'd see you smile or hear you laugh, or hell, hear you shout at me." He'd been incomplete, always thinking of her no matter what he'd been doing. He'd been so distracted, he was surprised he hadn't pranged an aircraft. Not that he couldn't fly one of those buffaloes with his eyes closed.
"It's been awful,"
she admitted, dropping her gaze to his lips, then down the lines of his uniform.
"I've missed your arms around me, and the way my heart leaps whenever I see you."
She brushed her fingers over his lips.
"I missed your kisses, and even the way you tease."
"Someone has to make you laugh." He nipped at the pad of her thumb.
"You do that quite well."
Her smile faltered.
"I don't want to spend another month like that, let alone 2.
His face tightened. "How are we going to avoid it in another few months when they decide the 71st is needed somewhere else?"
"Well, I've had a thought about that."
Her eyes narrowed in speculation.
"But it would require you telling me your thoughts again."
She pressed her lips between her teeth. He blinked. "My thoughts? I asked you to—" His jaw dropped. "Scarlett, are you saying—" His eyes frantically searched hers.
"I'm not saying anything until you ask."
Her chest tightened, praying he hadn't changed his mind, that she hadn't gambled her entire happiness and dragged her sister across England to be refused. His eyes flared. "Wait right here." He stepped back, holding his pointer finger in the air. "Don't move a muscle." Then he ran from the room. Scarlett swallowed and set her knees together, rearranging her skirt. Surely he hadn't meant those muscles. God knew anyone could have waltzed in. The mechanical ticks of the clock were her only company in the silence, and she did what she could to steady her heart. Jameson slid back into the room, his hand gripping the doorframe to make the turn. Then he recovered his balance and shut the door behind him before approaching her.
"Better now?" she asked.
He nodded, nervously jamming his fingers through his hair before dropping to one knee before her and holding a ring between his thumb and forefinger. She sucked in a breath. "I know I'm not what you pictured when you thought of marriage. I don't have a title or even a country right now." He grimaced. "But what I do have is yours, Scarlett. My heart, my name, my very being, it's all yours. And I promise I will spend every day of my life earning the privilege of your love if you let me. Will you do me the honor of being my wife?" His brows knit slightly, but there was so much hope in his eyes that it was nearly painful for her to see it, to know she'd made him question what her answer would be.
"I will," she said,
her lips trembling as she smiled.
"I will,"
she repeated with an excited nod. She now knew what her life looked like without him in it, and she never wanted to feel that loss again. Her job, her family, this war, they'd deal with whatever came together. "Thank you, God." He stood and swept her into his arms. "Scarlett, my Scarlett," he said against her cheek. She held on tight, letting herself absorb this moment. Somehow they'd make it last. He set her down and slipped the ring onto her left finger. It was beautiful, with a solitaire diamond set in gold filigree, and it fit her finger perfectly.
"Jameson, it's gorgeous. Thank you."
"I'm so glad you like it. I picked it up when we were at Church Fenton, hoping I could get you to change your mind." He kissed her softly, then took her hand. "We can still catch the commander if we're quick."
"What?"
she asked, as Jameson gathered her coat, then guided her into the hallway. "We have to get the commander's permission. Chaplain's, too." His eyes were bright with excitement.
"Well, there's plenty of time for that."
She laughed. "Oh, no, I'm not risking that you'll change your mind again. Wait here for just a second." He dipped into another room, leaving her in the hallway, struggling not to sputter. Within a moment, he was back with his own jacket and hat.
"We are not getting married tonight," she said quickly.
"That would be complete and utter madness." "Why not?" His face fell.
She cupped his cheek with her hand. "Because I'd like to unpack the dress I bought. It's not much, but I'd like to wear it."
"Oh, right."
He nodded, considering her words.
"Of course you would. And your family?"
Heat rose in her cheeks. "Constance is now the only family I have."
"Not for long." He pulled her gently against him. "You'll have me, my mom and dad, and my uncle, too."
"And that's all I need. Besides, we'll need to find accommodations. I'm certainly not spending my wedding night with the 71st sleeping beside us."
She gave him a pointed look. He blanched. "Hell no. We can see the commander and the chaplain tomorrow, if that works for you."
She nodded. "I'll unpack my dress, but not much more."
A hum of anticipation vibrated through her whole body. "I'll find us a place of our own."
He touched his forehead to hers. "And then we'll get married," she whispered.
"Then we'll get married."
Chapter 13. Georgia. Dearest Jameson, I miss you. I need you. Nothing here is the same without you. Constance thinks we might be able to move the rosebush, but I'm not sure we should. Why uproot something that is happy right where it is, unlike me? I'm wilting here without you. Keeping busy, of course, but you're never far from my mind. Please stay safe, my love. I cannot breathe in this world without you. Be careful. Before you know it, we'll be together again. All my heart, Scarlett. What do you mean he just showed up? Hazel's eyebrows flew sky high, her green eyes flaring wide. Out of everything I told you happened yesterday, that is what surprises you? I looked pointedly over my coffee at her. As much as I love you, Ava rolling out the minute the advance hit is pretty much her MO. Was I hoping she'd keep her promise and stay? Of course. I was rooting for her to turn over a new leaf, but she might need to turn over a whole tree at this point. I just thought you would have called me when... Call in, honey. Don't touch that. She scurried to my breakfast nook where her children sat playing, and she shut the first cabinet door. It's fine, I assured her. Gran always kept those cabinets full of toys for exactly that. Most of those toys were older than I was. I know, but I don't want them to... She caught the look I was leveling on her. Right. This cabinet is fine, but let's leave Aunt George's other cabinets alone, okay? She swung open the door and walked back to the island, taking the stool beside mine. I swear I just wanted to stop by and check on you, not ransack your house. Please. I rolled my eyes. I'm glad you did. It's not like I have a whole lot going on. A smile tugged at my lips as I leaned back slightly and watched them play. So he's... here? Hazel asked, lifting her coffee mug. He rented Grantham Cottage. He what? Her mug clicked against the granite as she set it down, forgetting to drink. You heard me. I took another fortifying swallow. All the caffeine in the world wouldn't help me today, but I was willing to give it a try. That's like... She leaned in as if someone might hear us. Next door. Yes, I nodded. I even called the trust attorney last night, who confirmed that the property manager rented it out as I instructed. I scrunched my nose. Then I may have asked if I could revoke the lease, and he told me that not liking Noah wasn't a legal reason. Hazel gawked at me. Would you please say something? I asked when the silence became painfully awkward. Right. Sorry. She shook her head and glanced at the kids. Relax. They aren't going anywhere. You have no idea how fast they move. I swear I clocked Danny at a 3-minute mile yesterday. She crossed her legs and studied me. So, the hottie is next door. The writer is... Well, if you can even call the cottage next door... It was basically on the property. That's how close it was, which was one of the reasons Gran had never sold it. She said it was better to pick and choose your neighbors than get saddled with a nosy Nellie. Hazel's eyes narrowed. In fact, he's supposed to be here any minute so we can get down to the super fun business of arguing. He literally moved here so he could argue with me. Who does that? I took another sip of my coffee. Someone who recognizes you for the stubborn... Hey now, I warned. You know it's true. If anything, he gets points for getting on a plane instead of hitting redial. She shrugged. Plus, it makes my earlier suggestion of working out your frustration with him on him easier. Traitor. Whose side are you on? Yours. Always yours. I didn't even add the man to my hall pass. Good. Then he doesn't get points. There are no points to be had. I finished off my coffee and took the mug to the sink. When I turned around, Hazel's head was tilted as she studied me. What? You like him. She sipped her coffee. I'm sorry? I sputtered, my stomach twisting. I said what I said. Take it back, I snapped, like we were 7 years old again. You're wearing real clothes, jeans, a shirt you had to iron, and your hair is down. You like him. A smile spread across her face. I'm starting to regret letting you through the door. My phone buzzed, and I snatched it from the counter before Hazel could see the screen. It was a text message from Noah. Noah. Headed up. Need anything? It would have been childish to respond that I needed him to take his gorgeous, insistent ass back to New York. I thought about doing it anyway. I do not like him. I fired back at Hazel, then tapped out a text message. Georgia, come on in. The door is unlocked. And he's on his way, I added, leaning my hip against the counter. Just because I'd woken up and felt human didn't mean I liked him. It meant I was preparing for a business meeting. My phone buzzed again. Kids, we need to pack it up. Aunt Georgia has a friend coming over. Hazel called over to Oliver and Danny. Noah, you can't just leave your doors unlocked. It's not safe. I scoffed. Unsafe my ass. Georgia. Says the man who climbs mountains. I set my phone on the counter and sighed at my best friend. I don't like him, I repeated. All right, she said with a soft nod, taking her coffee mug to the sink. But you need to know that it's okay if you do. I flinched. It wasn't, though. Give it back, Oliver wailed. It's mine, Danielle shrieked. Both Hazel and I spun, but Danielle raced right past us, Oliver on her heels. For fuck's sake, Hazel muttered to the heavens, already moving. You cannot leave your door. Oomph! Noah's voice bellowed from the entry. Before we could make it out of the kitchen, Noah was already rounding the corner, a giggling kid under each arm. I didn't notice the sheer size of those biceps. Nope, I didn't. I also didn't pay attention to the curve of his mouth, or the straight-up sex appeal in his smile. It was inhuman to look that good this early in the morning. See what happens when you leave your door unlocked? He asked, bouncing the kids slightly. All sorts of wild creatures get in. Danny roared, which only made Noah smile wider. No. No melting, no sighing, nothing. Nada. Hey, you're not supposed to be nice to strangers, I groaned. Isn't he your friend, Aunt Georgia? Oliver argued. Lord save me from small towns. The kids hadn't ever met a stranger. Yeah, Aunt Georgia. Are you saying we're not friends? Noah challenged with mockingly wide eyes. I rolled mine as he set the kids on their feet and offered his hand out to Hazel. Hi, Noah Morelli. I'm guessing the cute kids are yours. He laid the charm on thick. And it worked, given Hazel's grin. He gave her his real name. Hi, Noah. I'm Hazel, Georgia's best friend. She shook his hand and let go. You're good with kids. Her eyebrows lifted. Only thanks to my sister. Best friend, huh? He shot me a devious smile. The one with the articles? Kill me right now. Guilty. Her grin only widened. So, can you give me tips on getting a word in edgewise with that one? He motioned toward me. Oh, sure, you just have to let her... She caught my glare and straightened her spine. Sorry, no points, Noah. I'm Team Georgia. Kids, we have to go right now. Sorry, she mouthed at me as she hurried to the kids in the breakfast room. Don't worry about the mess, I said over my shoulder. She had enough on her plate without picking up my house. It wasn't like I had much else to do today, and she needed the break. Besides, don't you have to open the center? I hate to... Oh my God, I'm going to be so late. She scooped a kid into each arm, then nearly skidded by, stopping to kiss my cheek. Thanks for the coffee. Have a good day at work, dear, I sang, dropping a banana in her oversized purse. It was nice to meet you, Noah, she yelled back as she raced out the door. You too. The door shut with an audible wham. A banana? He asked, lifting his eyebrows. She always remembers to feed her kids breakfast, but she gets too busy to eat for herself, I answered with a shrug as my phone buzzed. Hazel, he gets about 12 points for that maneuver with the kids. Traitor, I muttered, sticking my phone in my back pocket without responding. So, Noah said, tucking his hands into his front pockets. So, I responded. I've never scheduled a fight before. The air between us could have crackled with all the anticipatory electricity flying about. Is that what you'd call this? He smirked. What would you call it? I put the coffee mugs in the dishwasher. He gave it a moment's thought. A premeditated walk for the purpose of discovering a mutually beneficial path, so we might navigate our personal and professional differences to attain a singular goal. He mused. If I had to call it something off the cuff. Writers, I muttered. Then let's walk ourselves back to the office. His eyes flared with delight. I have a better idea. Let's walk along the creek. I arched an eyebrow at him. He put his hands up. No climbing. I'm talking about the creek in your backyard. The one in the letters, right? I think better on my feet. Plus, it takes breakable objects out of the equation if you want to throw something at me. I rolled my eyes. Fine. I'll get my shoes. By the time I got back to the kitchen, now wearing hiking boots and a much more sensible t-shirt, he'd cleaned up the mess Hazel's kids had left, and even I had to reluctantly admit, he was scoring points. Broody writer? Check. Hot as hell? Check. Good with kids. Double check. My chest went all tight on me. This was so not good. You didn't have to, but thank you, I told him as we headed out the kitchen door and onto the patio.
I didn't mind. Whoa.
He came up short, staring at the expanse of garden that Gran had loved. It's an English-style garden, naturally, I explained as we started down the path between the trimmed hedges. Fall had set in, bringing out the oranges and golds everywhere but the greenhouse. Naturally, he said, taking it all in, his attention darting to one plant, then another. Are you memorizing it? I asked.
What do you mean?
Gran used to tell me that she was memorizing a place, the way it looked and smelled, the sounds she heard, the smaller details she could drop into a story that would make the reader feel like they were there. Is that what you do?
I never thought about it that way. But, yeah,
he nodded.
This is beautiful.
Thank you. She loved it, even when she was complaining that she couldn't get some of her favorite plants to live at altitude. We reached the back gate, where an evergreen hedge separated us from the Colorado wilderness. I turned the wrought iron handle and walked us through. She said it made her feel closer to her sister.
Constance taught her, right?
Yep. It was weird but comforting that someone else had read Gran's manuscript, knew that part of her life as intimately as I did.
Well, damn. This is beautiful too,
he said toward the aspens ahead of us. It's home. I took a deep breath, feeling my soul settle the way it always did at this particular view. We were nestled in a valley of the Elks, which rose up high before us, their crowns already tipped with the first snow. The meadow behind Gran's house was colored in shades of burnished gold, both from the knee-high grass that had surrendered to the cycle of fall and the leaves of the aspen trees that flanked both sides. This is my favorite time of year. Not that I don't miss fall in New York, because I do. But here there's no riot of color, no war between the trees as to whose leaves will be the brightest. Here, the mountains turn gold, as if they all agreed. It's peaceful. I walked us along the path that had been worn into the meadow long before I was born.
I can see why you'd want to come back,
Noah admitted.
I'm a sucker for autumn in New York, though.
And yet, here you are, living just down the road. We reached the creek that ran through Gran's property, my property now. It wasn't much by East Coast standards, maybe 10 feet wide and 2 feet deep at the most, but water was different in the Rockies. It didn't flow steadily, and it wasn't smooth or predictable. Here, it could slow to a trickle, and when you least expected it, send a wall of water in a flash flood that would destroy everything in its path. It was like everything else in the mountains, dangerously beautiful.
I did what I had to do,
he shrugged, and we turned to walk along the creek.
Do you miss New York?
No.
Quick answer.
Easy question. I tucked my thumbs into my back pockets. I guess this is when we start the book fight?
I'm not the one saying it has to be a fight. Let's start out easy. Ask me a personal question. Anything you want.
He pushed up his sleeves as we walked, revealing a line of ink down one forearm that looked like the tip of a sword.
I'll answer one if you do.
That seemed easy enough. Anything?
Anything.
What's the story behind that tattoo? I motioned toward his forearm. He followed my line of sight.
Ah. That one was actually my first.
He pushed up his sleeve as far as the material would let him go, revealing the blade of a sword that served as the needle for a compass. I'd seen enough pictures to know it covered his shoulder, though I could only see the base of it right now.
I got it the week before Avalon Waning published. I wove a King Arthur parable into this guy's search for
his lost love. I've read it. I nearly tripped as he gave me a slow smile, and I jerked my gaze back to the path. Do you have tattoos for all of your books?
1. That's 2 questions, and yes, but the other ones are smaller. When Avalon published, I thought it might be my only book. My turn.
It's only fair. Here comes the question about the last affair.
Why did you quit sculpting?
What? My pace slowed, but he matched it. Damien asked me to put it on pause and help him get Ellsworth Productions off the ground, which made sense. We were newlyweds, and I thought I was helping to build our future. It was still art, just his form of art, right? I shrugged at the naive thoughts of a 22-year-old girl, and then pause became more of a stop, and that part of me just... The right words had always failed me in this topic. Dimmed. It went out like a fire I'd forgotten to tend. The flames dwindled so slowly that I didn't notice until they were nothing but embers, and by that time it was the rest of my life that had gone up in flames. There's not a lot of room for creativity when you're focused on breathing. I could feel his stare, but I couldn't meet it. Instead, I sucked in a breath and forced a smile. I think it's coming back, though, little by little. I thought about Mr. Navarro's shop, then the cost of actually doing something about it. Anyway, that's one question, and I owe you another, so ask away.
Why don't you trust me with the story?
My spine straightened. I don't trust anyone with it, and neither did Gran. It's not easy, knowing someone is about to fictionalize what actually happened to your family. It's not just some story to me.
Then why sell it at all? Just to make your mother happy?
His dark brows lowered.
Is that really the only reason you agreed?
Was it? I watched the creek rush past, giving his question some thought. He earned another point by not prodding for an answer. It was 50-50, I finally said. I wanted to make my mother happy. I wanted to be able to give her something she wanted, since it doesn't happen often. He shot me a quizzical look. We have a complicated relationship. Let's just say that while you eat with your family once a month, Mom and I have dinner maybe once a year. That was putting it lightly, but this wasn't a therapy session. The other part of me watched Gran work on that book, off and on up to the winter I got married.
Did she stop then?
I'm not sure, since I moved to New York, but I came home every couple of months, and I never caught her working on it again. I shook my head. William, my grandfather, was the only person she ever let read it, and that was back in the 60s before she wrote the last few chapters. After he died, car accident, I said in quick explanation. She didn't touch it for a decade, but it was important to her, so eventually she took it out again. She wanted to get it right.
Let me get it right.
His voice lowered as we neared the bend in the creek. I hoped you would, but then you started spewing all the happily ever after because that's her brand. His posture stiffened beside me.
Authors have a contract with their readers once they get to the point your Gran was at. She wrote 73 novels that gave her readers that joyful payoff of a happy ending. You honestly think she was going to flip the script for this one?
Yes, I nodded emphatically. I think the truth of what happened was too painful for her to write, and the fantasy you want to create was even more so, because it only reminded her of what she couldn't have. Even the years she spent married to Grandpa Brian weren't... Well, you've read what she had with Grandpa Jameson? It was rare. So rare that it comes around maybe, what, once a generation?
Maybe, he admitted softly. That's the kind of love that stories are written about, Georgia. The kind that makes people believe it has to be out there for them, too.
Then you ask Grandpa Jameson how it ends. She said only he would know, and he's kind of hard to get a hold of. I looked back toward the path. The creek began its gentle curve, following the geography of my backyard. Have you thought about where it would be shelved? I asked, trying a different avenue to bring him to my point of view. His eyebrows lifted.
What do you mean?
Is it going under your name or hers? I stopped walking and he turned to face me. The sunlight caught in his hair, making it shine in both places.
Both? Like you said. Do you want to know the marketing budget, too?
He teased. I shot him a glare. Are you really willing to forsake general fiction and be shelved in the, gasp, romance section? Because the guy I met in the bookstore last month definitely wasn't. He blinked, drawing back slightly. Hadn't made it past the new release table in your mind, had you?
Does it matter?
He countered, rubbing his hands down his stubble in obvious frustration. Yes. What I'm asking you to do keeps you in the section that isn't for... I cocked my head to the side. What was it you said again? Sex and unrealistic expectations? A muttered curse slipped from his lips. I'm never going to live that down, am I? He turned away, looking into the trees, then muttered something that sounded like unsatisfying. Nope. Want to keep telling me all about that romance ending? Because that's where they'll shelve you if you write it. Her name overpowers yours. You might be hot shit, but you're no Scarlett Stanton. I don't give a shit where the book gets shelved. Our eyes locked for a tense moment. I don't believe you. He lowered his head. You don't know me. My cheeks heated. My heart rate spiked. And more than anything, I wanted to have this argument over the phone so I could end it and stomp out the infuriating flickers of emotion Noah never failed to ignite within me. I liked it numb. Numb was safe. Noah was a lot of things, but safe wasn't one of them. I ripped my eyes away from his. What is that? He leaned slightly, his eyes narrowing. I followed his line of sight. The gazebo. The breeze whipped by, and I tucked my hair behind my ears as I marched past Noah, heading into the aspen grove. Space. I needed space. The crunching footsteps behind me implied that he followed, so I kept going. About 50 feet in, dead center in the grove, was a gazebo fashioned entirely from the trunks of aspen trees. I walked up the steps, trailing my fingers lovingly over the railings, which had been sanded smooth and replaced over the years, just like the floor and roof. But the supports were the originals. Noah came up beside me, turning slowly so he could see all of the space. It was roughly the size of our dining room, but shaped in a circle. I watched him carefully, preparing myself for what would no doubt be a judgment of the rustic little space I'd favored as a kid. This is phenomenal. His voice dropped as he walked to one of the railings and looked over the edge. How long has it been here? Gran built it in the 40s with Grandpa Jameson's dad and uncle. They finished it before WWII Day. I leaned back against one of the trunks. Every summer, Gran would have a desk brought out so she could write here, and I'd play while she worked. I smiled at the memory. When he turned toward me, his expression had softened, sadness filling his eyes. This is where she waited for him. I wrapped my arms around my middle and nodded. I used to think their love was built into it. That's why she always had it repaired, never rebuilt. You don't anymore. He moved close enough to my side that I felt the heat of him against my shoulder. No. I think she built her sorrow, her longing into it, which makes sense now that I'm older. Love doesn't last. Not like this place. My gaze slid from trunk to trunk to trunk as a million memories played through my mind. It's too delicate, too fragile. Then it's infatuation, not love. His voice lowered, and yet another flicker of emotion, longing this time, flared into a flame that centered in my chest. Whatever it is, it never quite measures up to the ideal, does it? We just pretend it does, lapping up the sand when we come across the mirage. But this place? It's sturdy, solid. The sorrow, the longing, the ache that eats you up after the missed chance. Those make fine supports. Those are the emotions that last the test of time. I felt his stare again, but still couldn't meet it, not with all the word vomit I'd just spewed all over him. I'm sorry he didn't love you the way you deserve. I flinched. Don't believe everything you read in the tabloids. I don't read tabloids. I know what wedding vows mean, and I've learned enough about you to know that you took them seriously. It doesn't matter. I tucked my hair again before I could stop my hands, his gaze warming my skin like a physical touch. Did you know that our brains are biologically programmed to remember painful memories better? He asked. I shook my head as a shiver of cold swept over me now that we were shaded. Noah closed the inches between us, giving me his heat. The man was a furnace, if his arm was any indication. It's true, he continued. It's our way of protecting ourselves, to remember something painful so we don't repeat the same mistake. A defense mechanism, I mused. Exactly. He turned his head to look at me. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do whatever it was again. Just means we have to push past the pain our brains won't let go of. What do they say about the definition of insanity? I asked, tilting my face so I could meet his eyes. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different outcome? It's never the same. There are a million variations of any situation. No two people are alike. The tiniest change to any encounter could leave us with very different results. I like to think of the possibilities as a tree. Maybe you start with the one path. He tapped the nearest trunk. But fate throws all the branches out, and what seems like a tiny choice, left or right, becomes another and another, until the possibilities of what could have been are endless. Like if I hadn't found out Damien was cheating, I'd still be with him? Well, maybe if there wasn't a baby. My voice dropped off, and I shut that line of thinking down. Maybe. But you're on a different branch now because you did. And maybe that other branch exists in the fictional realm of possibilities. But in this one, you're here with me. His gaze dropped to my lips and back. I'm sorry that he fucked up, but not sorry you know about it. You deserve better. Gran never wanted me to marry him. I shifted my weight but left us connected. She wanted what she had with Grandpa Jameson for me. Not that she didn't love Grandpa Brian, because she did. It took her 40 years to move on. Was she finally happy? I nodded. She really was, from what she's said. I never really pushed her to talk about it, though. It always seemed too painful. Damien did once or twice, but he was always a nosy ass. Still, even while she was married to Grandpa Brian, she wrote out here, like she was still waiting for Jameson, all those years later. She was the ultimate romantic. Look at this place. He studied the gazebo. Can't you feel them here? Can't you see them happy in some other fictional realm of possibility? Some other branch where the war doesn't rip them to shreds? I swallowed, thinking of Gran. Not the way I remembered her, but the way she looked in the photograph. Wildly, recklessly in love. I can, Noah went on. I see them cutting a little landing strip into the meadow so he could fly, and I see them with 6 kids. I see the way he looks at her, like she's the reason the seasons change and the sun rises until they're 101 years old. That was 1 year more than Gran had lived, and though I knew it was greedy, I wanted it. Out of every year I'd been alive, this was the one I'd needed her the most. Noah pivoted, consuming the space in front of me, looking at me with such intensity that I had to fight not to look away. He saw too much. Made me feel too exposed. But my body certainly didn't mind how close he was. My heart thundered, my breath hitched, my blood warmed. I see them walking hand in hand at sunset, to get a few minutes away, after they put the kids to bed, of course. I see her looking up from her typewriter to watch him walk by, knowing if she gets her work done for the day, he'll be waiting. I see them laughing, and living, and fighting, always passionate, but fair. They're careful with each other because they know what they have. They know how rare it is, how lucky they were to survive it all with that love intact. They're still magnetic, still make love like they'll never get enough. Still open, bluntly honest, yet tender. His hand rose to cup my cheek, warm and steady. My breath caught, my pulse leaping at the touch. Georgia, can't you see it? It's in every line of this place. This isn't a mausoleum. It's a promise, a shrine to that love. It's a beautiful story, I whispered, wishing that had been their fate. Or mine. Then let them have it. I sidestepped out of his reach, then walked across the gazebo to get some perspective. He wove his words into a world I wanted to live in. But that was his talent, his job. It wasn't real. It wasn't what she wanted, or she would have written it that way, ended it like all her other books, I said. You still think it's a story, with characters who speak to you and choose their own branches. It's not. It's the closest she came to an autobiography, and you can't change the past. The tightness in my chest transformed to an ache. What you described is why you're so good at what you do. But it's not what she wanted. I walked to the split in the railing and down the stairs, staring up at the tops of the trees.
What she wanted, or what you want, Georgia?
He asked, from the top of the steps, frustration cutting lines on his forehead. My eyes slid shut, and I took a steadying breath, then another before turning back to him. What I want has only ever mattered to one person, and she's dead. This is all I can give her, Noah. The gift of honoring what she went through, what they lost.
You're taking the easy way out, and that's not who you are. What the hell makes you think you know me?
I fired back.
You sculpted a tree coming straight out of the water, and
I folded my arms over my chest.
Whether it's conscious or unconscious, there are pieces of me in every story I tell, and I bet it's the same for you with sculpting. That tree isn't anchored by earth. It shouldn't be able to grow, and yet there it is. And don't think I didn't notice the lighting. It shined straight through to highlight the roots. Why else would you call it indomitable will?
He remembered the name of the piece? I shook my head. This isn't about me. It's about her, about them. Wrapping this up with a bow, whether it's a tearful reunion at a train station or showing her rushing to his bedside, cheapens what she went through. The book ends here, Noah, right at this gazebo with Scarlett waiting for a man who never came back to her. Period. He looked up to the sky like he was praying for patience, and the fire in his eyes had lowered to a simmer by the time he brought his gaze back to mine.
If you force this, it will earn inevitably shitty reviews and disappoint her fans who will burn me at the stake for fucking with Scarlett Stanton's legacy. That's what people will remember, not her love story, not the 100 other books I could write in my lifetime.
I bristled. His career. Of course.
Then use the opt-out and walk away.
I did exactly that, not bothering to look back as I headed down the path. I'd seen enough looks of disappointment in my life without adding his to the mix.
The farthest I'm walking is back to my place. I'm here for the next 2.5 months. Remember? Good luck crossing the creek in those shoes,
I called back, over my shoulder. Chapter 14, November 1940. Curtain in Lindsay, England. The pub was jammed full of uniforms, from bar to door. It had taken Jameson a week to secure a house nearby, but for a rather healthy chunk of his pay, as of yesterday, they now had a place of their very own. At least for as long as the 71st stayed in Curtain. As of this afternoon, Scarlett was his wife. Wife. It wasn't that she wasn't aware of just how reckless they'd been to marry so quickly. It was simply that she didn't care. That beautiful man with the bright smile and undeniable charm was now her husband. Her breath hitched as their eyes locked across the crowded room. Husband. She glanced at the clock and wondered exactly how much longer they'd have to stay at their wedding breakfast, because the only hunger she had was for him. And they were finally married. "I'm so very happy for you," Constance said, squeezing her sister's hand lightly under the table. "Thank you." Scarlett's smile was a mile wide, just as it had been since they'd come to Curtain. "It's a far cry from what we pictured as girls, but now I couldn't imagine having it any other way." The wedding that afternoon had been small, attended only by their closest friends and a few of the pilots from the 71st, but had been perfectly lovely. Constance had procured a small bouquet, and though Scarlett's dress wasn't the family heirloom she had always assumed she would wear, the way Jameson looked at her told her she looked beautiful nonetheless. "Me either," Constance agreed. "But I could say that about everything in our life. Nothing is how I pictured it 2 years ago." "It isn't, but maybe in some small ways, it's better." Scarlett understood her sister all too well, and though she longed for the days before the war, before the bombings and the rationing and the commonplace death, she couldn't regret any of her decisions that brought her to Jameson. Somehow she found a miracle in the middle of the maelstrom, and it may have taken her a moment to realize what she had. But now that she did, she would fight with everything she had to keep it, to keep him. "I am sorry Mother and Father didn't come," Constance whispered. I held out hope until the very last moment." Scarlett's smile slipped, but not much. She'd known that her letter would go unanswered. Oh, Constance, ever the romantic. It should have been you to elope, not me. Scarlett stared across the pub, marveling that Jameson was hers. How ironic that the more practical of the two of them had been the one to run off and be married. She could barely believe it herself, yet here she was, celebrating her wedding, in a pub, of all places. True, it was nothing like she pictured as a child, yet it was all the better for it. And besides, who was she to deny fate, when it had taken 1,000,001 separate events to bring her to Jameson? "Maybe I am an idealist," Constance shrugged. "I just can't believe they wouldn't want to see you happy. I'd always thought their threats were just that, idle threats." "Don't be angry with them," Scarlett said gently. "They're fighting for the only way of life they know. They're not unlike a wounded animal when you think about it. And I refuse to be sad today. It is their loss." "It really is," Constance agreed. "I've never seen you look so happy, so beautiful. Love looks good on you." "Will you be all right?" Scarlett turned slightly in her chair, facing her sister. "Our home is only a few minutes from the airfield, but—" "Stop!" Constance lifted her eyebrows. "I will be perfectly fine. I know, I just can't remember the last time we were separated for any length of time. Perhaps a few days here and there, but not much else. We'll still see each other at work." "That's not what I meant," Scarlett said softly. Now that she was married, she'd followed Jameson when the 71st inevitably left Curtin. Training the new pilots couldn't last forever. "Well, we'll handle that when the time comes. For now, the only thing that's changing is where you sleep." She tilted her head. "Oh, and where you eat, and spend your free time, and of course who you'll be sleeping with." Her eyes danced. Scarlett rolled her eyes but felt her cheeks heat as Jameson came toward them in his dress uniform. She spun her new ring around her finger with her thumb, assuring herself that this wasn't a dream. They'd made it happen.
"That was the last of them,"
Jameson said with a smile, his gaze skimming down the long line of Scarlett's neck to the simple, classy dress she'd chosen. He would have married her in her uniform, or even her bathrobe. He didn't care. He'd take this woman any way he could get her.
"I swear, I've been holding the same pint for the last hour and a half, hoping no one will notice."
He put the glass on the table. "You could have had more than one. I think it's expected." Scarlett's own glass was still full.
"I wanted to have a clear head."
His lips tugged upward. He wasn't about to be drunk the first time he got his hands on her. Hell, he'd nearly carried her over his shoulder to their new house last night. But waiting was better. The anticipation of it was killing him in the sweetest way imaginable. "Did you?" Lord, that smile of hers nearly took him out at the knees.
"What do you say I take you home, Mrs. Stanton?"
He held out his hand for hers. "Mrs. Stanton," Scarlett replied with a spark of joy in her eyes as her fingers brushed his.
"You sure as hell are."
Just hearing her say it sent his heart skyrocketing. They made their farewells, and it was only a matter of minutes before Jameson parked one of the squadron cars in front of what was now their home. He swept her off her feet, lifting her into his arms at the edge of the sidewalk.
"You're mine."
"And you're mine," she replied, lacing her fingers behind his neck. He kissed her softly, brushing his lips over hers as he walked them up the sidewalk, only lifting his head when they came to the steps. "My trunk," she started.
"I'll get it later,"
he promised.
"I want you to see the house."
She'd been on watch when he'd found it yesterday. His stomach dipped.
It's not what you're used to.
He'd learned enough about her family to know this little place of theirs would probably fit in one of the Wrights' dining rooms. She kissed him in reply. Unless you're asking me to share it with 11 other women, it's far better than anything I've had over the last year.
God, I love you.
Good, because you're stuck with me now. He laughed, then somehow managed to unlock the door and push it open without dropping her as he carried her over the threshold.
"Welcome home, Mrs. Stanton," he said, as he set her feet on the floor.
Mrs. Stanton. He was never going to tire of saying it. Scarlett's gaze made a quick sweep of the interior. The house opened into a modest living room that, thankfully, had come furnished. A staircase divided the space, with the dining room to the right, including a small table and chairs, and the kitchen lay just beyond it to the back of the house. "It's lovely," Scarlett said as she took it all in. "Quite perfect, really." She ran her hand over the dining room table as she walked, and Jameson followed her into the kitchen. She paled, her smile vanishing as her gaze jumped from the oven to the small table and over the counters. Horror emanated from every line of her face.
"What's wrong?"
His stomach pitched. Was it missing something? Shit, he should have waited for something better. She turned to face him, then met his gaze with wide eyes. "This might not be the most opportune time to tell you, but I can't cook." He blinked.
"You can't cook,"
he repeated slowly, just to be sure he'd heard her right. She shook her head. "Not a thing. I'm sure I could figure out how to turn the stove on, but not much else."
"Okay, but the kitchen is acceptable?"
He tried to equate the angst in her eyes to her confession, and came up short. "Of course," she nodded. "It's lovely. I'm just not sure what to do with it. I never learned to cook at home, and it's been the officer's mess since then." She tugged her lower lip between her teeth. The relief was so sharp and sweet that he couldn't help but laugh as he wrapped his arms around her.
"Oh, Scarlett, my Scarlett!"
He kissed the top of her head and breathed in her scent.
"I'm not saying I can put on a 5-course meal, but if I can fry up eggs and bacon over a campfire, I think I'll be able to keep us fed while we figure it out."
"If we could even get real eggs," she muttered, as her arms wrapped around his waist.
"Very true."
As a pilot, a diet of eggs and bacon bettered his chances of surviving a water landing, and were shoved at him with such regularity that he'd nearly forgotten how rare they were. "I've learned to press my own clothing over the last year, and do some wash, but not much else in the domestic sense of things," she said into his chest. "I'm afraid you may have gotten a bad deal by marrying me." He tilted her chin and kissed her gently.
"I got more than I could have dreamed of by marrying you. We'll figure everything else out together."
Together. Her chest ached with how much she loved him. "Show me the rest of the house." He took her hand and led her up the small staircase to the second floor.
"The bathroom,"
he said as he motioned through the open doorway to the functional space, then opened the door to the right of it.
"The landlord called this a box room, but I'm not really sure what he meant, since it's more of a rectangle."
Scarlett laughed, taking in the smaller, vacant bedroom. "It's just a second, smaller bedroom. The space would only accommodate a single bed and dresser, or a crib. It's for a child." Her voice trailed off. Jameson's eyes locked with hers, flaring slightly.
"Do you want that? Children?"
Her heart stuttered. "I hadn't—" She cleared her throat and tried again. "If you're asking if I want children now, the answer is no. There are too many uncertainties at the moment, and they would be coming into a world where we couldn't guarantee their safety." Children had been evacuated from nearly every military target, including London, and just the thought of losing a child to a bombing raid was more than she could bear.
"I agree."
His thumb caressed the back of her hand reassuringly, but worry lined the space between his eyebrows. She lifted her hand to his cheek. "But if you're asking if I want your children someday, then my answer is emphatically yes. There would be nothing better than a green-eyed little girl or a boy with his smile when this was all said and done. After the war." He tilted his head and kissed the center of her palm, sending a tingling jolt of pleasure down her arm. "After the war," she whispered, adding it to the ever-growing list of things to be accomplished at a later date she wasn't sure would ever come.
"But you know there's always a chance, right?"
The muscle in his jaw flexed. "I do." Her fingers trailed down his neck. "It's a risk I'm willing to take, if it means I get to touch you." She followed the line of his collar past his knotted tie and down to the first button of his jacket. His eyes darkened as he palmed her waist, tugging her closer. "I've been waiting my entire life to touch you." "There's one more room to show me," she murmured. "The bedroom. Their bedroom." Her heart thundered, and her body heated against his. She may have been a virgin, but the stories she'd heard from the girls she'd served with over the last year were enough to more than educate her about what was going to happen tonight. She felt as though she'd been waiting her entire life for this moment, this night, this man. He was her reward for waiting, for ignoring every other flyer with a proposition and a cocky smile. Perhaps she'd argued that it was her morality that kept her from crossing that line. But staring up at Jameson, she knew she'd simply been waiting for him.
"There is." His gaze dropped to her lips. "I want you to know that this only goes as far as you want. I may be dying to get my hands on you, but not until you're comfortable. I don't want you scared, and the only trembling I want to feel beneath my fingertips will be from your desire, not your fear."
Fear was the furthest thing from what she felt as she rose on her toes and kissed him, stopping his words with her mouth. They had waited long enough. "I'm not scared. I know you would never hurt me." "I want you," she finished in a whisper, lacing her fingers behind his neck. He kissed her deeply, stroking and sliding his tongue against hers in a thorough, lazy exploration of her mouth that left her clutching at him for more. He took her mouth like he had all night, and no other goal, as if this kiss was the culmination and not the preamble. Every time she tried to quicken the pace, he slowed the kiss down, holding her tight against him with steady, sure hands. "Jameson." She flicked the first of his buttons open.
"Impatient?"
He grinned against her mouth, lifting his hand to cradle the back of her head, threading his fingers through her hair. "Very." She opened the next button.
"I'm trying to take it slow for you,"
he said, between sipping kisses that left her arching up for the deeper ones as she tugged at the belt of his dress uniform. "Stop." She put her lips to his neck. He groaned and kissed her hard, locking his arm around her waist and lifting her against him, all pretense of teasing a distant memory. This kiss was openly carnal, blatantly possessive, and everything she'd been craving since she'd faced him in front of the chaplain. They kissed their way down the short hallway and into their bedroom, where he set her down with a long slide along his body.
"If there's anything you want to change,"
he motioned to the room. She gave it a glance. Serviceable furniture, light blue curtains that matched the clean bedding spread over a large bed. "It's perfect." She barely finished the words before she was kissing him again. He got the message and stripped off his jacket. It landed somewhere, but she didn't bother to look. Her hands were already busy with his tie, making swift work of the fabric the way she did daily with her own uniform. The fingers in her hair gripped lightly, tugging her head back and exposing her neck to his mouth. Heat rushed through her, building hotter with every caress of his lips. By the time he reached the neckline of her dress, just above her collarbone, her breath was no longer steady. She started to undo his shirt as he found the trail of buttons down her back, never lifting his mouth from hers as he undid them one by one. Then he turned her gently and kissed a path down her spine, caressing every inch of skin he exposed. He reached the base of her spine, then guided her to face him again. She found him on his knees, his shirt unbuttoned to his waist, looking up at her, with eyes glazed, with the same desire coursing through her veins. Her nerves almost got the best of her, but she pushed them aside as she slipped one arm from her dress, then the other, holding the fabric just above her breasts for the length of several heartbeats before she found the courage to drop it. The dress slid off in a flutter of satin, leaving her standing in nothing but the underwear and silk stockings she'd saved 2 months of pay to acquire. The look on his face made it more than worth the sacrifice. You. His gaze was hot enough to warm her skin as he took her in. You're so exquisitely beautiful, Scarlett. He looked stunned, astonished really, and hungry. She smiled, and he gripped her hips and tugged her forward, kissing the sensitive skin of her stomach. After a year of wearing issued garments that made her just another identical cog in a large piece of machinery, she felt completely and utterly feminine. She speared her fingers through his hair to hold her steady as his mouth journeyed up her body. He stood, then shed both his collared shirt and the soft cotton one underneath. Her mouth watered at the sight of his bare torso, the soft skin that stretched over ropes of hard muscle. His stomach tensed when she traced the lines that ran down either side with her fingertips, memorizing the planes and hollows. She brought her eyes to meet his questioning gaze, as if this man had anything to worry about. He was just as carved as any of the statues she'd seen, but so very warm under her hands. "Well?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "You'll do," she deadpanned, fighting the purse of her lips. He huffed a laugh, then kissed every thought from her head. They were a flurry of questing hands as their remaining clothes fell to the floor with every step toward the bed. She gasped as he palmed her breast, then melted when he swept his thumb over the stiff peak. "Perfect," he murmured against her lips, then lowered her to the bed. She devoured him with her eyes as he rose above her, his hair falling forward to brush along his eyebrow. Every single part of him was flawless. He was so much bigger than she was, and infinitely stronger. But she'd never felt more cherished. "I love you, Jameson." She brushed those locks back just to watch them fall again. Out of every sensation bombarding her body, from the feel of his strong thighs inside of her much smaller ones, to the wisp of cool air across her exposed breasts, the swell of love, of unfettered joy, in her chest flared the brightest. "I love you too," he promised, "more than my own life." She arched up and kissed him, inhaling sharply as their bodies came in full contact. He brushed his lips over the patch of skin just beneath her ear, then moved down her body, slowly, methodically, exploring her curves with lips and hands. He sucked the peak of her breast into his mouth, her fingers tightening in his hair as his tongue unraveled her. Everywhere he touched seemed to catch fire. The curve of her waist, the swell of her hips, the tops of her thighs. He turned her into a living flame, stoked a hunger she hadn't known she was capable of. His hands felt so good, her entire body began to ache with it. He brought his mouth to hers again, and she poured everything she felt into the kiss when words failed her. Her hand stroked down the broad lines of his back, and he deepened the kiss, groaning into her mouth before yanking his away, his breath coming in the same quick pants her own did. "I forget my name when you touch me," he said, bracing his weight on an elbow as his other hand traveled down her belly. "It's the same for me." There was a slight tremble in her fingers as she lifted them to the back of his neck. "Good." He kept his eyes locked with hers as he reached between her thighs, gently cupping her. "You okay?" Her breath hitched, and she nodded, her hips rolling against him, seeking pressure, friction, anything that would relieve the ache. The muscles of his shoulders went tight for a breath, and then his fingers were there, sliding through her, stroking from her entrance to where that ache centered. The first touch sent a jolt of pleasure so intense she felt it all the way to her fingertips. The second was even better. "Jameson!" she cried out, her nails digging into his skin as he returned to that spot, again and again, swirling and teasing, overwhelming her senses. "You're incredible." He kissed her once. "Are you ready for more?" Yes. If everything he did felt like this, she'd always want more. His fingers slipped to her entrance as his thumb kept her on edge, building the tension inside her to a breaking point. Then he slid one digit inside her. Her muscles locked around him as she whimpered, her hips rocking slightly with need. "Okay?" he asked, the lines on his face taut with worry and restraint. "More." She kissed him. He groaned, and a second finger joined the first, stretching her. The pleasure more than made up for the slight burn as her body accommodated him. Then those fingers moved within her, stroking and gliding as his thumb moved faster, driving her higher, until she felt so tight she knew she'd snap or shatter if he stopped. I... Her thighs locked, as that tension within her rose like a wave. "Yes, right there. God, you're so beautiful, Scarlett." His voice somehow grounded her, even as she lost complete control over her body. He changed the pressure, curled his fingers, and the wave crested and fractured her into a million shimmering pieces. She flew, calling his name, the pleasure so blindingly sweet that the world around them faded as it washed over her again and again until her muscles liquefied and she went limp beneath him. Her entire body hummed with satisfaction as he withdrew his hand and shifted so the head of him pressed at her entrance. That, she struggled to find an adequate description. That was extraordinary. "We're just getting started." He grinned, but the strain was evident in the rigid set of his jaw. Right. She lifted her knees so he could settle deeper into the cradle of her thighs. He gripped her hip, but held completely still above her, watching her intently. "I'm okay," she assured him. She was better than okay. He relaxed slightly, then kissed her breathless, using his hand to build that fire again, flicking over her nipple, teasing her waist, finding the hypersensitive spot between her thighs. That same spiraling need built within her again as she kissed him back, stroking his shoulders and chest. When she rolled against him, he sucked in a breath through his teeth. "Tell me if I hurt you," he demanded, resting his forehead on hers. "I can take it," she promised, her fingers sliding down his ribs and past his waist to his hips, and the firm curve of his backside, where she held firm, pulling him tighter against her. "Make love to me." "Scarlett," he growled, his muscles clenching beneath her fingers. "I love you, Jameson." "God, I love you." His hips flexed, and he pushed inside her, taking her inch by inch in rolling thrusts until he filled her completely, then moved once more, stretching her to a point near pain, to hold him completely. Their breathing was ragged as he stilled, giving her body time to adjust. "Are you okay?" His voice was rougher than gravel. "I'm great," she promised, her smile shaky as the burn lessened and her muscles relaxed. "You feel like heaven, but better. Hotter," he said through gritted teeth. She moved slightly, testing the feel of him inside her. "God, Scarlett, don't do that." His brow furrowed like he was in pain. "Give yourself a moment." "I'm fine." She smiled up at him and did it again. He groaned, withdrawing slowly and sliding back in. The burn was still there, but it was nothing compared to the indescribable pleasure of him moving inside her. "Again," she demanded. A wicked smile lifted his lips as he did exactly as she ordered, making both of them moan this time. Then he set a rhythm, taking her with slow, deep thrusts that drove that tension within her a little higher each time. Every stroke felt better than the last. They moved together like one soul stretched between two bodies, seamless, as they shared the same space, the same air, the same heart. Jameson! She felt that wave build again, and she tightened, her hips rising to meet his as he thrust faster, harder. Yes, he said against her lips, working his hand between them and pushing her right over that edge, hurling her into a kaleidoscope of bliss and color as she came apart in his arms again. She was still swimming in the throes of her climax as she felt him drive into her with abandon, keeping her with him as he tensed above her, shouting her name as he found his release. They were a tangle of sweaty limbs and complete euphoria as he rolled to his side, taking her with him as they struggled to steady their breathing. He traced lazy circles on her back as her heartbeat calmed. She felt spent and utterly, completely sated as her lips curved upward. If I'd known you were capable of that, we wouldn't have waited. He laughed, the sound rumbling through his chest into hers. I'm glad we did. This has been the best day of my life, Mrs. Stanton. Mine too. Her heart leaped at her new name. She was well and truly his. I just wish we had time for a honeymoon. As it was, they were both on duty in the morning. Every night of our lives will be our honeymoon. He caressed her cheek. I'm going to spend the rest of my life making you deliciously, wonderfully happy. You already do. She glanced at her fingers as they trailed over the defined muscles of his arm. When can we do that again? The craving for him had only grown. Are you sore? Concern filled his eyes. No, tender a bit, but not sore. Then, right now, he kissed her and started all over again.
Chapter 15. Noah. Scarlett, my Scarlett. How are you, my heart? Do you think you could bring the roses here? I hate to think you and Constance put in all that work just to leave it behind. I promise you, when we get to Colorado, I'll build you a garden you never have to move from, and a shady place to sit and write on sunny days. I'll build your happiness with my own two hands. God, I miss you. Hopefully I'll find us some digs in the next few days, because I'm losing my mind here without you. Kiss our sweet boy for me. I love you with my entire soul. Jameson. Use the opt-out. That wasn't going to happen. I signed a contract that I'd complete the book, and I would. But keeping my word meant getting closer to the only woman who made me want to kiss the shit out of her as she drove me up a wall. This was dangerous territory, but I couldn't bring myself to care. Georgia had me just as knotted up about her as I was the damned book. The two were so closely intertwined that I couldn't separate them. She was just as stubborn as Scarlett had been the first time Jameson met her, but unlike Jameson, I didn't have a Constance to help me out. Unlike Scarlett, Georgia had already had her trust and heart broken. I was 0 for 2 when it came to Georgia, and at an impasse when it came to the book. Georgia was right. Scarlett wasn't a character. She was a real person who had really loved Georgia. Given what I'd seen from her mother and the asshole ex, she might have been the only person in the world who had truly, unconditionally loved Georgia. That's what I kept in mind as I stood on Georgia's front porch with one last pitch and an armful of what I hoped would be goodwill. I'd been in Colorado for 2 weeks, climbed 2 easy 14ers, and as of yesterday, I had 2 plot lines ready to write. In a few days, I'd only have 2 months until my deadline. Hey, she said with an awkward smile as she opened the door. Thanks for seeing me. One day I would get used to those eyes knocking me off my feet, but today was not that day. Her hair was up, too, revealing the long line of her neck. I wanted to run my lips along the column, then... Knock it off! No problem. Come on in. She stepped back, and I walked through the door. "This is for you." I handed over the muslin-covered root ball carefully so she didn't prick herself on the thorns of the plant above. "It's an English tea rose, aptly named Scarlet Night. I thought you might like it for the garden." It was quite possibly the most awkward gift I'd ever given, but here I was giving it because I somehow sensed that even a tiny blue box wouldn't move this woman.
"Oh, thank you."
She smiled, real and true, as she took the plant, appraising it with a gardener's eye. I knew that eye well. My mother had it.
"It's lovely."
"You're welcome." My gaze skipped over the table in the entry, catching on the vase. The edges of the glass wave had the same frothy texture as the piece in New York. "You made this, didn't you?" Her attention shifted from the rose bush to the vase.
"Yes, right after I got back from Murano. I spent a summer apprenticing there after freshman year."
Wow, it's remarkable. How did someone capable of doing that just stop? And what kind of man married a woman with that kind of fire and then systematically snuffed it out?
"Thanks. I love that one."
A wistful look crossed her face. "Do you miss it? Sculpting?"
"Lately," she nodded. "I found the perfect space for a studio, but I can't justify the cost."
"You should. I'm sure you'd have no trouble selling pieces. Hell, I'd be your first customer." Her gaze jumped to mine, and there it was again, the indescribable connection that kept me up at night thinking about her.
"I should put this in the greenhouse."
"I'll come with," I offered, swallowing back the ball of nerves that had worked its way up my throat like I was 16 again.
"Okay."
She led me through the kitchen and out the back door, but instead of heading straight into the garden, she turned left, walking me along the patio to the greenhouse. The blast of humidity was almost enough to make me homesick as I followed her into the glass building. Both the size and variety of flowers in here were impressive. The floor was cobblestoned moss rock, and there was even a small fountain in the center, blocking out any potential noises from the outside world with a steady trickle of water. "Do you maintain this yourself?" I asked as she carried the rosebush to a potting bench.
"God, no," she snorted. "I might know a thing or two about plants, but Gran was the gardener. I hired a professional about 5 years ago when she finally started to slow down."
"At 95, I added.
"She was pretty unstoppable."
Her smile was instant and had the added bonus of acting like a vice around my chest.
"She got so mad at me, too, said I was making assumptions about her health. I argued that I was simply freeing up the time it took her to water."
"You were making assumptions about her health." The corners of my lips tugged upward.
"She was 95. Can you blame me?"
She set the rosebush down on the bench.
"I'll pot it later."
I don't mind waiting. Or delaying what I was about to offer her. Somehow Georgia had mastered what college and deadlines had failed to do. She'd turned me into a procrastinator.
"You sure?"
"Positive, and I'm the last person to tell you about rose bushes, but I thought this guy was more of an outdoor one. At least that was what the picture online had shown."
"Well, yeah, usually, but it's almost October. I'd hate to stick him in the ground and hope for the best when his little root system wouldn't have had a chance to develop before the first frost."
She opened the large cabinet next to the shed and hauled out a container and a various assortment of small bags. "So you're saying it's a bad gift?" I half teased.
"Shit, why hadn't I thought of that?"
Her cheeks pinkened.
"No, I'm saying it has to live in the greenhouse until spring."
"Can I help?"
"You don't mind getting dirty?"
She took in my athletic pants and long-sleeved Mets tee. "I prefer dirty." I shrugged with a grin.
"Grab the potting soil."
She rolled her eyes as she rolled up her sleeves. I pushed my sleeves up and walked over to the cabinet, which was much deeper than it initially looked. There were at least 3 different bags along the bottom. "Which one?"
"The one that says potting soil."
"They all say potting soil." I met her teasing gaze with a raised eyebrow. She leaned around to my side, brushing against my arm as she pointed to the blue bag on the left.
"That one, please."
We locked eyes, and the inches between us charged. She was close enough to kiss. Not that I was going to do something that reckless, but damn did I want to. "Got it." My gaze dropped to her lips.
"Thanks."
She stepped away as color flushed from her neck to her cheeks. She wasn't immune to me either, but I'd known that from the second our eyes met in the bookstore. It didn't mean she wanted to act on it. I grabbed the right bag, then ripped the top open and poured it into the container when she told me to.
"That's perfect."
She stepped in and added handfuls from the various smaller bags, then mixed it all together. "This feels very complicated." It was fascinating to watch her pick and choose from the soil amendments.
"It's not," she said with a shrug, using her bare hands to plant the rosebush. "Plants are way easier than people. If you know what plant you're working with, then you know what pH it likes the soil to be. If it likes to be well drained or saturated, if it prefers nitrogen or needs a calcium boost, does it like full sun, part sun, shade? Plants tell you what they need right off the bat, and if you give it to them, they grow. They're predictable that way."
She leveled the soil out carefully, then washed her hands at the potting bench sink. People can be predictable, too. I hefted the now half-empty bag back to the shed. If you know how someone was damaged, you have a good idea of how they'll react in a situation.
True, but how often do you know someone's damaged before you start that relationship? It's not like we all walk around with warning labels on our forehead.
I leaned back against the bench as she filled the watering can. I like that idea. Warning, narcissist. Warning, impulsive. Warning, listens to Nickelback. She laughed, and an ache flared in my chest, demanding to hear the sound again.
"What would yours read?" she asked.
"You first." She shut off the faucet, then lifted and tipped the watering can over the rosebush.
"Warning, trust issues."
She lifted a brow at me. That made perfect sense. "Warning, always right." She scoffed, finishing up with the can. "I'm serious. I have a really hard time admitting I'm wrong, even to myself. I'm also a control freak."
"Well, you're wearing a Mets shirt, so at least you chose the right New York team."
She smiled and put the can back on the bench. "I grew up in the Bronx. There is no other team. I keep forgetting that you lived in New York." The pictures I'd seen of her from the net showed a glossed and polished Georgia, not the gardener with a messy bun and ripped jeans. Not that I should have been looking at her jeans, or the way her ass filled them out, but I was.
"From the day I got married until the day I met you, actually."
Her smile faded, and she crossed her arms over her chest.
"So what exactly did you want to talk to me about? Because I know you didn't go to the trouble of ordering that rose bush just to deliver it. I saw the label."
Here went nothing. "Right." I scratched the back of my neck. "I want to make a deal."
"What kind of deal?"
Her eyes narrowed. That was quick. "The kind where I ultimately get more than you do, admittedly." My lips flattened. Her eyes flared with surprise.
"Well, at least you admit it. Okay, shoot."
"I think we both need to get out of our comfort zones when it comes to dealing with each other in this book. I'm not used to having someone dictate my endings, let alone an entire story, since 2/3 of it is already written, and you don't trust me farther than you can throw me." Her head tilted slightly, not bothering to deny it.
"What do you have in mind?"
"I will spend some time getting to know Scarlett, not just the character she wrote herself as in the book, but the real woman, and then I'll write 2 endings. One will be the one I want, and the other will be what I'm known for, what you want. You can choose between the 2. I grabbed my ego in a chokehold to keep the asshole quiet.
"And I have to—"
She lifted her brow. "Go rock climbing. With me. It's a trust thing." "Smooth. Real smooth."
"You want me to put my life in your hands."
She shifted her weight, clearly uncomfortable. "I want you to put Scarlett's life in my hands, which I think starts with yours, because she valued Scarlett's more. That's what the trip to the gazebo and the internet had taught me. She was ruthlessly protective of her great-grandmother, while she'd allowed her husband out of their marriage with little to no consequence."
"And the final decision is still mine?"
she clarified, her forehead crinkling. 100%, but you have to agree to read both endings before you decide. I'd win her over one way or another. I just had to get her to read it my way.
Deal.
Chapter 16, February 1941. Curtain in Lindsay, England. "Good morning," Scarlett said to Constance as she arrived for her morning watch. "So loud." Eloise, who had only been posted to Curtain for the last month, winced as she stirred a mug of cocoa. "Someone stayed out with the boys a bit too long last night," Constance explained, as she handed Scarlett a steaming mug of coffee. That could probably be said for most of the 71st, and the WAAFs this morning, as well as a healthy percentage of the single civilian girls from Curtain. Scarlett was among the sleepless, too, but for much different reasons. After what they'd both considered an acceptable amount of time, Jameson had taken her home for their own celebration, though there had been a sharper, more desperate edge to his love-making. As of yesterday, the 71st was officially ready for defensive duties, training, and the blissful months of relative safety were over. The only thing to celebrate in her mind was that the unit had finally been outfitted with hurricanes, rather than the cumbersome buffaloes Jameson hated so very much, but he still missed his Spitfire. Scarlett offered Eloise a compassionate smile. More water, less cocoa. She finished putting her things away and looped her arm through Constance's elbow as they headed for the door. "How late did you stay out, Poppet?" "Just long enough to see some of the girls home." She sent a meaningful look toward Eloise, who followed close behind. "Which was totally unnecessary," the pretty little blonde added. "Did I enjoy myself? Certainly. But it's not like I'm silly enough to end up in any of the dark alcoves with a flyer. I'm not about to have my heart broken when—" She winced. "Not that you're silly, of course, Scarlett. You're married." Scarlett shrugged. "Yes, and that was still silly of me. We both know there are no guarantees. I worry every time Jameson flies, and he's only been training these last few months, but now—" Her heart plummeted, but she forced a smile. "He'll be fine." Constance gave her a squeeze, and they walked toward the briefing room. Scarlett nodded, but her stomach hollowed out. She plotted aircraft every day that had lost their radar and ended up crashing simply because they couldn't see how close they were to safety. She plotted the raids, the losses, and changed the numbers, all the while knowing that it would soon be Jameson back in combat. "And don't worry about this one," Eloise said, nudging Constance. "She's head over heels for that little army captain of hers. She spends most nights penning letter after letter." Pink rose in Constance's cheeks. "When exactly does Edward leave again?" Scarlett grinned. Nothing would be better than seeing Constance as settled and happy as she was. "In a few weeks." Constance answered wistfully, sighing at the threshold of the briefing room, which was already half full. Scarlett's eyes flared with surprise as she spotted one of the occupants. "Mary?" Mary's head whipped her way. "Scarlett? Constance?" Both Scarlett and Constance scurried around the long table to embrace their friend. It had been 4 months since they'd seen each other at Middle Wallop, and yet it seemed like an entire lifetime had passed. "You both look wonderful!" Mary exclaimed, her eyes sweeping over her friends. "Thank you," Scarlett responded. "You do as well." It wasn't a lie, but there was something off about Mary. The spark in her eyes had dimmed, and she could do with a few nights' rest. A weight settled in her chest. Whatever had sent their friend here wasn't good. "She should practically be glowing, since she's married now," Constance nudged her sister. "Show her." "Oh, all right." Scarlett rolled her eyes but held out her left hand with as little fuss as possible, keeping her focus on Mary. "My God!" Mary's gaze flickered from the ring to Scarlett's eyes. "Married? To whom?" She'd barely asked the question before her eyes widened. "Stanton? Eagle Squadron is still here, right?" "Yes, and yes," Scarlett answered, unable to keep her lips from twitching upward. Mary softened. "I'm happy for you. You two really are perfect for each other." "Thank you," she replied gently, still sensing there was a reason for Mary's appearance. "Now what on earth are you doing here?" Mary's face fell. "Oh, Michael. He was a pilot I'd been seeing since you were reposted." She blinked rapidly and tilted her chin up. "He went down during a raid last week." Her mouth trembled. "Oh no, Mary. I'm so sorry." Constance lifted her hand to Mary's shoulder. Scarlett swallowed painfully past the lump in her throat. That made 3 lovers Mary had lost in the last... She stiffened. "They didn't..." She shook her head. Surely they wouldn't be so cruel. "Label me a jinx and repost me." Mary flashed a brittle smile, then cleared her throat. "What else are they going to do?" "Anything but that," Constance snapped, shaking her head. "It's not your fault." "Of course it isn't," Scarlett added, guiding her to an empty chair at the table. "They're too bloody superstitious. I'm so sorry you lost him." Risks we take falling in love with them, right? Mary folded her hands in her lap and stared straight ahead as Scarlett took the seat next to her, Constance on her left. Right, Scarlett muttered.
Good morning, ladies. Let's get started.
Section Officer Cartwright announced as she swept into the room with her immaculately pressed uniform.
Take your seats.
Chairs squeaked across the floor as the women gathered around the conference table. At Middle Wallop, Scarlett would have known most, if not all, of them. But living with Jameson meant she had met only a few of the ladies here at Curtin. There was no more hut gossip, no more flurries of excitement before a dance, no more late-night chats. She was still part of them, yet oddly separate. She wouldn't give up Jameson, not for the world, but there was part of her that sorely missed the company of other women.
Mail,
Cartwright ordered, and a young clerk stood at the head of the conference table calling names and sliding envelopes down the long, polished expanse.
Right.
Both Constance's and Scarlett's attention whipped toward the clerk as a letter came spinning their way. Stanton, not Wright. Scarlett reminded herself when she saw the letter was addressed to Constance. Not that anyone would be sending her mail anyway. Her parents still hadn't deigned to respond when she wrote to them after her marriage, though Constance still received regular missives from their mother. They never asked after Scarlett. Constance's shoulders fell a fraction of an inch as she opened the envelope as quietly as possible. It's from Mother. Scarlett offered her hand a brief squeeze. Perhaps there will be one tomorrow. She knew all too well how it felt to wait for a letter from the man you loved. Constance nodded, then lowered the envelope beneath the table. Scarlett adjusted her seat slightly, blocking Constance from Cartwright's hawk-like glance. So she wouldn't be caught reading during the briefing.
Now that's been handled, Cartwright began. You should have all read through the new standards provided to you at last week's briefing. I'm pleased to say that we haven't had a single WAAF late for her watch since the half-hour policy was enacted. Well done. Are there any questions about last week's policy changes?
Is it true the 71st is to be reposted? A girl from down the table asked. Scarlett's heart stopped. No, not so soon. Her head spun with every possibility. They hadn't had enough time yet, and there were only so many favors she could call in to be reposted with Jameson, if they were even headed to a station that had an ops center. Section Officer Cartwright sighed in obvious frustration.
Aircraftswoman Hensley, I hardly see how that has anything to do with last week's policy change.
The younger woman blushed. It would change where the aircraft originate from on the board? There was a collective groan.
Excellent attempt, but no.
Cartwright glanced down the table, pausing briefly on Scarlett.
While I understand that many of you have formed emotional attachments against advisement to members of the Eagle Squadron, I'll remind you that it is, quite frankly, none of our business where the unit will be sent now that they're fully operational.
A dozen forlorn sighs filled the conference room, but Scarlett's wasn't one of them. She was too busy conquering the emotional devastation to sigh, as though she suffered from nothing but a crush.
Girls,
Cartwright groaned.
While I could use this as an opportunity to remind you of your responsibility regarding virtuous behavior, I won't.
And yet with that line she surely had.
What I will say is that rumors are rumors. If we believed or got caught up in every piece of maybe that landed in our ears, we'd be halfway to Berlin by now, and I expect you—
Constance began to hyperventilate at Scarlett's side, clutching the letters so hard she expected to see her sister's nails pop through the paper. Constance, Scarlett whispered, her breath catching at the horror in her sister's eyes. Constance's scream filled the room, the sound tearing through Scarlett's rib cage and gripping her heart with an icy fist. Scarlett reached for Constance's wrist, but the scream had already morphed into a mournful wail, stuttering with gut-wrenching sobs that shook her shoulders. "Puppet?" she asked quietly, gently turning Constance's face toward hers. Tears didn't just streak down her face. They ran in a continuous line, as though her eyes couldn't be bothered to fill, then empty. "He's dead!" Constance's words came between heaving cries. "Edward is dead. There was a bombing raid." Her chin sank as the sobs came faster and harder. Edward. Scarlett's eyes fluttered shut for a moment. How could the blue-eyed boy who'd grown up with them be gone? He'd been as much a fixture of their lives growing up as her own parents. He was Constance's soulmate. Scarlett tugged Constance into her arms. "I'm so sorry, love. So sorry."
Assistant Section Officer Stanton, do you need to remove your sister from the room, or can she control herself? Cartwright snapped.
"I'll care for her privately if we can be excused." Scarlett bristled, but the insensitive wretch was right. A display like this wouldn't be tolerated, no matter how justified. Constance would be labeled hysterical, undependable. Girls had been reposted, never seen again after failing to stifle their emotions. Cartwright narrowed her eyes but nodded. "Hold on for just a second longer," Scarlett begged her sister in a whisper, wrapping her arm around Constance's shoulder and tugging her to her feet. "Walk with me." Another whisper. As quickly as she could manage without tripping them both, Scarlett led Constance from the briefing room. The hallway was mercifully quiet, but still not private enough. She opened a door to a smaller room, the supply depot, then pulled her sister inside and shut them in before leaning against the only empty wall and holding Constance tight. When her knees buckled, Scarlett slid to the floor with her, rocking slightly as Constance sobbed with ugly, gasping breaths against her shoulder. "I've got you," she murmured against her sister's hair. If there was anything she could have done to take away her pain, she would have done so. Why her? Why Constance? When it was Scarlett's love who risked his life every day. Her vision went blurry. This was something she couldn't protect Constance from. There was nothing she could do but hold her. Tears toppled from her lids, leaving wet, chilled streaks in their wake. Eventually, Constance's breathing evened out enough to manage speech. "His mother told ours," she explained, the letter still clutched and crumpled in her hand. "It happened the day after he wrote last. He's been dead for almost a week." Her shoulders caved in as she burrowed farther into Scarlett. "I can't." She shook her head. A loud knock sounded at the door. "Stay here," Scarlett ordered her sister, standing quickly and swiping at her cheeks as she hurried to the door. She raised her chin as she found Section Officer Cartwright on the other side, then moved into the hallway, shutting the door to give Constance as much privacy as possible.
Who died?
Cartwright asked in that blunt way the military prized. "Her fiancé." She took every emotion clawing at her throat and shoved it down. Later, she could feel it. Later, she could curl up in Jameson's arms and cry for the friend she'd lost, the love her sister had been denied. Later, but not now.
"I'm sorry for her loss."
Cartwright swallowed, then looked down the hall and back, as though she too needed to compose herself, then lifted her chin.
"While the circumstances of your birth afford you both certain leniencies, I would be remiss in my duties if I did not warn you that she cannot afford another such outburst."
"I understand." She didn't, but she'd seen enough lectures about emotional stability to know they weren't being singled out. It simply was. Ever. Cartwright raised her brows and spoke softly. "It won't happen again," she promised.
"Good. You have to be of steady hands and stout hearts to stand at that board, Assistant Section Officer. Men's lives are at risk. We cannot afford to lose one because we are distraught over one already lost. Should the senior section, it won't happen again. Scarlett squared her shoulders and stared her superior in the eye. Good. Her gaze drifted toward the door, where Constance's soft cries were still making their way through the heavy wood. Take her to her quarters, or better yet, your home. I'll have Clark and Gibbons cover your watches. Make sure she's calm before you bring her through the halls. It was as much compassion as Scarlett had seen Cartwright give to anyone, and though it wasn't enough, Scarlett saw it for what it was. A lifeline. Yes, ma'am. She'll find another. We always do. She turned on her heel and strode down the hall. Scarlett slipped back into the supply room, closing the door and sinking to the floor to gather her sister in her arms. What am I going to do? Constance broke her heart a little more with every sob, every tear. Breathe, Scarlett answered, as she swept her hand up and down Constance's back. For the next few minutes, you're going to breathe. That's all. If she'd lost Jameson, don't think like that. You can't afford to let that in. And then what? Constance cried. I love him. How am I supposed to live without him? It hurts too much. Scarlett's face twisted as she fought for control, for the strength Constance would need. I don't know. But for these minutes, we breathe. Once that's done, we'll take on the next. Maybe by then, she'd have the answer. Is it true? Scarlett asked as she flung her coat over a chair in the kitchen more than a month later. Nice to see you too, dear, Jameson answered with a smile as he flipped the potatoes in the pan. I'm being serious. She crossed her arms over her chest. He had half a mind to tell the potatoes to go to hell and eat his wife for dinner instead, but the narrowing of her eyes gave him pause. It wasn't just another rumor she was questioning. She knew. He muttered a curse. Damn. News traveled fast. Can I take that as a yes? She questioned. Her eyes sparked with so much anger, he half expected to see flames shoot out of them at any moment. He moved the potatoes off the burner, then faced his beautiful, furious wife. Kiss me first. I beg your pardon. She arched a brow. He wrapped his arms around her and tugged her close, savoring the feel of her body against his. They'd been married 5 months. 5 incredibly happy, almost normal months, if there was such a thing in the middle of a war. And everything was about to change, everything but the way he felt about her. He loved Scarlett more than he had the day he married her. She was thoughtful, strong, smart as a whip, and when he put his hands on her, they both went up in flames. But this, he'd been desperately clinging to this new normal they'd carved out for themselves. Kiss me, he ordered again, lowering his face. I've barely seen you in the last few days. We haven't eaten dinner together for a week because of our schedules. Love me first. I love you always. Her eyes softened and she brought her lips to his, kissing him gently. His heart jolted, just like it did every time. He kissed her slowly, thoroughly, but kept himself in check. He wasn't trying to distract her with sex, not that she'd fall for it anyway. One more moment. That was all he needed. He pulled back gently, lifting his head so he could see her eyes. We're being reposted to Martlesham Heath. Those crystal blue eyes he loved flared with disbelief. But that's 11 Group. He finished for her. We're operational. They need us there. Where the majority of the action took place. He cradled her face in his hands and fought the rending sensation in his heart. It was too similar to the one he'd felt back at Middle Wallop, when they'd been forced to part. We'll figure it out. Mary told me Howard said you were being reposted, but... She shook her head, coming alive, and backed out of his grasp, leaving him holding air. Damn it, Howard. Scarlett, honey, we'll figure it out. She gripped the back of the kitchen chair and took a deep breath. When?
A matter of weeks, he answered, lowering his arms. No! When did you find out? Her eyes narrowed.
Just this morning. He mentally cursed Howard for telling Mary before he'd even seen Scarlett. I know it's complicated, but I looked into married quarters on station before my flight.
What?
Her voice rose, which was as good as a Mayday when it came to her temper. The woman barely, if ever, lost that calm, collected cool of hers. I know it's a jump to assume you'd be willing to ask for another transfer, especially with Constance barely breathing. His sister-in-law had become a veritable ghost since losing Edward, and there was no chance Scarlett would leave her. No guarantee, either, that Constance would want to go. Anyway, housing is full, so we'd have to live off station like we are now. But I can start looking for digs.
Willing to ask for another transfer? Scarlett repeated, her eyes catching fire. What makes you think I can transfer there, Jameson? There's not... I can't... She rubbed the bridge of her nose. She couldn't tell him because her job required more clearance than his. Of course he knew what she did. He wasn't born yesterday. But that didn't mean she came home and divulged where the other filter rooms were, or the radar stations. Too much knowledge was dangerous for a pilot who could easily crash into enemy hands. And sure, it was fine to know where she currently worked. Sector operations were... Holy shit, that's it.
There's no sector operations at Martlesham,
he guessed quietly. She shook her head in answer. What Constance and I do, the training involved. She met his gaze, and the pain he saw there dug its claws into his soul. Command isn't exactly going to let us go become drivers or mechanics. We are what we are. She was as, if not more, essential to the mission as he was.
You're remarkable.
His stomach churned, knowing this meant an already difficult situation was about to become impossible. Just the thought of waking up without her, of not laughing together as they burned whatever they'd been trying to cook, of falling asleep without her in his arms for weeks on end, was enough to make his heart scream in protest. What the hell would it be like in actuality? Hardly. She blew him off. Just highly trained and nimble-fingered, neither of which is working in our favor at the moment. Martlesham is hours away. They've cut practically all our leave, and you won't be getting much either. We'll never see each other. Her shoulders hunched as she tucked her chin. His heart damn near broke as he crossed the distance between them and pulled her against his chest.
We'll figure it out. My love for you didn't fade when half of England separated us. A few hours is nothing.
But it was everything. Forget a living-out pass. It was too far to get a sleeping-out pass unless he took 48 hours, and she was right. Their days of easily attained leave were a thing of the past. It could be months between visits, depending on how the war went. He uttered another curse word under his breath. They'd come so close to losing each other during that raid at Middle Wallop, and if something happened to her now...
Bile rose in his throat. You could always go to Colorado.
She stiffened in his arms, then looked up at him like he'd lost his mind.
I know you won't,
he said softly, tucking a strand of her hair that had come loose from the pinks.
I know your sense of duty won't allow it, and you won't leave Constance anyway. But I'll be a shit husband if I didn't at least ask you to go. To be safe.
I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I'm not American. She raised her hands to his t-shirt-covered chest. Neither of them ever cooked in full uniform. They'd learned that lesson early in their marriage, to the detriment of two otherwise perfectly good jackets.
I'm not sure you've noticed, but you're not exactly British anymore either.
Thank God the WAAF had no problem taking foreign nationals.
We both seem to be in between countries at the moment.
She huffed a small laugh. And how exactly are you hoping to get me into your country? Fly, then push me out over Colorado? She teased, pressing a kiss on his chin.
Now that you mention it,
he grinned, loving that she could always find the levity in a situation. Seriously, though, let's scrap that as a possibility, because it isn't one. You can't even get into your own country without being arrested right now.
Actually,
he tilted his head as his thoughts raced.
I never renounced my citizenship. Never swore loyalty to the king, either, so I'm not treasonous. Did I break neutrality laws? Yes. Would I be sent to jail if I headed home? Probably, but I'm still American.
He glanced at his uniform jacket as it hung over a kitchen chair, the eagle bright on the right shoulder.
You didn't break any laws, and you're my wife. You're entitled to American citizenship. We'd just have to get you a visa.
A spark of hope glimmered in his chest. He had a way to get her out of this war, to ensure she lived through it. She flat out laughed and pushed out of his arms. Right, and that takes a year, if not longer. From what I've read in the papers, the war might very well be over by the time that happened, and besides, you're right. I won't leave my country, even if it's technically not mine anymore, when it needs me, and I won't abandon Constance. We swore to see this through together, and we will. She took his hand and placed a kiss on his wedding band. And I'll never leave you, Jameson, not if I can help it. A few hours are nothing compared to thousands of miles across an ocean. But you'd be safe. He started. No. We can discuss this again when the war is over, or our circumstances have drastically changed. Until then, my answer is no. Jameson sighed.
Of course I had to fall for the obstinate girl.
Yet he wouldn't have loved her had she been anyone else. Obstinate, headstrong girl, she corrected him with a small smile. If you're going to quote Austen, do it correctly. She pressed her lips in a firm line. What's the farthest you can live from the station and still have a living-out pass?
It depends on the station commander.
Some were compassionate and believed that the aircrew tended to be more reliable if they lived on or off station with their families. Others didn't give a shit, or passes.
What about you?
I'm barely allowed a pass as it is. All the other women live in the huts or are billeted in the old married quarters. Her brow puckered.
None of the other women are married to someone posted at the same station,
he noted. Soon she'd be just like the few others with wedding rings, married but forced to live apart. She gnawed on her lower lip, clearly thinking something over.
What's going on in that remarkable brain of yours, Scarlett Stanton?
Her gaze jumped to meet his. I can't go with you, but there's a slight chance I might be able to get reposted closer than where we are now. He tried like hell not to hope, but failed.
I'll take even the slightest chance over the possibility of going months without seeing you.
If only postings were up to you, my husband, and as I am not currently recognized as my father's daughter, I can't pull the strings I did to get here. She laced her fingers behind his neck. But I'll try. Relief loosened the knot in his throat, but didn't dispel it completely. God, I love you. If I can't get reposted, and all we have are weeks, then we'd better make them count. She nodded toward the stove and its forgotten contents. Skip dinner, and take me to bed.
We don't need a bed.
He lifted her to the kitchen table and sank into her kiss. She was right. If they only had weeks, he wasn't wasting a second of it. Chapter 17. Georgia. Jameson. Oh, love, I could never regret choosing you. You're the very breath in my lungs and the beat of my heart. You were my choice before I even knew there was one to make. Please don't worry. Close your eyes and picture us in that spot you've told me about, where the creek bends. We'll be there soon, and even sooner, I'll be in your arms again. Until then, we'll be waiting here for you, always waiting, always yours, Scarlett. This was the worst idea in the history of ideas, I shouted down at Noah from 15 feet above him, clinging to a wall I had no business being on. He'd waited a week before forcing me to hold up my end of the deal, but that didn't make it any easier.
So you've told me. Every 5 minutes since you started climbing,
he called up.
Now look to your left, at that purple handhold.
I hate you, I snapped, but reached for the hold. He'd taken me to a climbing gym a half-hour away, so it wasn't like I was dangling off the side of a mountain. But still, I might have been tied into the harness, but he held the other end of the rope. "You think you'd be better at metaphors, being a writer and all? Put your life in my hands, Georgia." I did my best Noah impression. "Look at my superior climbing abilities and pretty face, Georgia." "Well, at least you still think I'm pretty." "You suck." My arms trembled as I stepped up to the next foothold. The bell about 30 feet above me was only second on my shit list to Noah. I hated heights. Hated the weakness in my own body since I'd stopped taking care of it. I really hated the impossibly gorgeous guy beneath me with the rope. "If it's easier, I can grab Zach to belay you instead, then climb up and guide you myself," Noah offered. "What?" I glared down at him and the climbing gym attendant. "I don't know Zach. He looks like he's in high school." "Taking a gap year, actually," the employee answered, waving up at me. "You're not helping," Noah said quietly, but I still heard him. "But Zach is employed here, and you dying would probably really mess up his job, so I think you can trust that he's a professional. You move, and I swear I'll kick off my shoes so they hit you in the head, Morelli." I shut my eyes for a second and stared straight ahead at the textured, gray rock of the climbing wall. Looking down made it even worse. "Well, at least I rate higher than someone," Noah joked. "Barely." I reached for the green handhold just above my right hand, then secured my foot on the next logical hold and pulled myself up the wall. "This only makes me hate you more," I said as I gripped the next hold. "But you're climbing," he countered. Again, I reached for the next handhold, placed my feet, and continued upward. "I guess I just don't see how this is going to help solve our plotting issues, considering I'm going to kill you as soon as I get down from here." I was only a few feet away from the accursed bell. As soon as I rang that sucker, I was home free. "I'll take my chances," he called up. I couldn't help but notice how tight he kept the line. It was comforting, seeing I had to be a good 25 feet above him now. "You know, if you honestly hate it that much, I'm not going to hold you to the bargain. This is really about trusting me, not hating me." I kept my eyes on the prize and hoisted myself another foot. Then two. "The hell with that," I called down. "I'm almost there." "You sure are." I heard the pride in his voice and glanced down to see the same as he smiled up at me. I was far from happy, but even I could admit I felt empowered, capable, strong. Well, maybe not that strong. My arms and legs shook with fatigue as I made that last handhold and climbed the last 12 inches by sheer willpower alone. "Ring, ring, ring." "Yes!" Noah shouted. I felt the bell's vibrations from the depths of my soul. They were strong enough to break apart my own preconceived notions that this was impossible, strong enough to wake parts of me that had been sleeping since long before Damien's latest indiscretion. Perhaps even before I met him. Just because I could, I rang the bell again, just once. This time it wasn't in desperation to be let down, to be set free of the bargain I made for myself, or to be validated by the person who had set me on this task. It was in victory. Logically, I knew it wasn't Everest. I was maybe 40 feet up a climbing wall in a professional environment, secured with ropes, a harness, and a liability policy. But my chest swelled, filling with a ferocious sense of pride nonetheless. I could still do hard things. Gran was gone, Damien had betrayed me, and Mom had left, yet again. But I was still here, still climbing. And though there was part of me that wanted to throttle Noah, I knew he was the only reason I was on this wall, climbing in the first place. He was the reason I'd started paying attention to my own life again, the reason I looked forward to waking up in the morning lately. It wasn't that I was living for him, but that he simply made me want to live, to fight, to prove my point, to take a stand when I'd usually defer to someone else's emotions and take the path of least resistance. Maybe my life had caught on fire, but that's where I shined. right at the melting point where I could take the molten remains and reshape them into something beautiful. I wanted to sculpt again. I wanted to bend glass to my will. I wanted another chance to be happy, which led me to glance in Noah's direction. I wanted to get down because, whoa, was I high. Okay, I called to him. How do I get down?
I'll lower you.
You'll what? I chanced another look in his direction. Holy shit, this actually was Everest. He looked 1,000,000 miles away. So much for feeling empowered. I wanted off this thing now.
I'll lower you,
he repeated, slowing his words down, as if I'd misunderstood instead of balked. And how exactly does that work? I gripped the handholds tighter, whitening my knuckles.
Easy,
he said.
You sit back in the harness, then walk your way down the wall as I lower you.
I blinked a few times, then looked down again. I'm supposed to just lean back and trust that you won't drop me on my ass?
Exactly.
He grinned shamelessly, and for the first time I didn't find it at all that charming. What if the rope breaks? His grin faded.
What if there's a massive earthquake?
Are we expecting one? My biceps screamed in protest as I held myself there, perched on the damn wall like a lizard.
Are you expecting me to drop you?
He challenged. It would make it easier on you to finish the book, I argued.
There's some truth to that, he admitted, and I'm sure the story behind the murder would really drive sales.
Noah! There was nothing funny about this, and yet there he was, teasing me.
The chances of an earthquake are far more likely than those of me dropping you.
There was an edge to his voice this time, but when I took another look at his face, there was only patience.
I'm not going to let anything happen to you, Georgia. You have to trust me. I've got you.
Can't I just climb down? It couldn't be that hard, could it?
Sure, if that's what you want to do,
he answered, his voice dropping. Yeah, I whispered to myself. I'll just climb down. Surely it couldn't be any harder than climbing up here had been, right? Muscles aching and plagued by tiny incessant tremors, I lowered my foot to my previous foothold. See? That wasn't so bad, I muttered. The line was tight, offering me support as I moved my hands and then my left foot down. Then I shrieked, my voice high and loud, as my foot slipped, and I fell. It was only a matter of inches before the rope caught my weight, and I hung suspended, parallel with the wall.
Are you okay?
Noah asked, his voice pitching slightly. I sucked in a full breath, then another, willing my heartbeat to settle at an acceptable, non-dramatic level. The harness dug slightly into the skin just beneath the curve of my butt, but other than that, I was perfectly fine. A little embarrassed, I admitted reluctantly, heat flooding my already flushed cheeks. But otherwise, fine.
Do you still want to climb down the rest of the way?
Noah asked without judgment. I lifted my arms, raised my hands to the holds directly in front of me, cringing as they shook. The truth was, if he was going to drop me, he would have done it by now. So I'm just supposed to sit back in the harness? I asked, silently praying that he wasn't an I-told-you-so kind of guy.
Put your feet against the wall,
he ordered. I lifted them slightly and did as he asked.
Both hands on the rope.
Another order. I followed it.
Good,
he praised.
I'm going to lower you, and I want you to sit back into the harness and walk your way down the wall. Got it?
His voice was strong and steady, just like the man himself. What did it take to ruffle a guy like Noah? Sure, I'd pricked his temper a few times, but even through the most uncomfortable of our arguments, I'd never seen him actually lose it. At least not in the door-slamming, screaming way Damien often did when things hadn't gone his way. Got it, I called down, offering Noah a shaky smile.
I don't want to startle you, so we'll go on 3, slow and steady.
I nodded.
1, 2, 3.
He counted us off and lowered me enough to fully sit back.
Good job. Now let's walk you down the wall.
Slowly, steadily, Noah let the rope out, lowering me down the climbing wall. A few seconds in, and it wasn't half bad. Defying gravity came with a little adrenaline rush, especially when I boldly emulated another climber farther down the wall, taking fun little hops. As I got closer to the ground, I glanced up at the bell I had just rung. It seemed so high, and yet I'd been there, all the way up at the top. All because Noah had been determined to earn my trust. And he had. I was all smiles when my feet met the earth. That was amazing! I threw my arms around Noah, and he held me tight, lifting me right back off my feet. You were amazing, he corrected me. He held me so easily, as if I weighed nothing, and smelled so good. It was all I could do to not put my nose to his neck and breathe deep. His scent was a unique combination of the sandalwood and cedar of his cologne, mixed with soap and a little sweat. He smelled like a man was supposed to, all without faking it. Damien would have paid thousands of dollars to smell like Noah did effortlessly. Stop comparing them. I pulled back slightly, just enough to look in his eyes. Thank you, I whispered. His smile was slow and the sexiest I'd ever seen. What are you thanking me for? He asked, as his gaze darted to my lips and back. You're the one who did all the work. Oh, shit. He really wasn't an I-told-you-so kind of guy, and that only made me like him more, made me want him more. The energy between us shifted, pulling taut, as though we were connected by more than just this rope. There was something here, and it didn't matter how hard I fought it, or how frequently we bashed heads about the book. It only grew. His gaze heated and his grip tightened. There were only inches between our lips. Are you guys done? A small voice asked. Blinking, I looked down at a girl who couldn't have been older than 7. I was hoping to do this one next, if that's okay, she asked with hopeful eyes. Right. Of course, I replied. Noah set me down and unhooked my harness from the rope line with quick, efficient moves. God, could his arms be any hotter? The muscles of his biceps strained against the short sleeves of his athletic shirt. Good thing it stretched, or he probably would have busted through. Thank you, I said again as he unhooked from the line. That was all you. All I did was keep you safe. The low timbre of his voice warmed my entire body. On, belay, another voice said. An older girl, probably in high school, had taken Noah's place, and the younger one had already tethered herself to the rope. Climb on. Climbing, the little girl answered, and then scurried up the wall like she'd been bitten by a radioactive spider. You have to be kidding me, I muttered, watching the girl take only minutes to do what had taken me a half-hour. Noah huffed a soft laugh. A few more times and you'll be just as good as she is, he assured me. I shot him a look of pure skepticism. You didn't fall once on the way up, he remarked, reaching for my face slowly, giving me a chance to shy away. I didn't. That's pretty amazing. He took a slightly sweaty lock of my hair that had escaped my ponytail and tucked it behind my ear. I've never had a problem reaching for things I want, I replied softly. It's the falling that gets me into trouble. And that's exactly what this was, I realized. It was one thing to joke with Hazel about a post-divorce rebound, but quite another to like more than just his body, even though it really was incredible. It would be all too easy to fall for Noah Morelli. I caught you. There was no smirky smile or flirtatious wiggle of his eyebrows, but that didn't matter. The truth was intoxicating enough. He had caught me. You did, I answered softly. Want to do another one? He asked, the corners of his mouth quirking up. I laughed. I don't think my arms would let me even if I wanted to. They feel like spaghetti noodles. I held them out as examples, as if he could see the exhaustion in my muscles. I'll rub them down later, he promised. And this time that sexy little smile of his reappeared. My breath caught, imagining his hands on my skin. Want to learn to belay? He asked, halting my flash of fantasy. Spaghetti noodle arms, remember? Don't worry, the harness does all the work. You trust me with your life? I asked, peering up at him and doing my best not to stare at his long eyelashes or the curve of his lower lip. I trust you with my career, and that's pretty much the same thing to me. So yes. The intensity in his eyes was a clear challenge, and I felt it like a jolting shock to my heart, exceptionally painful, yet life-affirming. He really had risked it all for this book, hadn't he? He'd left the city he loved and moved his life here to see it through. In that moment, I knew two things about Noah Morelli. The first was that his priority was and would always be his career. Anything else he loved would take a back seat. The second was he and I operated on complete opposites of the trust spectrum. He gave it first, then waited for the outcome. I withheld it until it was earned, and he had more than earned mine. It was time I started trusting myself, too. Lead on. Once he'd dropped me off at home, I pulled out my phone and called Dan. Within the hour, I'd put an offer in on Mr. Navarro's shop. I was all in. Chapter 18, May, 1941. North Weald, England. It had been almost 8 weeks, and the light still hadn't returned to Constance's eyes. Scarlett couldn't push her, couldn't advise her, couldn't do anything but watch her sister grieve. And yet, she'd still asked her to transfer with her to North Weald. It was the most selfish thing she'd ever done, but she didn't know how to simultaneously be a wife and a sister, so now both suffered. Though she may have been on the outs with her parents since marrying Jameson against their wishes, they'd apparently kept the rift private, since Scarlett and Constance's request to transfer to North Weald had been approved. They'd been here for a month, and though Scarlett rented a house off station for the nights Jameson could get a sleeping-out pass, Constance had chosen to bill it with the other WAAFs in the huts on the station. For the first time in her life, there had been an entire week of Scarlett's life where she'd lived completely, utterly alone. No parents, no sister, no WAAFs, no Jameson. He was over an hour away at Martlesham Heath, but came home, if that's what this was, whenever he could get a pass. Between her worry over Constance and her fear that something would happen to Jameson, she lived in a constant state of nausea. "You really don't need to do this," Scarlett told her sister as they knelt on ground only recently thawed by spring. "It still might be a bit early." "If it dies, it dies," Constance shrugged, then continued digging with the small trowel, readying the space for a small rosebush she'd taken from their parents' garden while on leave that weekend. "It's better to try, right? Who knows how long we'll be at this station? Maybe Jameson gets reposted. Maybe we do. Maybe just I do. If I keep waiting for life to give me the most opportune circumstances to live it, I never will. So fine. If it freezes and dies, then at least we tried." "Can I help?" Scarlett asked. "No, I'm just about done. You'll have to remember to water it regularly, but not too much." She finished tilling the soil at the edge of the patio. "The plant will tell you. Just watch the leaves and cover her up if it gets too cold at night." "You're so much better at this than I am." "You're better at telling stories than I am," she noted. "Gardening is learned, just like mathematics or history." "You write perfectly well," Scarlett argued. They'd always received similar marks in school. "Grammar and essays, sure," she shrugged. "But storylines? Plots? You are far more talented. Now, if you truly want to help, you sit there and tell me one of your tales while I put this girl in." She formed a mound of dirt at the bottom of the hole, then placed the crown of roots over the mound, measuring the distance to the surface. "Well, I guess that's easy enough." Scarlett sat back and crossed her ankles in front of her. "Which story and where were we?" Constance paused in thought. "The one about the diplomat's daughter and the prince. I think she'd just discovered the note." Scarlett jumped in. "Right. The one where she thinks he's sending her father away." Her mind slipped back into that little world, the characters as real to her as Constance was sitting beside her. Eventually, the two sisters lay on their backs, staring up at the clouds as Scarlett did her best to weave a story worthy of distracting Constance, if only for a few moments. "Why wouldn't he simply tell her he's sorry and move on?" Constance asked, rolling to her side so she could face Scarlett. "Wouldn't that be the most straightforward answer?" "It would," Scarlett agreed. "But then our heroine won't see his growth. Can't really find him worthy of that second chance. The key to bringing them the ending they deserve is to pick at their flaws until they bleed. Then make them conquer that flaw, that fear, in order to prove themselves to the one they love. Otherwise, it's really just a story about falling in love." Scarlett laced her fingers behind her head. "Without the potential for disaster, would we ever really know what we have?" "I didn't," Constance whispered. Scarlett locked eyes with her sister. "You did. I know you loved Edward. He knew it too." "I should have married him the way you did Jameson," she said softly. "At least we would have had that before—" She drifted off, her eyes lifting toward the trees above them. "Before he died. I wish I could take your pain." It wasn't fair that Constance was in such misery, while Scarlett counted the hours between Jameson's days off. Constance swallowed. "It doesn't matter." "It does." Scarlett sat up. "It matters." Constance mirrored her but didn't meet her eyes. "It really doesn't. The other girls who move on, who see love affairs as temporary, I understand. I really do. Nothing here is guaranteed. Planes go down every day. Bombing raids happen. There's no point holding your heart back when there's a good chance you'll die tomorrow anyway. May as well live while you can." She glanced over the small garden. "But I know I'll never love anyone the way I did Edward, the way I still do. I'm not sure I'll ever have a heart to give. Seems safer to read about love in novels than it is to honestly experience it." "Oh, Constance." Scarlett's heart broke yet again for what Constance had lost. "It's fine." Constance hopped to her feet. "We'd better get ready, since we have watch in a little over an hour." "I can make us something to eat first," Scarlett suggested. "I've gotten rather good at a couple quick things." Constance looked at her sister with well-deserved skepticism. "I've got a better idea. Let's get dressed and run over to the officer's mess." "You don't trust me," Scarlett scoffed. "I trust you implicitly. It's your cooking I doubt." Constance shrugged, but her teasing smile was genuine, which was more than enough for Scarlett. Dressed and fed, the girls made it to watch in plenty of time. They left their coats in the cloakroom, then headed for the filter room. As busy as their boards were in their small sector, it was hard to imagine what the ones at group headquarters looked like.
"Ah, Wright and Stanton, always the pair," Section Leader Robbins noted with a smile at the door. "Anything you ladies need before watch begins?"
"No, ma'am," Scarlett replied. Out of all her section leaders, Robbins was turning out to be her favorite. "No, ma'am," Constance echoed. "Just show me to my section of the board."
"Excellent. And when you both have a moment, I'd like to talk to you about your responsibilities."
The woman smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Are we lacking?" Scarlett asked slowly.
"No, quite the opposite. I'd like you both to train as tellers. More pressure, but I would be willing to wager that you'd both make section officer by the end of the year."
She glanced between the sisters, measuring their reactions. "That would be wonderful," Scarlett answered. "Thank you so much for the opportunity. I need to think on it," Constance interjected, her voice dropping. Scarlett blinked back her surprise.
"Naturally," Robbins said with a kind smile. "I hope you have an uneventful night."
The sisters made their farewell, and before Scarlett could question Constance about her answer, her sister opened the door and disappeared into the always silent filter room. Scarlett followed her in, then put on her headset and relieved the WAAF at her corner of the board, taking a quick sweep over her section to familiarize herself with tonight's activities. There was a bomber raid coming across her quadrant, nearly to Constance's. Would the raids ever end? Tens of thousands had been killed in London alone. The radio operator's voice came through her headset, and she fell into the routine of work, letting the other worries wait until later. Every so often, she'd glance at Constance. On the outside, her sister appeared normal. Her hands were steady, and her moves efficient. This was where Constance thrived lately, where emotion couldn't reach her. Knowing the emptiness that swirled inside sent another wave of nausea rolling through her. It wasn't fair that she'd been able to keep her love when Constance hadn't. Minutes ticked by as she moved the aircraft across the board, and then her stomach pitched for an altogether different reason. The 71st was on the move, not toward the bombing raids but the sea. Jameson. She moved the squadron across her quadrant in 5-minute increments, noting the number of planes and the general direction. But soon they were no longer hers to keep watch over, and others took their place. The hours flew, but she was too worried to eat during her break, too anxious to see the 71st return to do much else but hover over that board, because she knew he was flying tonight. When her 15 minutes were up, she headed back into the filter room and took over her station once more. She noted with no small sense of satisfaction that the number of bombers on their way out was smaller than coming in. They'd had a few victories tonight. The radio operator's next plot came through her headpiece, and she reached for a new marker with a slight smile. The 71st was back in her quadrant. She placed the marker at the appropriate coordinate, then froze as the radio operator updated the number of aircraft. 15. Scarlett stared at the marker for precious seconds as her heart lurched into her throat. She's wrong. She has to be wrong. Scarlett hit the microphone switch on her headset. "Could you give me the strength of the 71st again?" she said. Every head in the room snapped her direction. Plotters didn't talk. Ever. 15 strong, the operator repeated. They lost one. They lost one. They lost one. They lost one. Scarlett's fingers trembled as she replaced the little flag on the marker to one that read 15. It wasn't Jameson. It couldn't be. She would know, wouldn't she? If the man she loved with all her heart had gone down, had died, she'd feel it. She'd have to. There was simply no way her heart could continue beating without his. It was an anatomical impossibility. But Constance hadn't known. The next plot came through her headset, and she moved the appropriate markers, changing out the arrows to the timed color groups. Jameson, Jameson, Jameson. Her limbs moved by muscle memory as her mind swam and her belly churned, dinner curdling as the 71st got closer to Martlesham Heath. Even after they were hangared and officially off the board, Scarlett couldn't kick the sick feeling in her stomach. So far, the Eagle Squadron had been miraculously lucky. They hadn't lost a pilot. She'd almost become complacent in their luck, but that had ended tonight. Who was it? If it wasn't Jameson, please, God, don't be Jameson. Then it was someone he knew. Howie? One of the newer Yanks. She glanced at the clock. She had 4 more hours to go. She wanted to ring Martlesham Heath to demand the call sign of the downed pilot. But if it was Jameson, she'd know soon enough. They'd no doubt already be waiting for her at home. Howie would never let her find out through the gossip mill. The time passed in torturous 5-minute blocks, ticking away as she moved the markers, changed the arrows, heard the orders called out from group headquarters. By the time their watch was over, Scarlett was a tangle of nerves with a rapid heartbeat and not much else. "Let me drive you home. I know your bicycle is here, but I have the section car," Constance said after they gathered their things from the cloakroom. "I'm fine,"